From our hands to yours. Sideshow.com.
.3D Filiprint is happy to be sponsoring Droid Builders UK 2020 once again this year, with 5 £50 vouchers to be won throughout the day. But wait, there's more. As well as providing 5 £50 vouchers for this broadcast, 3D Filiprint are very proud to be working with Filamentum to be giving away 8 spools as spot prizes throughout the day. Good luck and happy printing!
Ladies, gentlemen, and droids, welcome to Droid Builders UK 2020! Coming to you live from a galaxy not so far, far away. Live on YouTube, this is an epic day where legends will be born, battles will be fought, and monies will be raised. Droid Builders UK are raising money for their charity Calm. So please welcome your hosts, Big Time, Lee Towersey and Sam Prentice.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time and wherever you are watching this. This is Droid Builders UK live. I'm Sam Prentice, coming to you live on Facebook and YouTube. Hope you are all very, very well. As you can see though, I'm stood here alone. But even though I am here on my own with Calm, our charity today, we stand together and united. So when we were thinking about putting this together, we were thinking, hey, who could we choose as a co-host? So we went high and low and found nobody. Then somebody came to mind. Who could it be? That's right, everybody, Lee Towersey. But where is he? Where the hell is he? Let's find out.
Hey, good morning everybody, how you doing? How you doing, Sam? Alright, good to see you, mate. How was that for an entrance?
Well, you know, are you the new me? I see you missed hair and makeup.
With a face like this, mate, you don't need makeup.
Here we go. Oh, sorry to dribble on you.
Oh, thank you.
That's all
Thank
right.
you.
No
Yes,
worries.
of
Social
course.
distancing,
Yes,
of course.
Indeed, yes. Do our best for that today, for sure. So, thanks for tuning in, those that are tuning in already. And, you know, today's going to be a good fun. We've got plenty planned for you. We've got some cool tutorials and various interviews, which we'll get to later on. But the key thing about this event today is raising money for a worthy cause. And it's a cause that the Droid Builders have supported this year through the whole year. And we will continue to, and that's for a charity called Calm, which is a charity campaign against living miserably. Unfortunately, last year, our creature department at Pinewood lost a member of staff due to mental illness, and that's when I was made aware of the charity Calm.
Yeah, that's right, Lee. The statistics are shocking. Every 2 hours, a man loses his life to male suicide or mental health issues. It's a big issue that cannot be ignored any longer. It's unacceptable that so many men are dying from suicide on a daily basis, yet so few are talking about it.
Here's a message from Calm.
Odds are, if you haven't lost someone you know and love to suicide, you know someone who has. Calm exists to change this. Calm stands with everyone who is struggling with life. We support people with issues like debt, addiction, job loss, divorce, mental health issues and homelessness. Calm stands with an army of supporters in homes, workplaces and clubs up and down the country, spreading our message, wearing our vests, hosting events and having vital conversations. We use music, comedy, sport, film and anything in between to get that message across. Calm stands with the biggest and best organisations in the UK. Partners like ITV, Dave, Topman, Tesco, Lynx, LNER and many more enable us to reach millions, challenging stereotypes and challenging the stigma that prevents people talking about suicide and seeking help when they need it. Calm stands for the campaign against living miserably, and we're leading a movement against suicide.
So without further ado, we will crack on with the show and we'll give you a rundown of what's happening this morning. First up, we've got a great interview with Hassan. So that's the first interview we've got this morning. Then we've got, what we've got next, Sam?
He's a lovely guy, Hassan.
Yeah,
We've got resin printing just after that.
And then we've got an instructional video regarding BB-8. And that gives you an idea of if you're thinking of building, if you're already building, different building options. So that's a good watch.
Absolutely. Then we had the Padawan 360 review with Steve.
And hopefully some of you have managed to buy the Styrene kits. Bit late now, but we made available some Styrene kits which make coin returns, and we have a tutorial video on how to make them. Whether you got the kits or not, it doesn't matter. You can make them yourself from home and maybe watch it later.
Dare I ask what you were doing in that shed? I don't want to know.
That's the way I come out of the shed every time I'm called home for tea.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
well, let's run VT, shall we?
.3D Filiprint is happy to be sponsoring Droid Builders UK 2020 once again this year, with 5 £50 vouchers to be won throughout the day. But wait, there's more. As well as providing 5 £50 vouchers for this broadcast, 3D Filiprint are very proud to be working with Filamentum to be giving away 8 spools of spot prizes throughout the day. Good luck and happy printing!
Maker Made M2 is an automated cutting machine that brings your ideas to life. The M2 mounts directly on the wall, so you can make bigger and better than ever before without sacrificing floor space in your garage or workshop. Capable of milling or etching almost any flat material, including wood, plastics, and soft metals, with 4 by 8 feet of cutting space. You can create your own designs with our innovative software or download awesome projects from our online community and get to cutting in a matter of minutes. With the M2, you can go from idea to finished product in the same day. Once the M2 has started working, you can relax and enjoy your day while the M2 brings your designs to life. With the lowest cost per square foot of cutting space and a robust online community of makers, you won't find a better CNC machine on the market.
Yeah, now you're dead, are you?
Not your kids' toys. Sideshow.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to your screens Blake, the big cheese, the director of sales and marketing at Roboteq. Blake, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you, Sam? Hey,
Amazing.
Lee.
Amazing. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Blake. I think last time we saw you, we were hanging out in a bar in Chicago. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it was that celebration in Chicago over a year ago now. Wow.
So, Blake, just to rewind, just to go back to the start, could you remind us, if you could remember, how did you get to learn about the Droid Builders and using your speed controls and so on? Do you remember how that came about?
Well, I started here at Roboteq. Well, I say here, but I'm in my apartment right now at Roboteq, in just like everybody else is. I started at Roboteq in early 2016, and one of the first first people that called me, I was a daisy-eyed brand new engineer at Roboteq, and I was doing field applications engineering and support. And one of the first phone calls I got was from Kevin Holm in California, who's another builder here in the US. And he quickly filled me in on what he was doing. And of course, I fell in love and have tried to be a great supporter of the Astromet Club and all the builders all over the world since then. I haven't had a chance to build my own droid yet. I'm moving this next week, and I'll have some more space. I'm moving from an apartment to a house, and I've been granted a dedicated space for a workshop, and so I'll be building
Congratulations.
It's going to be crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So Blake, what speed controllers generally do you sell to Droid Builders? And I know when we spoke at Celebration, there was some plans that perhaps you were going to do a condensed one, sort of specially for the use that we currently use them for. Because obviously the Roboteq SBL, I think they're called, aren't they? They, they're probably more than what we need. We were talking about possibly scaling that down, especially for droids.
Yeah, definitely. So the most common speed controllers that Droid Builders purchase from us is either our SBL 1360, which is a small single channel drive, our SBL 2360 series, which is a small dual channel drive, and then some people that are crazy and want a lot of power for some reason use our FBL, F like Frank, BL 2360, which is a bigger dual channel drive up to 60 amps. And I am still working on a condensed version. My boss, or the president of our company, is a big Star Wars fan, and he's like, "Hey, when are you going to build me a droid?" so yeah, we're working on getting something condensed for you guys. But in the meantime, we can still offer what we have today. If any of the Droid Builders go on, we still have our web store. If you go in and at checkout, enter R2D2 in the coupon code, you'll get a 15% discount. Anywhere in the world, that's a coupon that we have specifically for the Droid Builders. And so, crack on.
That's very fun. Hey, thank you so much for supporting us. It's it's really good for us. Very safe. So Blake, you've offered several of these Roboteq controllers out to the Droid Builders UK event. Thank you so much for doing that as well.
Yeah, what we've decided to do with them, Blake, is we're actually auctioning them. So we're going to assure that it gets a reasonable price that goes to charity. So thank you very much for supporting the Calm charity. I know as soon as I mentioned it, you were keen to support us kindly with your 3 speed controllers. So thank you for that. And the thing was, we're running a raffle through the day, but to ensure that the winner of the speed controllers wanted to use them, and rather than just we'd get them and not have any use for them, we've put them up for auction, and the actual auction is going to finish on the evening of the actual live event. So we can announce the winners then, and we'll know how much it will be. It will go 100% of the money goes into the pot towards the Calm charity. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Brilliant.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good
awesome.
man.
Thank you, sir.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Right.
Have a great night. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, have a good day. Take care, mate.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
So we've already mentioned the Calm charity, which is the worthy cause for today, of course. Are we going to do this for long?
I don't know. I thought Black might be slimming.
No,
but
okay, no,
this
isn't either. This isn't either. No,
terrible.
Yes, we're going to be raising money for Calm all day, and we're going to have ways to donate throughout the day. So Sam, do you want to go through ways people can give money to a worthy cause?
Absolutely, Lee. Of course I do. droidbuilders.uk/raffle and droidbuilders.uk/auction.
Yep, and with the raffle, what it is basically, for every £1 you donate gives you 1 raffle ticket. So if you donate £20, that will get you 20 raffle tickets. 20 goes in the draw, which sounds like a good figure to me.
It does. How much do you get for £50?
50, I think. 50 goes. Yep.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Also, if you do apply for the raffle and you do kindly donate, please make sure your name is included with the donation, because unfortunately anonymous donations are not included in the raffle because we don't know who you are.
Exactly. The raffle draw is at 5 p.m. UK time. Hang on.
UK time. Yes.
5 p.m.
UK time. And that's at the end of the show.
Indeed.
And we will have a quiz at 7:30, one of Giles's legendary quizzes, where you can win more prizes, I believe. And that will be during Drinks and Droids.
Oh, I love Drinks and Droids.
No, that starts at 7, Sam. That starts at 7. Okay, bit early. Now we're going to cut to Hassan Taj interview, where I had some time with Hassan for an hour, and it's a great chat. So please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Droid Builders around the world, introducing to you Mr. R2D2 from The Rise of Skywalker, Hassan Taj.
Hello, good morning, Lee. Hello. Hi, everyone.
How's things, Hassan? All right.
Yeah, good. How about you?
Good man. Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, not bad. Crazy times during this lockdown, but we'll get through it. I think we're getting to the end of it now. So yeah.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
So I've got a few questions that people have asked me to fire away and ask you, but we'll get to them a bit later on, I think.
Okay.
But just tell us about maybe what you're up to before you got involved in the film industry, mainly with your studies, really. What were you studying for, and what was your plan, if you had one, when you were younger?
I finished school, got some of my GCSEs, the ones that I needed to do my course. So then I went to college and did a level 3 BTEC extended diploma. This was a 2-year course for me at college. The plan after was either going to uni or getting a job. So I done this level 3 diploma, extended diploma. For me, that was if I passed this course like I did, it then enabled me to go to university. And when I was at university, I was going to study sports science again, but at a higher level, and try to get a degree.
Cool, good stuff. So that didn't quite pan out that way, did it, Hassan? Really, you did the college stuff. You did okay at college, though, didn't you? You did all right.
Yeah, I passed everything. It was just I wasn't too sure about getting a job. I mean, going to uni, I thought, because I don't like studying that much. I'd rather do something where I'm active more than actually sitting down and doing something like a desk job. Yeah. In some ways, no offense to anyone who has a desk job.
But you're still doing your sport now, are you? You keeping fit? Are you exercising still?
Yes, yeah, I do. About 2-3 times a week. I still try to play football and things.
Right, good stuff. Excellent.
Yeah.
Obviously, what came up for you as well, which was a bit of a surprise for you, I think, was your involvement in the film industry.
Yeah.
How did that happen? You know, just give us an outline of how you stumbled across that job.
Right. So I'm a part of a charity organisation called Dwarf Sports Association. It helps with dwarves like myself and other dwarves around the UK, and it's where we get together, we do certain events, and we sometimes, well, most times, help spread the awareness of dwarfism. One of the main people from that charity is from the West Midlands. Her name's April Barrett. April did a few of the original. I think she did the originals where she played an Ewok.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. I think she was a robot and a droid in another movie as well. So she also worked with Warwick as well when Warwick was filming, because her and Warwick had met through this organisation as well, and they've been long friends. So this organisation needed people to represent them to go help raise money for the charity and to go help spread awareness. So I'd go with April and try and make them feel comfortable and introduce them to Dwarf Sports Association to help them. At the same time, I'd go to schools with her to teach children about dwarfism and try to spread the awareness of it. And I'd go to events that would help raise charity money, so it would help the organisation and help her really. April then, she's an amazing woman. She then gave me this Warwick Davis's contact and told me to contact him and asked if I was interested in any work. So I was interested. She then told Warwick, and Warwick then messaged me the next day asking for my height and my age and everything. So I then did that, and then he then gave me a day for the fitting. And then that's how Star Wars came about, really.
Wow. So your first job was Star Wars?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Amazing, yeah.
Right. So if I remember rightly, that was for Solo, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and obviously it was a creature's job because we called you in. So you came in for a fitting, if I'm right.
Yes, yeah.
Introduce yourself for the first time and, you know, just get your measurements and get all the details we needed. Do you want to tell us about your first trip to Pinewood, Hassan?
All right. So And what happened was, so I thought it'd be, a bit my first time ever going for a job interview as well. And so I'd assumed that they wanted me to dress, well, obviously for any job interview, someone will dress appropriately by going there smart. When it comes to creature industry and things like that and fittings, you don't really need to dress smart. You can go in trackies, it doesn't matter. So I thought I'd go in there smart, try to set the right impression and things. It's my first time ever going there. And my dad's quite a formal person as well. And he always likes to keep things professional. So I thought, okay, cool. So I wore some black trousers with some black shoes, a formally smart a shirt, and a blazer on top. And I walked in there. I met Sophie. Sophie is a really nice, brilliant woman. Who helped with the black box, as I can remember it.
That was the office. That's right. We used to refer to that as a black box because it was painted black.
Yeah.
Sophie was the performance booker. She used to book all the performers.
Yeah. So she then introduced me, lovely, welcomed me, everything. And so I went in a suit, obviously. And when they saw me, they looked a bit surprised, and they did. They didn't know what I was here. So then I told them, I'm in here for fitting. And they looked at me and said, oh, all right. And then they got me up. And then she asked me if I had anything else to change into. And I said, I just went like that. I'm like, no. And then she started to laugh. And then she said, it's okay, no worries. And then she just measured me up.
Yeah, that's right.
And then,
I think you then came over to the creatures department where the model making were, where I was. And I think, I don't know if that was the same day, but we tried you in the droids, didn't we?
I think that was the next fitting I had.
Okay.
I think I met a few people, and then that was it.
Yeah. So yeah, it was mainly to get measurements, and when we're making droids, we always, try and make it fit around the performer, who we have an idea of who may be in the droid. If it's a new build, especially. And then as soon as the build starts, we always try and make it comfortable. As you know, we try and make it comfortable.
Yeah. And
I remember you coming in. So the second time you weren't suited and booted, were you? You came in a bit more appropriately with dressed.
Yes, you could say, yeah. I am. I think what did I call? I came in the normal standard clothes. I came in the pair of jeans and my trainers, and when I was there, I was then told quickly get dressed. So it was better than the first time round in a way.
Yeah. Indeed. So, and then usually we give you what we call blacks, don't we? We give you like a black leotard, so to speak.
Yes, yeah.
A fairly tight-fitting light top and shorts or trousers or whatever you feel comfortable in. And that's to stop any baggy stuff catching on inside the droid, isn't it? And your comfort as well as, making sure there's no problems inside the droid.
Yes, yeah.
So I think the first droid you tried for solo was the yellow droid?
I think the first droid I was made for was the yellow droid, because I remember doing that with Greg.
That's right, yeah.
And
that's right.
So I did that with Greg. At the same time, you were working on with the disappointing one.
Hang on, Sam, you can't call my droid disappointing. I remember that now. Yeah, you used to call it a disappointing one. What was that? Which one was that?
I think that was the black one on Mimban, because I remember the first scenes I did do was on Mimban for my first week of work.
Okay, I've got it. So we'll get back to that in a minute. We'll explain why it was disappointing. The three-legged one, the yellow one.
Yeah.
So you did perform in that in the control room, didn't you? When it was.
Yes, yeah.
So Greg is a model maker. He was part of our team. We had about 4 people at any one time in the model making department. And I know Greg, that was one of his early builds. And I think did he finish that one, or did someone else do that with him? Did someone else do that?
I'm not sure. If I did say anybody that was with him that I saw out making him around, it would be Jimmy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Jimmy Sandys may have finished it as well.
Yeah.
We work together when we're building droids, so it's not always one person doing it. It's, there can be other people involved. And of course, you fabrication girls.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant.
They help with the harnesses and so on, don't they? And even more comfortable for you, which they usually do a great job at. And interestingly, the three-legged droid is actually called HT in 4. Now, why the in 4, I'm not sure, but I named it HT after your Santage.
Thank you very much. That droid is dedicated to me.
So as it was a first fitting for you and the first droid you were involved in, I thought, that would be quite a name. So we managed to sneak your initials into the name of the droid, which is cool. I must tell everybody, your character was impeccable. It was amazing. You were always so polite and happy to do, whatever was required of you. And it's always a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you.
Hopefully will continue to be. But you obviously, because of how well the HT in 4 droid worked, we got you involved in other droids for solo as well, didn't we?
I think I did, altogether, I think I did about three or four droids on the movie, on solo.
There's 3 I can remember. And one of my favourite droids from the whole film, not something I was involved in, but Paul Shabester.
Yeah.
And that's what we fondly referred to as TV Bot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really cool droid. It's really good as well because it's the first time I got to use different aspects of the movie. I got to do stunts with it. So what they did was they put me in a green costume where I look like a big bogey, but it's called a green screen. So I had to fully get dressed in some green clothes. I think I had something covering my head, and then the droid itself was made up to my waist. So the rest that was shown of me that was green would just get covered. So the lid was actually up to my waist. That's how big the droid actually was made. So Paul did a really good job in it as well. Awesome. So when it came to shooting it, I had to jump on the control room desk. So it was really cool as well. My first time doing stunts. I was slightly scared. I must admit, I was a bit scared because it was the first time everybody had the full eyes and concentration on me. And when it comes to everyone making the movie, and Paul worked really hard on the droid, you want everything to go well, and you don't want to disappoint anyone because everybody puts in so much hard work and effort. It's just, but yeah, it's really good. Thankfully, it all played out well, and everyone enjoyed it. So
you were on for the stunt element of that, Hassan, you were on a wire, weren't you? Did they have a wire overhead that you were hooked up to?
Yes, yeah, they did. Yeah, they gave me the wire as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was mainly for safety, wasn't it? Just in case you slipped or fell off the edge of the control panel, and they strengthened it, didn't they, with aluminium? I think.
Yes, yeah.
Because the panels were quite strong anyway, but because you had to literally stamp on it, didn't you? They had lots of squibs, fire, sparking, and so on.
Yes, yeah.
And how many? I think you only took about 3 or 4 takes. Is that right? You did it really quick.
I think we did it in 2.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only time you wore that, wasn't it? You wore it for 2 takes, and it made the cut, and it's quite a good feature in the film, for sure.
Yeah.
I know some people that did like 250 takes in some droids, and you see them for like half a second. So you did well to get that on camera. That was good.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that as well. That's my best shot, really.
Yeah, it was, of course. Yeah, because you weren't involved with R2 at all by then. So we'd be offended briefly by then. We haven't got to R2-C2 yet. So the other character you were involved in well was my disappointing droid, as you call it.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, I know. I'm going to explain just to get myself out of jail, Hassan. Don't you worry about that.
Thank goodness.
That was the mini gonk, wasn't it? We used to call it.
Yes, yeah.
The actual name of your one was, but it was shot on Minban, and it was pretty basic. Let's face it. It was a square box, wasn't it, with a perspex lid, which had a lot of dressing inside, a lot of detailing inside, which was black in colour. A little gonk droid, but I tried to cut slits in the cover so you could give you some visibility and anybody else that was in them, because I made 3 in total. So I think it was you that came for fitting, and I asked you about the visibility, which you found disappointing.
Ooh, yeah.
That is cool. You know, that's what we like. We need honesty from the performers, so we know how we can hopefully make adjustments to make it more comfortable and for you.
Yeah. See, at this time, I already knew that Lee was the master of making droids. You know, everyone was telling me how great he was, and then when I saw him, I was like, what? You know, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's really cool. That was I think that was the first droid that I ever did going. The mini yonk. Really, in a way, it's a good droid to practice off with anyway, for starting with, because like you said, it's pretty basic. Thankfully, I think we had other Paul Casey, who helped me with the walking of it and the movements. So Paul was really good. You, Fiona, everyone else, he pretty much did help me. It's quite funny as well, due to the visibility of it, because my first week of shooting was on, my first 2 weeks of shooting was on a scene called Mimban. Mimban was it was an awesome set. It's the first time I've ever been on set. It was really cool. But at the same time, it was really, really hard and challenging as well in some ways, because of the ground not being level and everything else that was happening, because it was basically a war zone. So, because I couldn't see anything, and it was like a war zone, there had to be other extras that were told about me and things. And there's a lot of boxes, because it's like a training camp, you could say, in some parts of it. So when it came to my first couple shoots of it, Lee or Fiona or someone would be in my ear telling me where to go, and just in case, for my safety, make me aware if anybody was there or something was there, so that I didn't bump into them, or I didn't hurt myself, or I didn't hurt them. So I remember my first couple of scenes of shooting on Mimban, I would be walking and there'd be boxes, but I wouldn't know where they were because of the visibility and everything, and with all the ash and all the smoke and how Mimban was. So I'd walk into these boxes and I'd never know what they were. So what you see on the screen was me walking, heading into a box and taking 3 or 4 steps back, because I was mainly surprised that I'd walked into something, and all I could hear was Lee or Fiona, somebody laughing in my ear saying, "Oh, you just walked into something." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Unfortunately, we were laughing, Hassan, but we were supposed to be telling you that the box is about to come your way, stop or turn or something. But
yeah,
we got used to that in the end, and I know you did, because we always try and be on an earpiece, don't we? I think you were in all your droids, I think. Apart from TV bot, which obviously, because your body was out anyway, we could easily communicate. But yeah, we usually have a radio mic. You know, there's 1 or 2 people allocated to each performer on set, and we're in your ear, like you say, and we're hopefully helping you out and keeping you entertained as well, of course.
Yeah.
The best we can. But yeah, it was an impressive set. That was on the 007 stage, and it was a massive, the whole stage, wasn't it? It was a big war zone, but it was dark, it was smoky, it was muddy. You know, there was fireworks flying around on wire for the explosions, and it was such fun to be on. But after a few weeks, it got a bit tedious, didn't it? Eventually,
yeah, it did. Yeah.
You know, it was good. You know, we unfortunately didn't see that much of it, but you know, it's still good fun, still a good set.
Yeah, amazing for that.
Cool. And of course, you also was in one in Kessel as well, the mines, weren't you?
Oh yes, the mines. Yeah, the mines.
The Falcon was landed when we were. Did you go inside as well? Did you do the interior? Or were you just exterior?
I think I was just exterior.
Yeah. Okay. So we did the exterior shots at Pinewood on the back lot. Again, that was for a week or 2, I think.
Yeah.
You were in one of the mini gonks then as well, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in. Yeah, in a way, yeah. But there was 2
different ones. That's right. Yeah. So you were on Mimban, you were in the grey one, weren't you?
Yeah. Okay.
On Kestel, you were in the blue one, weren't you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, which is, I think it's called MPH 14.
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
And we had this gag. We had a gag, didn't we, where you fell in one of the pools? Do you remember, in one of the sulfur pools?
Yes. Yeah.
which unfortunately we didn't get to. Did we actually even shoot it? I can't remember if we shot it.
I think we did shoot it, and if there's a scene where you see the droid walking beside it, and then there's a wide shot where it comes back out, and when it comes back out, you can see its legs kicking, but you have to kind of zoom in.
Okay, because we made a gag for that, didn't we? Saying they were.
Yeah.
Well, I was quite keen to push you in the sulfur pool, but they won't have any of that. So we made an animatronic version, just the animatronic legs, didn't we?
Yes,
and, it was made by Chris Clark, who's a very talented mech in the creatures department, and he made these animatronic legs that would just, when the droid was upside down, they were just going to kick.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was suffering. But I think we did shoot that, but sadly, I don't think you can see it very clearly in the film. But it was all good. It was all good fun.
It's
Do you
great,
remember it was raining? It rained a lot on that set. It was really sunny one minute, typical British weather. The next minute, umbrellas were coming out and just chucking it down. It was difficult. It was hard work.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun indeed.
Good fun,
After Solo, we were then shooting Rise of Skywalker. We went on to that one, didn't we?
Yeah, that was the second movie I ever did in my life. Yeah, Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. And the last thing you've worked on, if I'm right, is that correct?
Yeah, last thing I've worked on, yes, yeah.
A bit like me, I've only worked on Star Wars, so have you. A bit late to the game, but it's been great to have you on board. So for Rise of Skywalker, you were called in again for Creature Performer, and you were auditioned for one of the, is it called? Let me just get this name right. Wizich Mozza.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, which there were 3 of them, is that correct?
I think there was me, there was RT, and Warwick was in one.
I think, did we not have enough small people, or we had a lot of droids called up in one go, where we were a bit thin on the ground? Because didn't you do a gonk droid as well briefly, which someone else was doing, but they were in another costume, so we were like swapping performers around, weren't we, to be in different characters? I think from time to time.
I think there was. I think the only thing that happened, the only incident that happened was when Kieran was doing a creature, and then the gunk was called up, and then I went into it, but nothing happened. They just called me back out of it. Okay. I think it's yeah.
So with the name Wizich Mozza, I think that is Warwick's one, isn't it? Because I've got that name from the encyclopedia, and I think
must be done. Yeah,
you've got different shoes or something, and that's how we've identified that that's Warwick. We're not sure if yours or Artie's character have got different names or not. I don't think they've appeared anywhere, have they? Is that?
I'm not sure. I can remember Warwick's one was really cool because he got to have the gun. So that pretty much made him like the main out of like the group of gang of us. It was like he was the main guy, and then it was like me and Artie were just one of the boys just meddling about really.
Cool, and that's the character you played, wasn't it? You and Artie sort of had this skit going, didn't you, where you were both just created your own characters and were just up to mischief all the time. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. So, well, before Artie's a lovely creature performer. She's always there for advice and helping out and things. So, and she's really, really organised, thankfully. So before we'd go on to set, she'd say, listen, I've got a few ideas. So we'd stand there for 5 or 10 minutes before, because it takes a while to get the set ready and things. And the Stage 5 set was really cool as well. One of the amazing sets, Stage 5. I can't remember the actual name of it. Was it Black Park? What was it called?
That was, so we shot the exterior, we shot at Black Park.
Oh, okay.
And the interior we shot on the Roger Moore stage, didn't we? The new stage at Pine.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So that was really cool, and Artie would always give me ideas and things. So we'd stand there for 5-10 minutes, and like you said, our creature was just very mischief in a way and misbehaved most of the time. So it'd be parts where, if you look carefully, me and Artie, I want to say fight with each other, but it wasn't actually physical. We just verbally fight with each other, and now and again she might hit me, but it wouldn't be hard. It'd be like a soft one. But other than that, they're just really cool, fun creatures to do. They have big eyes, But now and again we refer them to bumflies because their eyes are really big and look like bum cheeks. So it's quite cool. We had an animatronic. Can't remember who by. So what would happen was mine and Artie's creature could speak, and you could hear little noises from us. I think it was Claire Bannister that helped made them. So Claire helped make the bumfly head, and then gave us animatronics. So me and Artie we would speak, and it was like these creatures had their own different language as well that no one could understand except for each other. And the only one that could probably translate it would have been Warwick.
Okay. And what you were saying about how big the eyes were, Hassan, could you see though, what was the visibility like?
Oh, cool. So the visibility was actually the mouth.
Okay, right.
So the mouthpiece would be here, and then the rest would just be, so from here all the way around would probably be by the eyes of the fly.
And what sort of vision did you have?
Very little visibility in a way, but you could still see because it was like small strips. So there was about 3 or 4 of them, so you could still see.
Okay.
And we had some vision through the nostrils because their nose were very small. So we had 2 holes we could see through as well. So when you think about it, really, we did have quite a bit to look out of.
Right. Okay, that's good. And did you have someone in your ear as well? Like you do in Droids? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right, cool. Good stuff. That's brilliant. Yeah. And then, thankfully, because you were I can't remember the actual day it happened and the scene we shot, but thankfully, as you were at Pinewood for that character that you've just spoken, suddenly JJ asked for 2-legged R2-D2. And we hadn't really planned for 2-legged R2-D2. Admittedly, in the Last Jedi, we had the 2-legged R2 on standby at all times. But this time we weren't so sure, whether it was going to be needed or not. We hadn't done anything about it. If, we could get 2-legged R2 on set. So yeah, that's fine. I had the remote control version just as a backup, which I could just rock from side to side. But you were around, so we tried you inside R2-D2.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you just stepped in, and there you were. Before you knew it, happy accident, you were R2-D2.
Yes. Yeah, it's cool. It's like you said, we've just about both made it. So in a way, made it into the sequel and things. So it's great to be part of it. And obviously to have a cast role, you could say, or some people might say a main role. It's a privilege in a way. So it's really cool. And yeah, like you said, yeah, we were just there at the right times, thankfully. So, yeah.
It was very lucky. But but you've grabbed hold of it. You took the opportunity, and I think you did a great job. What memories have you got, Hassan? What were your favourite scenes in R2? Maybe what's your memories of working inside R2? How was it?
So the first time working was so like you said, Lee had just called me and grabbed me quickly, basically, and said we need someone to go into him. And I'm always happy to go into any robot, no matter what, or creature, and try to give my best for that person. Try and make it really good for the movie. And, I'll give him my all. So hopefully no one will be disappointed. And I don't want to let you guys down. So I was told to do it. So the first time I saw Artie, he's hanging off, because there's a scene where Lee puts him in the X-Wing. So there's a part where he's connected to this thing that pulls him up and down. So him and Waldo lifted that off. And it was a bit funny because there were some extras around as well. And they didn't know what was going on. Obviously, I was just told, whatever I'm told, I just do. So I'd gotten into it. Leah told me to do my movements, but it was a really good behind-the-scenes part because, in a way, everybody in the creature department is like a bit of a weird family in a way. But there's a part that by where R2 was, there was a tent where all the creatures performers were. So all my friends and everything were there, and Lee and Waldo was like, "Give it a move, so I gave it a bit of a wiggle, and everybody in the creature department cheered for me, and it was a really nice moment because they all cheered, and they all started clapping. So that was my first scene in him, and probably my not scene, best first time being in him, and best part about being in him.
Yeah,
So that was really good.
I think that probably made you realise how important and what a key role it was. I think at that point, I'd forgotten about that, you know, and yeah, you just talking about it now, saying I must confess, I'm welling up a bit because I remember it well, and yeah, we're just a big family, you know, we're just such good friends, all of us, you know, and bizarrely we all go off in our separate ways and then don't see each other for months, maybe years, but
yeah,
such a close knit community. We have to be, you know, and for that moment with you and R2 was quite a proud moment. It was good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, that would have to be one of them. And like you said, it's in a way it did show me how much R2D2 meant to, well, people that I work with. So to the fans, it must mean a lot more. So it kind of did set a bit of a standard for me to you know, to always perform as best as I can in him and try to be what I want. At the same time, when it came to the R2D2 role, I'm not a naughty guy, but I do cause a bit of mischief now and again, and I do have some laughs. So when I got this role, I then thought, Lee was like, listen, you have to be a good lad now. So I became more of a good lad in a way on set. My second one would have to be the layer part where I had to do the bend over. That scene, the funny story about this scene was usually before you do a scene or anything, before you do a scene, Lee and I usually get a transcript. In this week, when it comes to transcripts, I do try to bother, but I usually leave it to Lee because it's a big responsibility, and if you leave it, you can get in trouble and things like that. So I think it's best not to have it. And I've always got Lee's there. Lee's always there for me to help me out. And like two R2D2s are rode by two people, not one. So Lee's the other guy. He does do everything. So when RT's called up, I know Lee already tells me what's going to happen and things. So this week, a few people who had the transcript knew that Leia was going to pass away. So I remember walking in, I think it was a Friday morning, we did that shot. So I'd walk in, everybody's like, oh yeah, it's a big scene, this, that, are you ready? I didn't know what people were on about. I just said, yeah, I'm ready.
Always ready, Hassan, always ready.
Yeah, we're always ready. And I'd gone into the toilets and some people were talking about the scene, but I didn't know what was going on. And then I think I was told by Derek and Tom about what was happening. And then I was like, what? And I was really surprised and shocked. And then I'd gone in, and then I told Lee, and he was like, yeah, I already knew.
I just didn't want to panic you, Hassan. You know, I'd never know how you're going to react to these things.
Yes, it.
Cool, admittedly, but I always try and play things down because I just think that makes it a lot more comfortable.
Yes, yeah.
You know, but unfortunately, everything else that was going around you maybe did get the adrenaline going a little bit too early for you, maybe.
yeah, it did, yeah. So, and I had my big C inside R2D2, and it was really emotional, that scene. That shot was really, really emotional. You could feel the tension of it as well. At the same time, Lee gives me ideas of things that I'm able, or what he thinks I'm capable of doing as well. So, like I said, it's a partnership. So, Lee moves the head, and then I do the bend over and the movement inside him. But yeah, that had to be my biggest scene, because throughout the whole of the movie, that's R2's biggest scene. And at the same time, when you go back through the sequel, you see how he's grew up with Leia and Skywalker, and how much they mean to each other, and how much the fans were going to think about it. And during while I was on set, like I said, you could feel the tension, you could see the emotions running. And you did see a few people get teary when Leia passed away, sadly.
Definitely. It was quite a moment, Hassan. Just remind me, Hassan, and I'm not doing this just to try and, you know, big up myself. I can't remember. How did the leaning forward come about? How did that idea, where did that idea come from? I can't remember. Do you remember?
I think it came from you. I'm being honest. I think it came from you.
Viewers, I obviously haven't pre-installed this in Hassan's mind. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was JJ or whether it was you or me. I don't know. But again, it just shows that we're a team. You know, it's just
Yeah.
you're just as one, really, aren't you? So
yeah, it's whatever we could really do to bring the best out of Artie himself and like try make the movie the best we possibly can.
yeah. So how did you do that, Lean, Hassan? How did you achieve that?
So the lean, I think the lean, yeah, it was when me, you, and JJ were there talking, and you said, "Well, we could try a lean or something," and then I did the lean. So yeah.
How did you actually physically manage to do that? What's involved in you doing that lean?
I don't know. Sometimes I'm just able to do things that I think, yeah, why not do it? But what I do remember is with Artie, when it comes to doing a lean, you have to balance him properly because it's only my legs that I've got in him. So as I'm on my tiptoes, I kind of, I lift him up, but I have to keep myself, like my core really in tight and everything. So the droid itself, like Artie, is leaning.
Yeah,
gotcha. And making sure he doesn't fall over or anything happens.
Gotcha. And Hassan, can you describe what it's like to be inside R2? How your senses, you know, what sort of senses have you got around you, and how dark is it, and how warm is it? You know, can you?
So how I get into R2 is Lee picks me up and then drops me in him. So I'm just drop me to R2. My legs are split like that. So I've got one leg this way and another leg that way. It's not straight. That's a bit uncomfortable because it's a little uncomfortable because of the middle part and everything with the private area and everything. So you can get hurt a bit, but it's okay really. The legs, it's just after a while, the legs being like that for after a while can hurt a bit, but other than that, it's okay. It can get really hot inside him, depending on the set. For example, when we were in Jordan, I was sweating my head off. That was really hot. At the same time, it's quite funny because there'll be moments, I can't see anything inside him, and there'll be moments and parts where Lee will move the droid and his head will spin like that. So it'll be pretty funny because I don't know what's going on, but all they see is the don't doing that, and I'm thinking, oh, but it'll just be Lee moving it, and then I've always got Lee in my ear as well, so if there's anything going on, he's like, oh, take a rest, you can rest for a bit. So I'll try and make myself as comfortable as possible. Or there'll be moments where he asks if I need anything or how I'm feeling in there. But it can get really hot. It's not really uncomfortable. It's got really bright lights inside of him because of the eye and everything else. So the light's always on. But yes, to be honest with you, as well, doing this droid, because you know how R2 is a main droid and everything, and because I've been in 3 or 4 droids in the previous solo one, when I stepped into R2, you do feel like a boss droid. You're a big man droid. But yeah, it's pretty cool to be honest. And I remember as well, there's a code name for R2 being the little guy. So whenever I'd get a call sheet, it'd say the little guy, but I didn't know this the first time I done it for the second shot. So when I was called in for R2 and he's saying the little guy, I thought these were taking the mick at me. So I'd gone up to Derek and I said, Derek, listen, what's this about? Derek said, oh no, you fool, it means R2. So it's quite funny, and I was like, oh, all right, cool.
And Hassan, you've got a keenness for a certain chocolate bar as well, haven't you? Do you want to tell us about that?
I love Freddos. So well, I think it was on the end of Solo where Fiona, who's lovely, sorry guys, the best, but always helps with giving me chocolates and things. She made a little pouch, and she did the same for R2. So she made a pouch inside him, And I've always got about 3 or 4 Freddos in there. And throughout the day, I just eat Freddos, you know, because you do get really tired in lifting the droids and everything. So I know there's always a Freddo there for me. So when I get hungry and I'm in the droid, you start talking, I just have a Freddo.
That's right. And just to rewind a little bit on what's it like to be in R2, of course, in between takes, I always try and step in and take the dome off as well, don't I, to give you some fresh air.
Yeah.
Well, so, and just to, it's sometimes easier to communicate with you rather than just the earpiece. Because the earpiece is, of course, the earpiece is one way as well. So you can't talk back to me, can you?
No.
So we have a little signal thing going on, don't we? So before a tape, if I'm out of shot and I can't step in to talk to you, I'll be on the radio and say, everything okay, Hassan? And you'll give me a little shake from R2. I'll know that everything's okay. And we, you know, so it's quite a neat way of communicating.
Yeah. At the same time, Anthony as well, because sometimes forgets that no one's inside RT. So there'll be times where I'm trying to leave and Anthony would have his hand on me or something because he likes it being there and it's easier for him to, you know, get into his costume as well because he does struggle as well. And yeah, so it'd be a bit funny. And now and again, he accidentally chip a few things off RT and not realising what he's done because he can't see himself. So yeah, that'll be funny. And he would be like, oh, Anthony. It'd be quite funny. It'd be amazing.
We mentioned Anthony. Sam, what's it like to work with Anthony Daniels? You know, to someone that's been in the industry for so long, working on Star Wars as C-3PO, you know, for all the films. What's it like to work with him?
And Anthony was the first time I ever met him. He was really funny. He was polite, really friendly and welcoming. He gave me a lot of confidence as well, because he'd always reassured me that I'd done well. He always gave positive feedback. Like I said, he's a very professional person, and when it comes to doing an act or scene with C-3PO and R2-D2, he already knows what he wants, and at the same time, because these two are duo and things, he always gives advice to how we can do certain roles and how it make his life easier and how we can make our life easier while shooting. And yeah, it's just been a big confidence piece because of his lovely words and things, and he always tries to help and support us. And it's really nice. Yeah. It's really funny as well. He's an amazing person. It's really funny to work with, and yeah, he's just a great guy.
Great, that's great. Hassan, you mentioned briefly about Jordan, that we went to Jordan.
Yeah.
Just so people know, you know, the Jordan shoot was massive, and the infrastructure that went out there. I helped pack everything, you know, in the containers, and I can't remember how many containers the creatures department shipped. It was 2 or 3, and that was just the creatures department, you know. And we were quite compact compared to vehicles and costume and everything else. You know?
Yeah.
And it was just vast, and you have to ship the stuff or 2 before we shoot as well, so it has time to travel there and unpack and so on. And we were there for, I think they were filming for 2 or 3 weeks in all, and we weren't going. We were left out. We were just, you know, the whole of creatures department went over to Jordan, and I can't deny, you know, I did feel a bit left out, but we were surplus requirements. We were not needed. R2-D2 was not going out there. None of my droids were going out there, so we had some time off. But then, within a week of filming starting and us being at home having our 2-week sabbatical, or however long it was, we got a phone call, didn't we?
Yeah.
And, hey guys, how soon can you get out to Jordan? So a slight change of plans, slight change of script, whatever it was. And next thing I know, I'm rushing down to Prime Studios, packing R2-D2 away, and making sure our passports are up to date.
Yeah.
What an experience, Hassan. We went out together, didn't we? I think we met Kelly at the airport. She was flying as well from the UK on the same flight. She was rushed out there as well, I believe, for the same scene. How did you find it? What did you think?
Oh, it was great. Jordan was amazing. Itself, it was it was my first time ever doing locations. Like Lee said, everybody had been there for 2-3 weeks, and you know, after being at a certain place for a long time, you do start to miss your family and your friends, and can get a bit frustrating. And bearing in mind, as well as we're all having fun and we are in a different country, we have to still work, so you have to behave. And Jordan as well, you're not used to the heat, different country. Some of the people there before me and Lee were waking up at 2:30 and then going to the set at like 6. But when me and Lee got there, we were the lucky ones.
And Hassan, what about when we arrived? Because we arrived in a different airport, which was further away from the airport the rest of the crew flew into. I think we had a 4 or 5 hour road trip, didn't we, to get to the location?
Yeah.
And the hotel that we turned up at.
Right, so there's been a bit of a mismatch between the hotels. So me and bearing in mind, I'm scared of snakes. So on the way there, I'm just asking the taxi driver about snakes, and he's there making jokes about snakes. And we weren't sure if we were gonna go straight to set, and me and Lee weren't told if we were gonna go straight to set or not. So we're there in our summer clothes, thinking, oh, it's a nice hot country. So we go to the hotel we're staying at, which is a beautiful hotel called Al Manara. So me and we're thinking, yeah, we got a chill day off today. We'll just relax, you know, check a few things out. We had already got a few things in mind of what I wanted to do at the hotel. So we were sitting there, and then we see Patrick. Patrick is another puppeteer and creature performer. So they were all these lot were really pleased to see us all our creature department, because they've been there for a while, and seeing so many fresh faces can spark you up again and bring everything back to life. So Lee's there, he's having a conversation with Patrick, he's saying hello and everything. And then Patrick asked him, so where are you staying? And he said really happily and chuffed, we're staying here.
It was the nicest hotel. It was beautiful. It was so nice.
Yeah, so cool. And then and Patrick was like, oh, you guys are lucky then. You like it here. And then 2 minutes later, we got a call, and the guy from the main office of the hotel came up to us and said, sorry, you're not staying here. Yeah, you're in the wrong hotel.
We did literally go from the top hotel to the bottom hotel, didn't we?
Yeah. But it's really funny, but it was cool because we preferred to be with our friends who were staying there anyway.
That's right. And it was fine. It was okay, wasn't it? You know, we were lucky. There was you have to be careful what you eat and so on out there, but it was cool. It all turned out all right.
Yeah, fantastic, to be honest with you.
Sadly, what we shot wasn't actually seen in the film.
No, yeah.
It was a bit weird, I think. You know, it was the whole Romanian cast that survived the film in a line looking at the sunset, wasn't it? And middle of the desert. And when we were shooting it, and I think we were in size order as well, which you know, with BB-8 and Dio on the end. And it was never seen, but it was cool to be involved. We helped out with other things as well while we were out there. And what a wonderful experience! It was cool.
That has to be probably one of my best experiences of that whole sequel as well, because it's my first time doing locations, and it's just pretty amazing. At the same time, I've never been on holidays with these lots, so these lot tell me about all the crazy stories and things they get up to. And then when I was finally there, I got 2 in this all. So
we'll end that there, Hassan. Now, just to finish off, Hassan, you mentioned a few people. You mentioned a few people, crew members that you're fond of. You know, and I know we all get on, and you're fond of all of them. But there's the people you mentioned, and one of them being Fiona Pollard.
Oh,
so I've actually got something for you as a little surprise.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna share my screen.
Surprise! Hi Hassan, I hope you're well. Now, we had the opportunity to work together on many sets, and you were a dream to work with. But I want to know, which set was your favourite?
Oh, that's a hard question. I'm not sure really, because we've got the Black Park, we've got Mimban, and then we've got the one where actually the control room was quite cool as well. The bar one was quite cool as well.
So many cool sets, you see, Hassan. That Fiona says. We've worked on so many cool sets, but which is your favourite?
I'll say I'm gonna go with Mimban, because that story does make you think, gosh, yeah, I'm gonna go with Mimban, and that's where me and Fiona first went with. Yeah, Mimban is Mimban.
Love it. Okay, that's great. Mimban. That's great. Okay, so I'm going to try and play another video now, another question. Okay.
Okay.
So here we go again.
Well. Whoa, I've just noticed there's a lot of yellow in this. I mean, that looks like I'm wearing a hat if I do that. Anyway, didn't think you'd see this pretty face, eh, buddy? Hey, H-Man, how you doing? How's my number 4 guy, huh? Yeah, that's right, you're my number 4 guy, okay? It's a good place to be. I'll give you a countdown of my peeps, all right? Number 1 is me. I'm always number 1. Remember that. In any scenario, numero uno. My number 2 is my wife. 3 is my son. Sometimes that changes. Number 4 is a tie right now. And it's a tie between your handsome self and Tom Wilton. Now, I propose a battle royale to the death. Okay, but look, that's a whole other conversation we can have another time, and you know, we'll deal with that later. Right now, I'm here to help this interview. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. It's a 2-part question. You have to answer. Can't give no cop-out answer. You have to answer these questions, okay? Part 1 of my 2-part question is, if you had to choose 2 new colors for R2-D2, what would they be? Number 2, part 2, dose. If you had to rename R2-D2, what would you rename R2-D2? And you got to answer that. And remember, your answers will probably make half the people watching this hate you. So that's what I'm doing for you, buddy. That's the love. I got your back. I got your back, buddy. Much love. I miss you.
All right. He's a nutcase. He's trying to get me killed.
So what's your answer, Sam?
Well, gosh, number 1's a bit of a hard one. If I had to choose a different colour for Artie, I think he looks pretty good the way he is. If I had to, I'd probably pick green and black, but like a glossy green and a jet black.
Wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that, Hassan, but I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you might say red and white for your team.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, that was a great idea.
No, you've had your chance.
Right.
What would you call it, Dan? What's question number 2?
What would I call it? I don't know. Really, it's a droid, but it's in a way it's not really our droid, is it? It's the people's and the Kennys and everyone who did it first.
Yeah, but you know, if let's say then that if you had a same droid as R2-D2, but it was painted green and black, what would you call it? What letters would you give it? Let's say, you know, like C2B5 or whatever. You know, what designation we call it? What designation would you give it?
I want to name it after me, but if I do so, Derek might get a bit offended.
Don't worry about him.
Okay, if I do,
he stitched you up with this question.
You know what? I give it 4, 5, 6. How many letters can it be? Can it be how many ever letters it wants?
Preferably 4, really.
4, crap. Right. Come on. So I'll have 1 letter for you, 1 letter for Fiona, 1 letter for Derek, and yeah, 1. See, if I say this last one now, everybody's gonna be on my case saying you didn't choose my letter. But yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to Paul. So yeah, P. Now Sean's gonna get angry. But yeah, I was gonna say Paul. Yeah, 4 letters Paul. So L F D P. That's what I have to call him.
Okay, Hassan. Derek's going to love that. Good answer.
Oh gosh, I think I might just save myself, kill myself at the same time. But yeah.
Thank you. Right, so we've got one more video to play.
Hey Hassan, Tom Wilton here, one of your fellow creature performers. I don't know if you remember me. It's just obviously now that you've become famous, you know, being R2D2 and all, you're not getting back to my texts or my emails. But despite that, you'll always be my number 3. I would never make you wrestle to be my number 3. How you doing, mate? I hope all is well with you. I'm babbling words, blah, 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 blah. Despite that, I'm going to carry on. Here's my question for you. We've had some good, fun, practical jokes behind the scenes on Star Wars. What is your best practical joke that either you did on someone else or someone else did to you? Go.
Oh gosh. Right. Gosh, that's quite a hard one. Because there's been quite a couple played on me as well as me playing on others. Right, so me and Mikey, who is a costume designer, basically we got Derek on back, and how we did that was Derek played a lot of pranks on me this week, so I planned this one for a couple of days. So Derek played, I can't remember what his character was. It was the guys in the yellow suit. He had a yellow costume. And he had that. It was like a bear, and so it was really big. And obviously, me being my size and everything, so I'm probably up just over Derek's leg. But when it comes to making the costume with the padding and everything, his leg's pretty much bigger than me. So what happened was, there was one morning, I came in around about 7:30. I quickly ate my breakfast. I ran in and I told Mikey what we were doing. And Mikey loved it. And she was like, great plan. I think you should do it, because Derek's quite well known for his jokes and everything as well. So I had jumped into Derek's costume and my whole body pretty much fit in his one leg. So I was there with this greased in one leg of him, and my head would pop out from halfway in doing the zip. So Derek was there. So I was waiting about half an hour, and we were needed on set for 9 o'clock. So I was in there for over an hour. Derek came around about 8:50, and Mikey was quickly rushing him, telling him, get in your costume, come on, get in your costume, we need you on set. And Derek now and again, once you tell him about 3-4 times, he does get a bit impatient, and he was like, guys, it's flipping 8:15. I've got to be on set for 9. I've got plenty of time. And these were just still rushing him about the time. A few of the costumes, new girls I already known. So as he was there, he's bearing in mind he's really annoyed. And he just lift up his costume. He could feel it was a bit heavy, but luckily he managed to, I don't know how, somehow he pulled it out without not realizing it would still be heavy with me in it. And then he zipped it up, and then as I was there, I screamed out and shouted, boo! And I scared the crap out of him, and really scared him. He's silent for a minute because he didn't know what the hell had just happened. And he's like, that's bloody why. But yeah, that was probably the best prank I've pulled on anyone.
Always a joker. Good fun to have around, Hassan.
Yeah,
well, I think we're going to have to wrap it up now. We've gone well over our time. I'm going to have to edit this video and pack it down to the 45 minutes I promised everybody. But thank you so much for your time, Hassan. Really appreciate it. And I've just got to say, you know, hopefully we'll work together. You know, you're a credit to the business, and thanks for all that you've done. You know, it's been so good working with you. And yeah, hopefully it'll be very soon, Hassan.
Yeah, hopefully, thankfully, it's been amazing working with everyone as well. It's an experience that I'll always remember, and you guys have been great as well. So I'm pleased. As long as you guys are pleased, then that's what we'll ask for, really.
Right.
But yeah, I'm glad I could help and give my support and offer.
Good man. No, pleasure to work with. All the best to Sam.
Indeed.
Catch you soon.
See you
Cheers,
later.
mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Well, what a great interview that was. Hassan, what a great guy. Hopefully you enjoyed that video. He's such a nice guy. I hope that came across, and I'm sure he'll do well in life.
You're right, Lee. It was a great little video. And let's not also forget that droidbuilders.uk/raffle closes at 4 p.m. UK time. How do you feel about that?
You can just be whoever you want with fashion. You struggle with manly pen.
Hey guys, Panel Daddy here from Panels R Us.
You're tuned in to Droid Builders UK. To enter our fantastic raffle, please go to droidbuilders.uk/raffle. You can win any of these fantastic prizes from as little as £1. First up, we have crew merch. There'll be no doubt you'll be impressing your friends and family with this fantastic crew merch. We also have a Brian Herring BB-8 signed mug. Perhaps if you like your coffee on the dark side, this is one for you. The Art of Sideshow book. The Rise of Skywalker DVD, no doubt signed by Lee Towersey himself. A cuddly toy. In this case, it's an R2-D2. Sideshow Dio and BB-8. Every pound matters. Please get donating now. A Sideshow Jawa and EG9 Power Droid, aka a Gonk Droid. droidbuilders.uk/raffle. Don't forget we're live on YouTube this Saturday. Sideshow R2-D2. Each of these are worth around about £300. And here are some of our extra raffle prizes. £50 there from 3D Filiprint. We're giving away PLA throughout the day. We've got some fantastic prizes. It's a fantastic charity as well. So make sure you put your pounds in at droidbuilders.uk/raffle. There'll be no doubt you'll be impressing your friends and family with this fantastic crew merch.
Great, so there's some of the prizes. There's going to be more prizes announced throughout the day, I'm sure. And we're going to have giveaways as well throughout the day. So should we have a giveaway now? We might as well.
Let's do it.
Why not? So stay tuned throughout the day and we'll have various giveaways. And on this occasion, we're going to go to 3D Filiprint, one of our sponsors, who've kindly donated some £50 vouchers to spend with 3D Filiprint.
Wow.
So what you do with this one is we're going to open a raffle now, which is the same raffle, droidbuildersuk.raffle, sorry. And anyone that donates from now, £20 or over, between now and the end of the next tutorial, will go into an additional draw to win the £50 voucher. So if you're umming and ahhing whether to donate now, good time to do it because you've got a double chance of winning.
Sorry, whoa. I'm a bit fuzzy. What?
So, if you donate now to the raffle, £20 between now and the end of the next table tutorial, you will be in an additional draw and you'll get a chance to win a 3D Filiprint voucher.
Makes sense.
.3D Filiprint is happy to be sponsoring Droid Builders UK 2020 once again this year, with 5 £50 vouchers to be won throughout the day. But wait, there's more. As well as providing 5 £50 vouchers for this broadcast, 3D Filiprint are very proud to be working with Filamentum to be giving away 8 spools of spot prizes throughout the day. Good luck and happy printing!
What a fantastic offer there, Lee. That's brilliant. Resin printing is up next. In fact, I've got something here that I think you're going to like. This is you. Would you would you
sing the same t-shirt?
Yeah, exactly right. This is an exclusive pop that I've made. My wife's made. Can you sign this? Yeah, please do.
Of course, of course.
Thanks, mate. I've got lots of things for you to sign today.
Good man. I'll sign it here, yeah?
Yeah.
Why not? So I'm so used to asking people. There you go.
Hi guys, as you can see, here's our parts. These are the 39.1 detail inserts that go into the track covers. These are ideal for resin printing. They're small, they're difficult to sand due to the small in parts here. So we just want to go over, the only thing I've done so far is insert both of them into the build area and to flatten them by this bottom face. The reason I've done that is with resin printing it's often better not to stand straight with your prints, having a completely vertical piece, because you reduce your printing time with a more horizontal piece. However, we don't want the support structures all over one side. So what we're going to do here is go through the supports and look at how I go around orientating them, especially for parts like these. So the first thing I do, I'll make sure I've got both parts selected, because most of the settings here, especially for identical parts, you want to do on both pieces, and I'll just move it off the build plate by about 3mm. This gives total space for support structures to go underneath that first face. Now, you don't always need it, because these parts can be hidden where you connect, but when your resin printer prints, it will not fully cure the part. So when you go to scrape these bits off, your blade may make some small dents and impacts in that. So to remove that chance, I always move the parts off of the build plate before adding supports. We then go into the support settings. Now, for a part this big, I tend to stick with the standard medium density settings that the slicer provides. You can play around a lot with these. They change like the contact point, the shape of the riser, the shape of the raft, and the depth of the raft. What we're looking for though is quite a large area of supported material, at least up until sort of midway up. This will allow the part to stick to the build plate quite well without having excess weight pulling it away. The bigger the build plate area, because a lot of it is held on through suction, the less chance as your part moves up and down away from the FEP film that is on the bottom of the vat, that the FEP will hold on to it and pull it away from the build plate, causing a failed print. So I can just add a platform here. I'm going to click plus all. Both parts are selected, so it will run through both. And what you see there is you've got a reasonable sized base. The two bases connect as well, which adds some rigidity away from the pull, and that you've got some supports going on in there. Now, if I was to pull this down to go through the slicing, you'll find here in particular, pull it down a little bit more, here we've got a part printing in thin air, so that is never going to print. And we're going to have the same further down on this lower edge. So what I want to do is to add more supports in. So I'm already selecting add support here. I will zoom in, I'll pull down to those lower layers and push there, and then you'll notice I have a green spot there. Now that green spot, if I click, will create a support structure. That support structure should enable most of that to be held together. However, as I've noticed, there's a bit more support on this side than that side. I'm just going to even that out. Again, all supports do is they add a little bit of post-processing time, but not a stupid amount. So now we're going to do the same for the upper one. So again, highlighting that this part is just going to print in thin air with no support beneath it. So let's again move in. And try and get the additional support as central as possible. What you'll see there is it's joining those supports together, giving it extra rigidity and connectivity. And again, I'm going to even up there and there, and that should be properly supported now. I just want to zoom in and check the supports it's done. On the bottom one, that's been supported at the bottom edge there properly, and that should be enough to support the entire thing. You'll see we've got some supports in here now. Arguably they're not needed, but they'll also be very easy to remove because you've got some flat surfaces there. So supporting, you want to support all lower edge areas that are easy to identify by pulling down your layer heights and going through and looking for something that appears where there is no support to help it. No more on that. More complex shapes take more time, but the more time you put into this, the better your chances of a successful print will be. Hi guys, so now we're going to look at the print time-lapse. The resin printers are amazing little machines. As you can see, the build plate actually recedes down into the resin. It cures a layer. This is just a quick time-lapse of those two parts that we went through and set all the supports and everything for. Once done, the parts will lift out of the tray and you'll see slowly edges up, building more and more layers until eventually you start to see parts appearing out of the vat. The resins are different, curing times can be different. Do research each resin as and when you use it. But that's it, there's your print time lapse. Next we're going to go into the washing. Washing's really important, and now I use an Anycubic wash and cure, but anything where you're washing your parts in the appropriate material, IPA or water depending upon the resin, and agitating the resin, there'll be a lot of surface resin on those parts that needs cleaning and clearing off, so you need to get rid of as much of that as possible before you move on to clearing. Now we're going to look at cleaning off the supports. The first stage of this, make sure that your parts are dry, so tissue paper, toilet roll, just dry off some of that IPA or water that you've been cleaning with, just to make it easier to handle. Use gloves at all time when handling these parts. And then just take your flush cutters, try and trim flush to the level of the surface that you've gone up against. Remove all the support material. With this example, it's easier to get some of the supports that are in between the awkward areas, but some are a bit more difficult. Make sure you've got a nice sharp set of flush cutters, and eventually you'll be able to just snap off the supports because you'll have cleared enough, then clear through. After this, I tend to like to do a bit of cleanup work, so either a little bit of sandpaper, or in this case all I had to do was to remove some of the detritus in the middle, is just to get an old toothbrush and brush it through. You're essentially just trying to clear any of the nubs that are left from the support material, or any of the powderized resin. The resin does powder a bit when you snip at it, to clear it off ready for curing, because anything left on there before you cure will prevent the UV rays coming in to fully cure this part. So yeah, just brushing them off there, that's all that is required with these parts, but different parts need different bits of clearing up. And then lastly, we go on to curing it. It's a little bit, I've cut out the middle of this, so I tend to cure it for 6 minutes in a cubic wash and cure. But any UV light source on the 405nm wavelength for most of these entry-level resin printers. And just make sure you get a good all-round cure, that your curing isn't in one direction. This will harden the resin and just finish off that curing process that it started in the printing, and allow you to be able to handle the parts, and so that your parts will then be strong. This here is ABS-like resin, so it has some flex to it once finished anyway, but some are a lot harder and a lot more brittle. You can get some flexible resin filament, resin as well. So I just stick it in the Anycubic wash and cure, but sunlight or even a UV lamp, maybe a turntable to keep the light rotating around will do. And then pull your part out and you are done. That is resin printing from start to end.
Thanks for that, guys. That was great. That was really, really good. Sam, I believe you have a birthday coming up. So
I do. 11th of August, same as Hulk Hogan.
I have a little gift for you.
Oh, thanks.
And while you open the gift, I will tell people about the merchandise. So if people would like to go to the Droid Builders UK website, there's a merchandise page, and we have some cool merch, as modelled by Sam and myself earlier. And you can buy some limited edition patches and stickers. There's various things you can buy, some of which will go quite quickly. Will probably be gone today, hopefully. So yeah. There you go, Sam. Happy birthday for the 11th of August.
Thank you so much. Same as Hulk Hogan, don't forget that as well. The giveaways that are coming up. Don't forget, we've got that £50 voucher from 3D Filiprint. That'll be coming up in the next few minutes, hopefully. Giles is beavering away in the background there.
Keep going, Giles. Keep going. And next up, we have a great BB-8 talk. It's done by a few of the lads that are building BB-8s at the moment. And whether you're building already or just thinking about building, then it's well worth a watch. Sam, you ever thought about building a BB-8?
I have, but the idea keeps running away from me, Lee.
Good one.
Anyway, on to the next bit. During the BB-8 talk, your chance, in fact, to be given away is this BB-8 mug. It's a Brian Herring signed BB-8 mug.
Same rules apply. It's £20 donated, and we're doing the draw, aren't we, during the talk?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Lee and Sam, for that intro.
Get that done, and Giles will be beaving away doing the draw again.
He will. People were waving at me in the background. Hi! That's all good. Let's run VT, shall we?
Let's go.
Thanks, Lee and Sam, for that intro.
Welcome to BB-8 101. I'm John.
I'm Andy.
And today we're going to go through the various options of what you choose when you're thinking about doing a BB-8 robot. We'll go over them all.
We're going to start with spheres.
Then we're going to look at the choices of skins.
And then we're going to move on to all the different drive options that are out there.
And lastly, we're going to finish up with the future of BB-8 building and some of the exciting options that are coming out from the community and are in development now.
Some of which look really good. I'm quite looking forward to the Vonjet hamster.
Yeah, especially paired with the new Dan Brune drive. So all of that's to come later, so stay tuned for that.
But first of all, we'll kick off with the spheres. So
when you're doing a BB-8, there's quite a few choices to make. Do you want to go hamster? Do you want to go axle? The reasons for doing either are based on two types of droid.
I suppose the main reason would be cost. You know, what's your budget going to be like? Do you have a few £1,000s to throw at this, or do you only have a couple of hundred? That would straight away tell you which route you go down.
Yeah, and it helps with your design ethos as well. Like, it may be that you want to do something completely custom. It might be you, due to limited funds, you decide to do something that's just a static with a wiggle head.
Using just a fiberglass ball. Yeah.
But we'll go over those options and why they're there just quickly. The axle drive is it's a representation of the stage droid that was rolled out at Star Wars Celebration Anaheim when we first saw BB-8 in real life. And then obviously you've got the ball hamster type, which is probably more true to what BB-8 should be, and it's purported to be in the film. That's
roll in any direction at any point without.
But yeah, once you've made those decisions, that divides your options up with everything we're about to talk about.
Yes. I think it's fair to say that hamster is probably the cheapest to start out with. And then you start working into the axle drives. Probably starting with Joe's drive, I would have thought. And then working your way all the way through up to Carey. And then, I'm not sure if there's anything beyond Carey on that point. But
the full Mark 1 copy that someone is working on is definitely pushing budget limits, I feel.
And a drive we're going to talk about later, which is Dan Brune's one, I would say probably sits comfortably in the middle. It straddles the point where it becomes a cheap hamster and expensive hamster and a cheap axle drive. I think that's probably he's going to be straddling that point.
And then there's some drives that are exciting and coming soon, but may actually be slightly more expensive than a Carey. We don't know yet because it's still in design, and I think they're on like revision 4 or something ridiculous.
But yeah, once you decided which you're going to do, if you're going to do hamster or axle, you basically then decide which type of sphere you're going to do. If you're going hamster, you have the choice of the T&M sphere, which is my current design, and upcoming you also have the Vonjet hamster. You could also make your own one out of polycarbonate. We won't be covering the polycarbonate one because that's pretty self-explanatory. It's just a polycarbonate sphere you shove the drive into and roll it around like a hamster in a ball. After that point, it's if you're going down to axle, you're a better place to talk about it more than me. But
yeah, so in axle spheres, you've got the Carey injection molded sphere, which is a 2-part sphere with that needs a separate set of skins. And then you've got the Vonjet, which is now up to V3, which is an all-in-one sphere that requires no extra skins panels because they're already built into it. There is a 3D printed version of the Carey sphere as well, but we won't mention that today because its features are pretty much identical to the Carey injection molded one.
Okay, so I think we will dive right in and we'll start talking about spheres. We'll see you in a bit. This is the T&M hybrid sphere. It is actually a very clever design, especially for one of the first iterations of BB-8 spheres. That's what a triangle looks like. It's, as you can see, it's just 3 separate pieces that are 3D printed, joined together with hex screws and a bolt. Sorry, and a nut. This one's a bit loose because I've taken it off and replaced it with something I'll show you in a second. Triangles are similar. Circles are similar. 4 sections screwed together and then screwed to itself. I think this printed in one piece may also work better, but I think this design's been abandoned now. This is the design unless somebody wants to take it further. So spinning around, you can see why I dumped a triangle. I reprinted with this clever hatch design here. And you just twist lock, pull out, and then you can see inside. Supposedly you can see inside to get to fix stuff. It's still very tight. I think one of these would have been better personally, but in order to get into there, i.e. to get one of those off, you need to take off 4 triangles. Whereas here you just take off the 1 triangle, unscrew, you got access. Something to note with the club panels, as I said, they are strong, they are thick, they are strong, they are sturdy, providing you print them in 1 piece. I printed all mine in 2 pieces because at the time I didn't know you could print the triangles in 1 piece, and I didn't have a printer big enough to print the circles in 1 piece. But as I said, yeah, that is pretty tough. It's just unfortunate that it also affects the magnetic strength. Possibly I could use stronger magnets. As I said, you've got the thickness of this. Where's the triangle? You've got the thickness of this, plus the let's get a triangle. Plus the thickness of a triangle on top. You've got that much plastic preventing your the magnetic force between the head and the body magnetic mount. The original idea behind this was it would be either axle or hamster drive, but then not long after Carey released his sphere, which eliminated the need for this to be for axle. As it is with the hamster drive, theoretically I can drive in any direction I want. I'm not limited by that 1 axle, by that 1 direction of travel, and I don't need to lean to turn. I can just spin on the spot and go off in the new direction. For a static or wiggler, that'd be perfect. Yeah, you could put a DMM, a BMM sort of on here on a stick as normal. Just put a little motor in there on some wheels to wobble it around, and then have a dome magnetic mount in the head, and then they say you've got yourself a wiggler. So I've undone all the screws around the circumference, and I knew that was going to happen. I still forgot. And now we've got access to the drive. Okay, so as you can see, that's my hamster drive. Let's get him out. Briefly put him over here. This is the inside of the sphere now. As you can see, it's fairly smooth. You could, so the recommendation is that you do coat the inside with resin or something else that smooths it, so you don't get the little bumps in between. You also need to tighten these as much as possible. This has flexed. They are starting to come apart, and they just need doing up again. You could also super glue the nut. If you'll be able to see it. You could also super glue the nut to the end there, so the screw goes through. You don't, because half the problem is when you try and put this screw in, you don't hold the screw while doing it up, and then the screw falls off or you miss a line. But once that's in, and it is strong, it does work, it does the job, and you can drive a hamster in it. Dave Alvarez and Dan Brune are both using these spheres, but yeah, they both have successfully used these spheres, both with the club panels and with the thin panels. Yeah, that's a T&M sphere.
So this is the Carey injection moulded sphere. It closely follows the Carey 3D printable inner sphere design. When it arrives as a lot of little panels, so from this line here over to there, those parts repeated to make the entire frame. In between there you have several cross brace members that go underneath the circle panels. This means if you were to remove a circle, you can just pull these bars out and gain access to the insides of your drive. Put them on again, and they're designed in such a way so they do slide a little bit, the idea being that your circle can get its position centered around the triangles that are going around it. That centering position can then be pinned in place by screwing in the triangles. One nice thing about this design is it's very lightweight, it's thin. Downside again can be cost. We need to get these from the US. There are some builders that occasionally do runs to get them from the US, from Carey imported. It can save you quite a bit of money. One thing that I really like about this design and why I did my first BP8 in a Carey sphere was you can quite readily just remove the drive just by separating these three sections. You loosen off 2 screws per quadrant there, and you can just pull it apart. They are braced using little 1-cent pieces that are just embedded in there and glued in, and then make sure I get it the right way because I labelled them all. You just slot them all back together. Once you're done and your drive is in, your drive will connect via these hub points. So one hub point on the removable section and one on its opposite side there. Those holes are cut out to allow the speakers or transducers access to the outside. And yeah, all in all, a really good sphere. I've got the rest of all the cross-brace bars there. Some are designed for specific points on the sphere. So there are some panels that have LEDs just underneath here, so there's a channeled out area for you to stick the LEDs, and the other ones have just got runs going in between them. Another feature there, you've got a run going through to allow for wiring to get around the sphere underneath the circles. Like I say, exceptionally good sphere. Downsides are cost. Go with this if you're looking for separate panels to go on top and you want looking at an axle design drive and you want something that is both lightweight and incredibly easy to use following on from that. Next up we have the Vonjet V3 files. The Vonjet utilises a much thicker frame inner and outer sphere in one piece. So what you have is you have a very thick circle, but you don't have to pair an inner sphere to an outer sphere. The files are quite well designed. They use some aluminium bars with screw holes in to join the triangles together. They have ridged areas here that the circles lock into, and those circles lock in, once finished, they have attachable, some of them are screwed in, but the example I've got here is a triangle that allows for, on this edge, it allows for a circle that is screw locked in, and it uses some power delivered wiring that comes out at the edge of the circles for the power delivery modules. The circles are pretty solid. They are designed to hold your sphere. Material wise, you have to be careful because you have to maintain strength and rigidity, because you don't want deformation due to the weight of your drive pulling your sphere down. But this is a really well designed system and fairly cheap to make and produce, because you're not buying an inner sphere and printing that, and you're not then printing panels on top. You are doing you know, your 6 circles and your however many triangles it is. I think it's 16. But they fit together really well. The gaps in them are very, the design gaps are they're quite thin, but they are deep, so your wheel shouldn't have any problems going over them. But again, an amazing design. I've not finished the Vonjet yet, but I've been so impressed, and we'll talk about future developments of the Vonjet going forward. The group are doing quite a bit. So as you saw there, we looked at the Vonjet sphere, and that had integrated skins panels, no need for a separate print. That's great, but some of the spheres that we've talked about need separate skins to go over the top of the spheres, and so we'll talk about them now. So with panels, first we have here the club spec panels. These are freely available on the BB8 forum. Club spec, there's a couple of varieties that use different screw mounts. Some allow for Allen bolts to go in, some allow for countersink. Myself, I use some special screws that are designed by Carey, and they are sort of an off-cut circle piece with a special screw-in tool. They can just be painted and they look flat like the sensors that are supposed to go there. But these panels are you know, about 6-7 mil thick. There's a ridge going around at the outer edge there. They come in one piece. You can get hold of two-piece. They come in two-piece. You can get hold of one-piece file versions as well. The LEDs, the holes are all built in. So advantage for this, these are tried, proven, tested. Circles, many builders have used them. There's a lot of people that know how to print, how to attach, what materials to use, what strength, what infill, what walls to use for each sort of printer. This is just one of the triangles. Again, I've tried to pull the one that shows the transducer mounted to it. That fits into the whole of my sphere. But again, a two-part panel with a line going down the middle there where I've bonded it together and then painted it. These files are, like I say, easy to get hold of, very tried and proven. They're a little bit thicker. The disadvantage to the thickness of these ones being your magnets that attach your head to the drive have a bit more distance to break through, whether you're using a T&M sphere, a Carey sphere, or or any of the others, minus the Vonjet, because that has its own skins. That increased thickness means your head needs a bit more magnetic force to hold it in place. You also need to make sure all these ridges are smoothed a bit, so there's less jumping to allow the wheels to come off. So now we're looking at the Carey designed thin panels. These are designed to be printed using a durable but not too flexible material. These are extremely thin. If I grab one of the other panels, so this is the club spec panel, and it's about twice, if not more, thicker than it's about twice, but or if not more thick than the Carey panel. The Carey panel is designed only to print in one piece, I believe. They use some very interesting interlocking triangle pieces there. So you've got some rigid teeth that join together, and when on the sphere, provide a very good kind of support to each other. But these, I mean, the triangle pieces all lay flat against the sphere. They're designed for the carry sphere primarily, but could be used on sort of a T&M. The other advantage with these files is Kerry has designed a set that allow for a removable quadrant one that allows you to access a charging port. So he's designed a whole charging assembly that will go into this. Again, uses the standard sensor mount holes that you would see on the club ones, but all of the lines in both these and the circle part files are greatly reduced in depth. So this is thickness. This is to prevent the jumping that you'd see. Just like the club files, there is a lip that the triangles lock down upon, and that lip pulls the circle down and against the sphere. So it can still do the sliding that we described in sphere section, but it can be pinned down by these. The interlocking mechanism is superb on these. Will need a little bit of filing. They're, due to the extreme thinness of them, they're a lot quicker to print than the club spec ones, but you've got to make sure you get them right. And same with the circles, the inside needs to be sanded off. You'll get a lot of support material in the middle that you need to try and sand off and remove, because they're so thin they can't have as many layers that feel underneath them.
So that was skins, and as you can see, you've got plenty of choice, including the Von Jet, which gives you an all-in-one. And we're now going to talk about the drives. I'm going to start off with the hamster drive. This is the Dave Alvarez variant that I'm working on, which in turn is a variant of the Ken Gorby one. It's compatible with the T&M sphere, a polycarbonate sphere, and the upcoming Von Jet hamster. And then John will be talking about the Carey drive, which is compatible with pretty much any sphere on the market apart from a polycarbonate sphere, with a bit of work. And then we'll cut back to us and talk about Joe's drive, and we'll leave it from there. So, over to drives. Right, so now we have the drive out of the sphere. We can now see fully how it works. So as I mentioned before, this is my variation of a Ken Gorby, Dave Alvarez, Travis Wheeler drive. It's based very, very closely on Dave's drive, although I've had to make my own changes, like with the wheels here. Unlike Dave's, mine's running on a modified Shadow. So it's all Arduino based, which I just feel a bit more comfortable with an RC at the moment. That's not to say I won't swap this out to be RC. Dave's is RC, but they all run on the same principle. We've got a remote switch here, a bit like the Carey drive as well, also has a remote switch, connected to a power socket, a power switch there. So just spin it around and zoom in a bit. So there's a receiver and remote switch there. Yes, this is the battery input, and this is the output to the actual droid itself. If you're familiar with Shadow, then you have the saber tooth for the motors, the Arduino Mega with the host shield on top, which is the brains, and that's pretty much it. That's like the normal Shadow. Where I've modified it, I've now put a HC05 connector which goes up to the dome, and that has a corresponding HC05. So I tell it to play, I click a button on here, it will play a noise, send a signal up to the dome, play a noise. The dome drive on the Shadow is a Styrene. That's now been replaced with, zoom out again, that's been replaced with a continuous servo here, and then fuse box as well. The motors come from Servo City, as does all the metal work. That's all Actobiotics. And we have 25 kilo servos to pull the head around, because obviously when you sit the magnetic force of the head on top, it's going to be a lot stronger. These are the drive wheels here. These are just stabilising wheels to keep it stable in the ball. I have power, so power on. Servos are told to centre. And we now turn the PlayStation controller on. There we go, it's connected. So for some reason only one motor is working, so I probably disconnected the motor by accident when I took it out of the ball. So let me just spin it around. So as you can see, I push forward, the motor gets moving, back, motor goes the other way. You can see also that I've written into the code that the head will tilt forward or backwards in the direction of travel. It tries to stay level. It doesn't work quite that well. And then left and right, as you'd expect. For me to use the dome, I've got to push the top button, and that just moves the head on its own. So in my case, so that one is up and down, and that one left and right, both at the same time, turns the head. There we go, and that will recenter it. As I said, it's running on Bluetooth, so you've got the initial Bluetooth connection from here onto here, using two 12 volt 9 amp hour batteries to give me 18 amp hours with a step down converter for the Arduino. All this here, let me just zoom in again. All this here is the start of me trying to put in the IMU. In fact, you can just about see the IMU there. So on its own, without using the IMU, a lot of the stabilisation comes from its weight, and a lot of the weight is from this nice dumbbell weight here on the bottom. As I said, these are here just to stop it rolling too much in the ball, sort of rolling too far up that it almost tips back on itself. The head is moving on a gimbal. There we go, you can see it here. So there's a 3D printed gimbal here with a couple of bearings in, with the bar going through, and then two smaller bars either side, and then that gives you, yeah, you can see that gives you the tilt on the left and forward and back and left and right, and that's really what is at the heart, just 3 servos and a couple of motors. You could quite easily RC it, but overall I'm quite happy with how the hamster drive works. It's one way of doing BB-8. This means you can turn on the spot and go off in a different direction. It gives you that true feeling of the fact that the ball can go anywhere. Yeah, I think that's it on this drive.
This is the carry drive. As you can see, it's a little bit different to the hamster. It's an axle type drive, as we've spoken. One of its main advantages is it has a very good range of head motion, as most of the drive is below the axle. It means you can actually lean the head over and forward and backwards a lot more than you can with some of the drives that have got sort of bits positioned around here. Mine differs slightly in that it's going through an upgrade, so all these spare cables you see off the other side are due to me having a more wire slip ring, because I'm going to be routing USB connectivity through to the external of the sphere. So it's an Xbox controlled drive, has a wireless Funko switch that we use to enable it and disable it in an emergency. Has an IMU integration, it has audio, it has quite powerful speakers. You can opt to go with the transducers right up against the panels, so you can get quite a bit of audio out of both sides of the sphere. The advantage is on this, a lot of the parts are either 3D printed or fairly readily available. There are a few exceptions in some very custom parts that are designed, such as the gearing that goes around to spin the counterweight at the bottom, and the arm that you'll see at the front here that is used to yeah, the arm that you'll see here, which is used to tilt this up and down. The gearbox, I think it's going through a bit of a redesign at the moment for that weight because it's not as readily available, but the group's been supporting that change, and Kerry has done some very good redesigns. There are some custom electronics parts available through Stefan, but I think that's just to tidy up the functionality. Everything could be manually routed or broken out if you required it. Again, Bluetooth, so you're talking about the limitation of range with Bluetooth and interference, and the popularity of using Xbox controllers. Troubleshooting with this drive is exceptionally easy. There's quite a large group of builders out there all willing to help. Kerry and Stefan themselves have been incredibly helpful with me building mine. The ease of the prints, they're very well designed, and most print with little to no support. There is a small centerpiece that you need to make sure you print out of very hard wiring material. All the weight is centered on that. The bottom weights vary, something to look out for balancing your drive. Feature wise, it has a lot through the controller. There's 3 speeds. There's a slow drive speed, so just enable the drive there. So that is slow. And then there's a faster drive speed. And a third speed, but that will just end up with these wires hitting me in the face, so we won't have that. I'll just turn that off for now. That's about all there is to say. I think the only worrying part for availability's sake, like I say, is this gearbox and the Mega ADK that's used because you require an extra USB port for the Bluetooth module, is out of production now, but I think you could mirror that with just using a USB hat. And that's the Kerry drive.
Okay, we're now going to talk about Joe's drive. This is going to be slightly more awkward for us because neither of us actually have one, but we have the Fusion files in front of us and we're going to discuss them as we go. So Joe's blurb about the drive is this: a cost-efficient and superb-performing internal drive mechanism for a ball-shaped droid. It may not win a beauty contest, and it doesn't look like it belongs on stage, but it's easy to build using off-the-shelf parts, which was my goal. And he's pretty much done that. The Joe's drive is 3D printed with parts you can just go and buy off the shelf, and I assume it probably means off the shelf in America, which make it a little harder for us to get stuff in the UK. But as you can see, on the face of it, it looks very, very similar to a Kerry drive with the axles. We also have the mast as well, which is more reminiscent of a hamster drive, with the 2 servos just in front of the mast, and a precursor to a Kerry dome body magnetic mount across the top. John, if you'd like to just spin it around slightly so we're looking side on. That's it, thank you. So as you see from this side, we have the battery packs, which are on opposite sides of the drive rather than at the bottom. This is due to just keep the weight as equal as possible. As you can see, it has a continuous servo in the head, like most droids do. We have the counterbalance at the bottom on a lazy Susan. And then all the drive mechanisms, all the drive electronics sit on top, just above the batteries. Like the Kerry, you bolt it directly to a sphere. I don't believe this one has transducers in it, does it?
No, but there is a transducer version for the hubs, so
Right.
because that's going up against the sphere anyway. So
Yeah.
speakers and transducers tend to go in that part of an axle drive anyway.
Yeah. So, like a hamster drive, this one has limited range of motion in the head, as John alluded to earlier. Unlike the carry-on, which kind of gives you almost like a 360 roll around the top of the head, the top of the body. This one will allow you to spin on the spot, and to turn it leans just like a carry drive does. Something we should point out: this is version 4.
3. This is Mark 3.
Mark 3. And as of filming, we found out that he's actually designing a new drive system, of which we have no other details other than that. It's something he posted on the Facebook group.
The early photos do show that it seems to be a cleaner design with a lot more open space. And with batteries mounted seemingly at the bottom to put most of the weight at the bottom as well.
Yeah, which follows pretty much what all the other Droid designs have done since then. Joe's relies on lead shot bin in the bottom, much like the carrier, I suppose. As we said, this is mostly a 3D printed droid, and uses off-the-shelf parts for the mechanical components.
And it's worth saying it also has a large community of builders as well, and Joe's documentation is pretty good. For the Mark II, at least. I think the Mark III, there's you basically go so far down the instructions and then switch to a Mark III set. So yeah, very good. Uses dual motors to drive the axle. These are mounted in the bottom. That's about it, really. It's a very capable drive, and I will be building one soon. I just haven't yet. It's sad to have a sphere with nothing to push it around.
Could always just put a cat in there. Yeah, that is the Joe's drive.
As you can see from all those drive options there, there's a lot to consider when looking at drive. We have produced a chart, however, if you want a quick reference to look at.
Yeah, so it's nicely color coded. It just basically says, well, here's your 3 drive options. There are more drives available. Here's your 3 drive options, and here's the pros and cons for them. So in the case of the Alvarez Gorby drive, it's probably the cheapest and widely available parts, but its documentation and support is pretty non-existent, really.
And the movement's good on it, but like you said, the 2-axis movement limitation and the mass type dome movement can be more limited than, say, the carry servo on a stick connected to servos method. But as we mentioned there, that the carry is probably the pricier of the 3 we've talked about, but is and there are some custom parts there, but it does have a really good range of motion, and it has an incredible community to help build it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say with the carry though, anything you order, it's coming from America. Expect it to take a while. Expect to get hit with a customs charge afterwards. When it does turn up.
Yeah, and then they're done as runs that carry, and for the electronics kit, Stefan do runs every now and then, so they run a few times a year. And then Joe's drive, middle ground in cost.
Yeah.
All the parts are either widely available or 3D printed. A fairly good community, and it's got the similar sort of capabilities to the carry drive, but again with that mass type servos with sticks, head movement technique, you don't quite get the total range that you would with the carry.
No, you're pretty much limited to forward and back, left and right. It's very hard to sort of go off to the side. So yeah.
Yeah. So they're the current drives available. Now let's talk about some of the future of BB-8 and the developments coming out of the community that we're very excited about.
Yeah, and we're even taking part in some place.
Yeah. We've got new drives being designed from the likes of Dan Brune and an extension of the Carey drive, and then the Vonjet, Andy.
Yes. So this is taking the original Vonjet idea and effectively smoothing out the inside and allowing you to put a hamster drive in it and giving you the best of both worlds. A single panel, single skinned droid, and with the ease of the Vonjet. So as you can see here, this is a modified remote control for the Carey RC. They've replaced the normal axis control sticks with 3-axis gimbals, and we just watch Stefan turn it on. Get a nice BB-8 logo. Here you can see all the different channels that the drive is using. So the twist, this is the head twist, I believe, and then forward and back, left and right. And then that's the kill switch, so it kills the drive off. And then hang on, he's going to choose a different screen. So as you can see, you've got hollows enabled there, but he's pushing the momentary buttons here. And each one sets the channel off to different directions. So we presume each one is setting off a sound. And then that's the drive enabled. Or the gyro.
The other thing there is there was a hollow enable button, so re-enable the hollow if needed as well.
Yeah.
But looking at that drive, you're going to have to modify remotes as well as build a drive system at the same time.
But when you've got Matt Hobbs involved, I imagine there will be proper instructions involved in there, and it'll be worked out properly.
As you can see here, this is the kill switch that we mentioned. This is used to stop the droid when loss of signal occurs, or if there's a dangerous situation. As you can see here, here's a video of the drive in action, highlighted by Matt Hobbs, a member of the community. Special thanks to Stefan Beaulieu for this footage. Stefan does most of the electronics and software work in conjunction with the other designers.
Must make it drives very well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very stable drive, the Carey drive, with very good use of the IMU.
Yeah. The head's, I must admit, the head's not moving as much as I thought it would. I wonder if that's just because they're testing it and they don't want to go nuts.
Yeah, possibly. There is a very wide range of motion.
And there we go. That is the Carey RC drive in action.
Coming soon.
Coming soon to a BB-8 forum near you. So here we can see the Vonjet hamster that's being built by Dan Brune. All the pieces have been printed out using a 0.6 nozzle. As you can see, it's actually very similar to the Vonjet normal. It's just a very smooth inside. So if John will go to the next picture. And then here you can see the hamster sphere in comparison to the T&M. As you can see, Dan's using the Carey thin panels on his T&M. And you can just see a small part of his 3D printed drive in there. Yeah, so as you can see with the hatch design, it's using the circle rather than the triangle. It gives you a lot more space to get into, get your hand in, and as you'll be able to get your hand in from two sides, you'll be able to access the drive a lot easier. It also means you don't have to take off as many panels if you want to get more access into the spheres compared to T&M.
So now I'm going to do a little demo of the drive and powering it up and its functionality. As you can see, I'm using a Spectrum DX9 with modified sticks, which are used for head rotation. And to power this guy up, I hit power number 1, and that will power up the receiver, which gives me functionality over the head only. The drive is not working at this time, so if I want to use this in static mode, is what I call it, I have full functionality of the head without having to worry about accidentally hitting the drives and having the guy take off. And another nice feature is I have a 360-degree self-centering servo, and the nice thing about this is the head will always be pointed forward at dead stick, so when it returns, forward is always going to be forward. You know the direction that the drive is going to be going, and this really makes puppeteering easy without having to give up any rotation on the head. And I can actually turn this all the way up, I believe, to 720 degrees. So if I wanted it to turn 2 full turns and then back, I have the ability to do that as well. So now to power up the drives, I have a separate power switch, and then I'm using a remote so I can turn it on and off from outside the dome. It also works as my emergency kill. As you can hear, the fans are a little bit loud, so I'm going to unplug those real quick. Those are the cooling fans for the motors, which helps keep this guy nice and cool. And now I have forward, reverse, left, and right. So that's it. That's a summary of the drive. Still have to get the stabilization figured out, and still tweaking on some of the speeds on the servos. I'll be hooking it up and slowing some things down and smoothing some things out, and hoping to get it in the drive real soon. So there you have it. That's the DB8 V2.
So as you can see, there are plenty of options when it comes to building the BB-8. Like with any droid building, it depends on your budget. You can make it nice and cheap and it'll roll around, or you can spend as much money as you want and it'll have all the bells and whistles. Though with BB-8 at the moment there aren't that many bells and whistles.
And it's all a personal decision for you, the builder, to take. So you assess what you want and what you can afford.
Confidence as well. I mean, do you feel confident in assembling a whole carry drive? I mean, looking at John's, it is incredibly complicated when you just look at the thing for the first time. Or do you? But then it's well documented. It's got plenty of documentation. It knows what it's doing.
And with a big community to support you as well. So
yeah, or as a hamster drive, it's fairly easy to put together, but you're pretty much on your own at the moment. There's not much in the way of a community to help put it together, mainly because I think builders as a whole prefer the axle drive.
Yeah, but like and as we saw earlier, the future is bright, especially with some of the exciting developments coming out of the community in both hamster and axle drives.
Yeah, I can see I can see the Von Jet hamster and Dan Brune's drive kickstarting that again, and people going, oh, actually, it can work, it can look good, it can work well. And I think the most important thing is there's going to be documentation to go with it as well.
Yeah. Like we say, some very
documentation, Dan.
So with that, thank you everyone for your time, and we'll go back to Sam and Lee in the studio.
What a great video. That was really good, really informative. Thanks for that, guys.
Well done.
Sam looks inspired already. You've started.
Yeah, I'm setting up my BB-8 right here, right now, actually.
And we have winners!
Winners!
Winner announcement!
Yes!
So, £50 3D filler print voucher has been won by Rich Powell. Oh, thank you.
I know him. I do know him. Rebel Legion.
That's the guy?
We're not friends on Facebook, though.
Oh, he's friends with me. And the BB-8 winner as well, the signed mug. There it is, signed mug. Congratulations to Rob Howdle. Well done, Rob.
He's the guy that threw up at the event last year, R2 UK.
Yes, yeah, apparently so, but we don't talk about that.
Fantastic. Oh, right, coming up next. Also, just a little one here for you, hopefully on camera too. This is the Lee Pop. One of these is going to be going into the raffle. That's droidbuilders.uk/raffle. And the other one, well, we're going to be giving that away, but that'll be coming up later.
Yes. And what else have we got coming up, Sam?
Next up, I'll tell you what I'm so excited about.
Go on.
Droid Racing!
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be great.
Padawan 360 up now, though. Boom!
Here we go.
Hi everyone, my name is Steve Bodow. I'm part of the UK's droid building community, and I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about a system called Padawan 360. Now, Padawan 360 is a remote control system for droids. It's certainly not the only one and not necessarily the best one, depending on your requirements and circumstances. But what it is, it's a very simple to install and configure and very ergonomic little control system, and all the parts are still readily available today. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take you through building the Padawan 360 system. I'll talk to you a little bit about the pros and cons of it and maybe compare it to a couple of the other systems that are available. So without any further ado, let's go. So a quick shopping list of things you'll need. First of all, an Xbox 360 controller, as you can probably imagine. You will also need an Xbox 360 USB receiver. This particular one is a pattern one. It's not a genuine Microsoft one. I've had good experiences with absolutely the Microsoft one. This particular one worked absolutely first time as well, so quite impressed with that. Secondly, you'll need an Arduino Uno or an Arduino Mega. I happen to be using an Uno for this one. Next up, you'll need a USB host shield. Now, what this little board does here is it piggybacks into the Uno and then gives you a way of talking over USB to the actual Uno itself. If you want some sounds, you're going to need some sort of MP3 player, and the one that the board, or at least the sketch for Arduino is written for, is one of these. This is a SparkFun MP3 player, as we can see there. I also quite like to use a voltage readout on my builds as well. Makes it nice and simple to keep a track of your voltage of your main batteries when you're putting your system together. The next thing in our shopping list is one of these. This is a Sabertooth 2x32 DC speed controller. You can purchase these through one of Dimension Engineering's distributors. In the UK, you can get them through Robot Shop. The next thing in our shopping list is one of these. This is a Styrene 10. This is also a DC motor controller, but it's a single channel, and we're going to be using that to control our dome motor. Also available through Dimension Engineering and their resellers. Robot Shop is a common one for use in the UK. Also on our shopping list is a heavy duty switch. So this will be basically our mains power on off as far as the board is concerned. The next thing on our shopping list is one of these. This is a ground loop isolator. This particular one, made by AV-Link, is an exceptionally good quality one, and it eliminates any sort of noise or hiss out of your circuitry, so that when you go into the amplifier, and this is the amplifier I'm going to be using, you should get lovely clean sound out without any sort of hissing sound that you quite often experience with amplifiers. So this amplifier is a 100-watt amplifier. It is commonly available on AliExpress and Amazon, and this will also run up to 24 volts. One of the things to think about quite early on in your Droid build is what batteries you're going to use and what voltage they're going to run at. Now, fortunately, both the Sabertooth and the Styrene speed controllers will happily take up to 24 volts, no problem at all. But the USB host shield and Arduino and the SparkFun MP3 player will not run at that voltage. So you have to either drop it down, or fortunately what we can do is we can actually use the Sabertooth and Styrenes as they have a regulated 5-volt outlet, which we should just focus there. So as you can see, we've got 0 and 5 volts out on the Sabertooth, and likewise 0 and 5 volts out on the Styrene 10. So what I'm going to do for this particular build is I'm going to use the 5-volt out of the Sabertooth to power the Arduino side of it, and I'm going to use the 5-volt out from the Styrene 10 to power the SparkFun MP3. So off camera, I've continued working on this particular board. First thing to note is that I've now got all of the components screwed into place, mostly with nylock nuts on the back to stop them sort of vibrating free. So that's all good. And you'll also see I've started to run some wiring. So on the Sabertooth here, we've got our black and our red, which is our negative and positive, which is your sort of main battery voltage. So again, that could be 12 or 24 or somewhere in between if you like. Likewise, the Styrene 10, those wires go off through the back of this particular board. And what you'll see is on the Styrene and on the Sabertooth, I've got a black and a grey wire, which are coming out of the 5 volt. And in turn, those are going into this Arduino Uno. And notice that it's plugged into the shield. And all the pins on the shield go through to the pins in the actual Arduino underneath. So that's how we're getting 5 volts into the Arduino. And likewise on the SparkFun MP3, you'll see the black and the grey are going into ground and 5 volts respectively on there. The RX pin on the SparkFun is our receive pin, and that's the green wire. And if we follow that across on the Arduino Uno, you'll see that we are going into pin number 1. Now, something to point out on here is that the first pin on here, where my fingernail is there, that first one is actually pin 0. So pin 1 is actually 1 in from 0. So then we go 1, and then 2 and 3 aren't used, and 4 and 5 are the orange and yellow wires. The orange, as you can see, is going off to S1 on the Sabertooth. So that's serial 1, that's how the Sabertooth is going to get its commands. And likewise, the yellow wire goes off to S1 on the Styrene 10. In order for the Sabertooth 32 and Styrene 10 to understand that we're talking to them through a microprocessor, we need to tell them that that's how they're going to expect their commands. So what we have to do is change some dip switch settings. So the dip switches, which are these things down here, to use serial with the Padawan sketch, you need to have 1 and 2 down and 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the up position. And that is both the same on the Styrene 10, which is this one here, and also a little more difficult to see, but the Sabertooth 32 has got 1 and 2 down and the rest are all up. So this is the back of this particular board, and again off camera I've made up the wiring connectors, but I'm going to take you through them briefly now. Starting off at the bottom end here, these 2 long tails, these will be going off to the main battery or fuse board if you're putting in a fuse board into your droid. So this is where the power enters the actual control system. So let's follow the red wire along first. So the red wire, first thing it does is goes up to our main switch. So nothing else will happen when you connect your battery until that switch is thrown. The other side of that red wire comes down and goes into this Wago connector here, which then gives you common whatever's coming out of that switch across all of those 5 connections there. The thin wire goes off to our back of our voltage readout board. The next wire goes off to our Styrene. The next wire goes off to our Sabertooth 32. And finally, the last red wire down here is going through and off to our amplifier. Following the black wire along now, we'll see that it doesn't need obviously to go into a switch. It's just a common wire. So it goes into this Wago connector here. We have a black wire going to the back of the switch to this 3rd terminal on the switch. Now all that does is enables the switch to light up. You don't have to have that at all. If you don't want your switch to light up, just simply don't connect a black wire to the little spade tab that comes out of the back of these 3 spade switches. Another black wire goes into the back of the voltage readout. And then finally, in common with the rest of the red wires, we're going off into the Styrene 10, the Sabertooth 32, and of course down here, the amplifier. So once all your power wiring is connected at the back, it's time to give it a test. So what I've got here is just a 12 volt pack made up of 3 18650 cells. I'm using an amplified speaker. This is an Acre just plugged straight into the SparkFun MP3 board at the moment because I haven't got the speaker handy for the amplifier there, but we'll obviously test that before this one is all good to go. So without any further ado, let's switch it on. Now, actually, just to point out, the transmitter is already turned on You should always turn your transmitter on first. Either, for any kind of remote control system, always transmitter on first and off last. So you can see that that's currently just flashing away, which means it's looking for something to connect to. So we'll power this on. You can see we've got a battery voltage readout. Good lights everywhere. So we've got power there, power to there, power to there. And as you heard, and you may have seen the light flash, that audio confirmation means that now our transmitter has connected. And you can tell that that's happened because the spinning light that's going around, this is the default state to tell you that you're connected, but there is no sort of drive enabled. So if we push the start button, that puts us into drive mode and we get an audio confirmation, as you probably just heard. And that takes us out of it. So any of these buttons will now produce a sound, as we can hear there. So next thing to do is to connect up some test motors and check that everything is working as it should. For the purposes of this demonstration video, I'm going to use my ALT droid, and as you can see it's just inverted at the moment, but the motors are connected to both sides of the saber tooth, so I've got a red and black going off to both sides. And for the dome motor, I'm going to be using just a little geared motor I had kicking around, and as you can see, red and black are going to the outer two terminals on that. Now, if you find your dome motor is rotating the wrong way, so the opposite of what you're expecting, simply switch the red and the black outer wires over, and that should correct that issue. If you find your feet motors are going the wrong way, perhaps it's turning when you go forward on the stick, then you'll have to swap one side of these and then try it again. If it's then going in reverse when you go forwards and forwards when you go reverse, simply switch both sides over again. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you now how that all works. So as you can see, my transmitter is rotating, which means I've got control over the dome, which is on the right stick. As you can see, we're moving that on the right stick. But if I move the left stick, right now nothing is happening because we are in standby mode. We're in safe mode, if you like. So in order to enable the drives, we're going to push the start button. Now that would give us an audio confirmation, but I've just removed the speaker for now. And that now on the left stick gives me control over the feet. As you can see, I've got forwards and backwards and side to side. Now I've deliberately actually set this one up, so when I push forward on the stick, don't know if that'll come across in the video, but the motors are actually turning the wrong way. They're turning sort of opposite to each other, so it'd be turning on the spot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video, switch over the right hand set of wires, and hopefully that will correct our problem. So through the magic of television, we've now switched over one pair of those wires, so the right hand set in this case. So now when I push forward on the stick, both motors now travel in the same direction. Likewise, if I go backwards, they both travel in the same direction. I'm obviously just doing this very slow, just trying to give you an idea that you can see the motors turning. Left and right now travel in opposite directions. And if that's incorrect for your droid, so if it's doing the reverse of what you expect, as I mentioned, simply now switch over both outer pairs of wires and that will sort your problems out. So there we go, we're fully tested and configured. So that's it, the hardware build is now complete, everything's connected and you've tested everything successfully through. You should now have working feet and dome motor controls and also control over sound on your droid. But what we're going to do now is we're going to talk a little bit about the software and some of the things it can and can't do, and let's get into that now. So what we're looking at now is the Padawan 360 body Uno sketch. A sketch is another way of saying a program or some code, and this particular one, as mentioned, is for the Uno family. There is also a different version for the Mega family, so do make sure that you download and are using the correct one as appropriate to your hardware. These are written by Dan Krause, and it's based very heavily on the Shadow PlayStation controller system, and it bears a lot of similarities with it. Now, there is one or two things in here that you can change if you wish, if it doesn't sort of suit your particular droid build. So, for example, with gearing on your dome motor, if it's not turning fast enough or if it's turning too fast, then we can change things in this code that actually control the limits as to how fast those can go. And in fact, if we scroll down, one of the first things we see is the 3 different drive speed settings. Now, as you may know, by clicking down on the thumbstick, you can actually change how fast your maximum speed of your droid will go. And if those values by default are not to your liking, then you can change them in here. Obviously, do make sure you upload the code each time you make any changes. You can also change the speed at which your droid turns on the spot. And another very important thing is you can actually change whether your droid is left-hand drive or right-hand drive. Now, by left or right-hand drive, I'm referring to the sticks on your controller. For most gamers, it feels natural to control the drive with the left hand or the left thumbstick and to rotate the dome with the right thumbstick, because that's kind of the default controls for 99% of online games and other video games. Just a little bit further down, you'll see we have a value for dome speed, and this is where you could change the speed of rotation of your dome if it doesn't suit your particular gearing and your motor combination for your droid. Just a little bit further down the sketch, we have something called dome dead zone range and also drive dead zone range. Now, this controls when your sticks are at center, so they're at 0. If you find any tiny little movements in your droid motors or in the dome, then by upping this value, it increases the amount of space in the center of the stick range where it doesn't pick anything up. Now, the next thing is actually extremely important, and if you take nothing else out of this video, then this is it. And this is the dome baud rate. Now, by default, the value of the dome baud rate will be set to 2400. With the settings we've set on the dip switches on our Styrene 10, this will be incompatible and will not work. So what we actually need to do is to change this value to 9600. Do make sure that you don't change the rest of the value, so especially the semicolon at the end of that line, it has to stay in place, and obviously do make sure you re-upload the sketch. But if you're finding that the dome will not turn but everything else works, it's almost certainly that the dome baud rate is set incorrectly on your particular build. One of the things that's possible with your remote control is to actually change the volume of your droid on the fly. And what this byte volume equals 20 setting here does is it sets its initial volume. So as you can see in the comment in the line above, 0 would be full volume and 255 would be off. So by setting a value of 20, it gives us a little bit of headroom just to increase the volume if we need to remotely from the actual controller. And really, that's about it. There's not a lot else in here that you need to look at or to change. But just be aware that there is some interesting stuff in there. So say, for example, you wanted to change some of the sounds or some of the actions, then have a look through the rest of the code. But do please be very, very careful about making any changes because you could obviously upset the rest of the code and find that you get some problems with it. The other thing as well that we've tried to do is to keep everything as standardized as possible. So if we find bugs or if we make future changes or add improvements and add functionality, it means that when Dan releases this code, it should be able to be pushed straight onto your existing hardware without making any further changes to your hardware. So you don't have to change any of the pin assignments or anything like that. If you need a reminder of the components used in this build, then Dan has very helpfully left a little shopping list towards the top of the code that I've just highlighted there. So do have a look through and that will remind you of the components that you require. So that's it. By now you should have a fully functional Padawan 360 system controlling your dome motor, your feet motors, and of course your sounds. Now, one of the things Padawan doesn't do out of the box is control things like servos. So say, for example, you want to have servos opening the pie panels on your dome or some of the body hinged panels, then the basic Padawan system out of the box does not do that for you, unfortunately. There are ways of doing it, but it's a little bit beyond the scope of this particular video. This is really just meant as an introduction. I also thought I'd take a quick moment to mention about things like Tier 1 and Tier 2. This is a UK-centric thing, where we have Tier 1, which is a way of making sure that our droids are safe to use in public events. So Comic-Cons and other public gatherings, then your droid should be cleared to Tier 1, and the Padawan system sails through the Tier 1 clearance criteria. If you're planning on using your droid on a TV or a film set, for example, then you need to have your droid cleared to Tier 2 specification. And Tier 2 specification currently requires you to have traditional remote control, so something like a Spectrum or a Futaba remote control system, due to the amount of additional radio and electrical noise that you often find on TV and film sets. So anyway, hopefully that's been enough for you to be getting on with for now. If you want to review any of my videos, then you can reach my YouTube channel at Imperial Light and Magic. I've made a series of tutorials about Padawan 360. Also, something called Drive Sort, which you are probably going to need if you encounter any issues with your sound files not playing in the correct order. Do look up my video on Drive Sort. There is a playlist with all of these sorts of things on. So anyway, all that remains to be said is enjoy the rest of Droid Builders UK. Thank you very much for watching. I hope everyone is staying safe, and I hope to see you all very soon. Take care for now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for that, Steve. That was a great instructional video. That was really helpful. And anybody that knows Steve, you can look up his YouTube channel where he's done some other videos as well. Really good stuff.
Imperial Light and Magic.
Indeed. Yes, that's the one. Now, later on today, you'll see an interview with Anthony Daniels, a really good chat that is so good. We split it in half, actually, so we've got the hour and the half hour. And Anthony has kindly donated a giveaway to the raffle, so don't forget the raffle. Raising money for good cause for Calm.
Easy for you to say.
And yeah, if you go onto the raffle page, you can win a prize. And this is what Anthony had to say and to share with us all. So
earlier in the day,
thank
we
you
were
very
talking
much, Anthony.
about the
Really
charity
appreciate it.
Calm campaign against living miserably. Really down to earth words, you know, happy, miserable. So one of the things you were talking about doing was having a raffle to raise some funds just to support that. And I've talked endlessly today about my book, IMC3PO, The Inside Story. But also I mentioned that you can get it on Audible off the internet if you know how to do things like that. But I also did have created, purely for fun, a CD. I think there are 9 CDs. I've never actually looked inside. Yeah, I'm hearing 9. Lee, you are going to tell me who you're going to put some kind of sticker saying this is whatever. And the person who gets it, I'm going to take the wrapping off. I'm going to open it. Well, I think I am. And either on the paper inside or the cover, I'm going to write their name, and then I'm going to write my name, and then I'm going to put C3PO. Then I'm going to put it in the post to you, Lee, and you are going to pass it on. So here's the thing. It is actually, at this moment, a unique item. I hope that'll help keep somebody cheerful or a little less miserable. So good luck to everybody in the raffle, because it's going to be who can get that prize. I'm sure there's far better ones, but hey, it's what I've got. So go for the raffle, and may the force be with you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Next up, we have the Droids of Episode 9. But before we do that, we've got a DVD giveaway. It's the Episode 9 DVD.
Yes. Let me get that. Sorry, I missed my cue there, Sam.
You did.
There we are, sir.
Oh, thank you. Is this a bootleg? Oh, no,
No,
it's the real deal. It's the real deal.
We don't
So
talk
we have
bootlegs.
a Episode 9 DVD, which is now going to be signed by Lee Towersey.
Go for it.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Droids of
Why not?
Episode 9.
You going
Let's
to
do
sign it as well?
Nah.
Okay. Okay, so Sam has come round to do a pre-record for this because before the live show we're going to do a few rehearsals and what have you. So we're going to do this chat about working on the Rise of Skywalker. So thanks for coming, Sam.
Thank you, Lee.
Good to see you, mate. And yeah, just can you? It's probably best for you to start and just share your experience. What was it like from day one? You know, when you got the call, how did it work? You know, how if you could explain how you got involved.
Yeah, well, obviously. RC Builders for the past 4 years, and I guess it was, God, when even was it? Was it October?
I think it was. I think it was October 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got the call from you. Thank you very much.
Yep.
And that call went something like, I think you just went, "You're in," but I didn't quite comprehend exactly what you were saying, if you remember.
Yes.
There was this whole because I thought everybody had got in, and I thought it was just Droid Builders.
Yeah.
We're going to be all in the film. This is going to be amazing, and it was just a select few. So, and there were a number of droids that were obviously used in the film, and I don't know. You know, it's weird because I kind of had to sort of think about how I'm going to operate past that. So when you're told something so exciting, like basically you're going to be working on Star Wars, that I guess for me is, you know, dream come true. It's kind of unbelievable, but you know, not impossible. And you know, when you called me up and said, because we had a number of chats about it, and you know, I said, you know, thanks very much, and you said, well, it wasn't me, it was JJ.
That's right.
So,
Exactly.
yeah. So how did that come about?
So you know, thankfully, the creatures department do get people involved. The other droid builders, like they did Oliver and myself, they get additional people in because they're experienced in operating droids, basically, and we just offer a group of people together, and a selection's made. Not by me. I'm around. I'm a little bit involved, but only to answer questions, basically. And yeah, the selection was made, and we had Mike come back as well. Mike for PDs. James Furtado was involved briefly, and your good self. And thankfully, as you work for yourself, you were quite readily available and spent. I don't know how long were you there for.
I was there for about a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is funny when you consider how much footage is actually in the film versus what we shot. Which, again, it just boggles my mind on all the stuff we shot, and it's just that fraction of time.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, the amount of work involved is phenomenal. Yeah, we all hear that, but to actually physically doing it, and then you see what ends up in the film, you're like, wow, that really does happen. And you're just a small segment of that. So imagine all the other things that we do as well, and it's just like so much on the cutting room floor. But you know.
But when we looked at when we got to the cinema to see the film, you know, for the very first time, you were working. You'd flown back in from LA.
Yep.
And
for the world premiere,
and myself and Giles Redpath were on the blue carpet with my R2D2, and from that we then went into a press junket, and then we were actually in the wrong.
I've forgotten all this.
You've forgotten this, right?
Yeah, I was coming back now.
So Giles and I were suited and booted at the premiere. We got our tickets. Your droid was on backup just in case anything went wrong, but we had to modify your droid. There was a ton of stuff we had to do, wasn't there, to get it done. So my dome, your droid, it was a just in case situation. We did a dry run, I think, the day before, and then from the press junket, Giles and I ran up to the room, to the cinema room, and it was this tiny little cinema, and we were sat there, and I'm going, this doesn't feel right. There was like 9 seats inside the cinema, and I think it said screen 5 on it. I was like, Giles, something isn't right. And he's going, yeah, it's fine. I was like, it just is wrong. And we ran downstairs and we were in the wrong cinema. So we nearly missed the whole film anyway. So we had to kind of muscle past everybody. And the beginning sequence was so action-packed. We didn't know what we'd missed. So there was a few minutes there. It was so action-packed, and I was lost in this whole kind of plethora of action. But you know, I can't remember. I mean, I knew the scenes that I'd shot on, and I knew where some of the droids were going to be. But because there's so many angles and so much, you know, CG and diversification, it was quite difficult to kind of see anything that was going on because, you know, you needed a moment.
It's very fast as well, isn't it?
Yeah, if it was played in half speed, I still don't think I would have seen half the stuff. So madness.
Well, for this, I've been playing back the film in slow motion, you know, and finding out more even now. So as we've gone through some clips, and we'll show while we're chatting. So
absolutely,
yeah. So your first day on set, where was that? Where were you?
That was at Pinewood. So drove in to Pinewood early one morning, and I was meeting Mike to basically register me to get me into the site because it was obviously a secure compound. And there was the bit where I sort of drive up the Pinewood signs there, and I knew I kind of had to get, you know what I'm like anyway, right? So it's a little bit eccentric and over the top and all the rest of it. A lot of it's an act, but part of me in my heart and that sort of expression, as soon as I saw the Pinewood sign, I was just like, ah, you know, really shouting, and I got it out of my system, and then I was cool when I kind of came in, you know.
Maybe not inside, but on the outside.
Totally. And then there was a part where you didn't want me to see the set, and I didn't know what to imagine. Do you remember this? And you were like, I've got loads of things to talk to you about, but you can't see the set yet. And I was like, okay, fine. And then you got me into the set, and you were almost like a open your eyes moment. And you're in Star Wars. I mean, the doors open, and it's London, and then it's Star Wars. And I was on what we now know as the Tantive 5 set, which was called something completely different at the time. And nobody was saying Tantive 5. Nobody was saying anything of the sort.
Well, we were even speculating ourselves. Is it? Isn't it? I'm not sure. And even though I'd read some of the script, I didn't know. So we speculated and assumed it was right.
Well, people were saying things like, "Oh, that's the Jettison pod," and that was this, and that was that, and then people were saying, "Oh, it's destroyed," and this was just on set. And and my first job, which you gave me, was
I know what's coming now.
I've driven round the roundabout too quickly, and all the droids have fallen over in the back of the van. And that was my first job to repair them.
Yes.
So
thanks for that.
That's all right.
Yeah. So working on set, you kindly helped out with a few R2 scenes as well.
Yes.
Yes. Not only because where the Tantive was, that was on a stage, wasn't it, on a film set?
Yep.
But then where the Falcon was, that was in the local park,
Black Park,
right near Pinewood, Black Park.
Yep.
And you came to that as well to film outside. And you know what's coming now, don't you?
I do.
And you went to have a look at the Falcon, didn't you? Which is iconic, of course, and the outside looks stunning, and the ramps down.
It was it really was amazing.
And off you go.
Well, what happened? If you remember, you said, "Do you want to go on it?" And I was like, "Of course." And we went to go and do it, and they shouted "action," and we were like, "Oh, I don't know if I can say this bit," but we went walking back, and I said to you, "Oh, now I feel like I've been teased." But as I looked up, Daisy Ridley was walking along the path the other way, and she looked at me like, "Is he talking about me?" And I was like, awful. But yeah, you're right. So we went back later, and they were sort of changing the set around, and you said, go up the ramp. R2's up there. So sure enough, I walk up this ramp, and it was all scaffolding. I don't know what I thought. I honestly thought that maybe there was going to be something more up there.
For a split moment, you do kind of hope you can see there's scaffolding going on, but when you go up the ramp, like you say, there is literally nothing. It is just scaffolding and a little platform, which was
that's it. And but the R2D2 was there, so I mean that was something, and I think that was. I can't even. No, that wasn't my first day on set. That was some weeks.
Yeah,
that was some weeks into it, wasn't it? But it wasn't. That set, because it was real and because it was in a park. It was, the ground was uneven. It was a nightmare getting droids to and from the location. We had to borrow like a. I don't even know what that thing was. What was it, like a?
It was greens, and they had this big. It was like a chariot, wasn't it? I used to call it the chariot. These huge wheels. It was like a chariot. We could just about get a droid on, wasn't it?
That's it.
Moving it all through. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know how we would have coped without it. So we were shuttle running droids because we had 3 astromechs on set. Did it be, or 2? Was it? Was it just an R5 and R2?
R5 and R2.
Okay. Yeah. So we had an R5 and R2 there, and because of course we had to put them away at night as well.
Yeah. Back and forth.
So
awful.
Yeah.
When I got the phone, it's all right working on the set and stuff, but I tell you what, when you get that phone call and you go, "What's the scene?" and Lee goes, "Oh, it's Black Park," and it's like, "Oh God, do I really want to put myself?" Because it's not, a lot of the time you are kind of waiting for things to happen, but when it happens, it's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
There was one day at Pinewood where we were about to call it a day. I think it was creeping up to 5, and there's myself and Adam. A few other people around, and they asked for a particular droid, which I think they were calling it by the name of Les at the time, and we had Les and Robocop, didn't we?
Yeah,
and it literally was Les and Robocop to the set now, please.
Yeah.
And it was panic stations. We were like, "Oh, we're not going to be doing anything today," and literally get out, get it on set. As quietly as you possibly can, without slamming doors or disturbing anybody or any of the actors and stuff. But I'm absolutely amazing.
So you mentioned Les, which is an R5 dome.
R6 dome.
R6 dome, sorry.
We'll leave that in.
Okay, yeah, we will. Yeah, that's fine. And that isn't seen in the film, I don't think.
Well, no, I don't think it is. It's certainly seen. It's in. I believe that particular droid is in the manual, and. Well, I know it's in the manual because I've seen it.
Okay.
And it's also in the background shots of some of the extras where JJ's talking about Carrie Fisher and just announcing that how they're going to do this, you know, this CG work and
with the behind the scenes
with the footage. Yeah, certainly. Okay. But you know, it might be, and certainly in the manual there are a few images that, you know, stills taken from that. But again, you know, everything happens so quickly, and even now, we've all been busy. But I probably should sit and watch the film, maybe in slow motion or something. I don't know.
Give yourself a few hours.
Yeah.
But so R6 wasn't seen, but R2 is, R2D2 and other R2 astromechs as well.
Yeah.
And that really wasn't requested, was it? Because I've always told people before that JJ doesn't like R2 astromech domes because he likes an R2D2 to be on its own, and then let's have the lampshade style domes to differentiate between the other astromechs.
Yeah.
But, however, we got a bit creative. And we just tried the R2 dome because we had an R2 dome as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
And what you find is you do shoot a lot of scenes, as you say. We did hours and hours of shooting. You don't know what's going to be seen, but then suddenly you've got the same droid in so many different scenarios. You think, how can I sort this out? How can I make it look different?
Yeah.
Hence the dome change. It
Absolutely.
seemed like the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah.
I don't think we've been told off for it or got blamed for it or anything. You know,
think so.
And hey, for the few seconds and it's in deep background and what have you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a really good moment. I think the moment that I knew that I was just going to, well, we were just going to get away with whatever we needed to get away with on that particular day was when your boss Neil Skellen came in, and he just pointed at the dome and went, "I really like that," and I was like, okay, that's cool.
Job done. We'll use that.
We'll use that then. Brilliant. And you know, and there was so many other props there. There was so much stuff that, you know, we couldn't quite get our hands on, or they were filmed on other locations. And very much it was the Tantive 5 set and the Black Part set that I was on and worked within. Yeah. But also I was very green, and there was a point I think where you came up to me and went, that's the director's monitor. You're not allowed to stand there. You've got to be over with. And there's JJ's just like, oh, and I'm going, oh. All right, excuse me, mate. I just need to
yeah. And sadly, I think you got mistaken for me a few times as well. So if you were ever in the way and you thought it was me, thanks for that.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, there was a real classic moment when JJ came up to me and said, right, we need this scene and we need R2 to do this and R2 to do that. And I was like, yeah, no problem at all, JJ. Not a problem. And I just turned around to Lee and went, right, Lee, we're filming this scene and this is what needs to happen. And Lee's just like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
For a second, I did think, what the hell's he doing talking to you? But no, of course, that's cool. You know, it gets done.
What I really liked about JJ, though, is that, you know, he's human. He's not robotic. Yeah. He was a nice guy throughout. I mean, there's no personal... you know, I don't know the guy or anything like that, but he was just very nice to work with and appreciative. And, you know, a few times I sort of moved out of his way, and, you know, it had been briefed to me, sort of, don't stare at the actors, they're getting in the zone and things like that. And you sort of put your head down, and he's just like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? And I'm like, really good, Mr. Abrams, it's fine, you know. And, it's the whole thing was just amazing. And, you know, some of the stuff we got to do, okay, a lot of it wasn't seen in the film, but, you know, stuff with R2 and, you know, the scene with Anthony Daniels as well.
Yes, yeah, I'll get to that in a minute, because I was going to go through about a few scenes you see with R2. So first of all, just some insight really onto other things and the way we do stuff.
Yeah.
R2's on the Falcon and Finn goes past R2D2 and gives him a tap, and he's being shaken. Yeah. And he shakes him side to side, and that was done by a guy called Sonny, who's one of the prop masters on set, and he was literally lying on the floor shaking him, because I find that with a remote control, when you do that, it can drift, it can go backwards or forwards, and if they want it to stay on a mark for the side to side, then, you know, it's better if someone's on the floor literally out of shot.
Yeah.
And you see a barrel roll across as well, which I think he dodges or just skips over, and that literally is one of the prop guys standing just out of shot chucking a barrel, because, you know, obviously it doesn't just happen, it's you know, someone's got to do that. So there's a whole wall of us along the side of the Falcon hidden out of shot, me controlling, Sonny on the floor, a guy with a barrel, then you've got the film crew with you as well, and the sound man. It's pretty packed in there, because you went on the Falcon, didn't you? So you saw, you know, it is just like you see. It's not cut away or anything.
No.
You walk around it. It's got all the walls. It's a 360 set. on one of the Pinewood stages.
That's it.
Which is, it's just so iconic. It's a cool thing to do, isn't it?
It was amazing. Yeah,
Gotta do it.
absolutely amazing.
And so with the movement, we were doing the same at Black Park, weren't we? When
Yes.
JJ asked the same question again.
That's it.
Can we make R2 move?
Yeah.
Thankfully, you were on set.
I was, yes. And you've got to remember about this. You sort of set me up, really.
Definitely.
Yeah, you
Definitely.
did. So although the footage didn't come to light, so from what I've seen so far, but I believe it was filmed. I was also then interviewed by the lady that was on set.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So myself and Adam were then interviewed, but JJ sort of said, and I'm always wearing Star Wars t-shirts. So he was like, "Oh, you've got to do it because you're wearing a Star Wars t-shirt." I think is what he said. And then I sort of had to crouch under R2D2, and he's heavy. He's not light. What does that thing weigh?
I'm not sure. I don't know the weight of it, but
It's considerable.
It's all aluminium, so
it's considerable. So to get my hands under there and actually move him, plus then I've got C-3PO looking down, going, "Oh, who is that down there?" And I'm going, "Oh, it's Sam Prentice, the R2 guy." And he's going, "Who? Sorry?" And I'm thinking, "Oh God, what's my life come to?" And the whole, all the people were there, and it soon dawns on you. First and foremost, J.J. Abrams is telling you to do something and directing you. You're trying to move a very heavy droid. You're being filmed.
This is one of your first days as well,
Yeah,
I think.
I'm getting in the way because they're going, "Can you tuck your legs in a bit more?" And I'm going, it was. But yeah, there's a scene, and I'm sure we'll show it, but where we had to kind of move R2,
which did make the cut.
It did,
but I had to move the dyno.
Yeah.
So,
oh well, good for you.
Yeah,
did you get interviewed for that?
No, I got sore thumb though.
Then that I do not return. I want you to know that you have been a real friend, R2. My best one, in fact.
Going back to the first scene, something I did forget, which is when they're plugging in the data port into R2. You didn't see any of that shot, did you?
No, you told me about the changes.
Yeah, so we had quite a lot to do because R2 actually drove into the shot originally. Then we had the arm open. Then we had him put the data port into R2. We have a close up of the lights going up. And then what we did shoot as well was a flap opens and the periscope comes up as though he's in a searching mode. Now the periscope was used all through filming, never seen in the film.
Yep.
So, and that was quite a rig that I had to set up, and we had a special dome for that, which we had to swap out.
Yep.
And I made that up on in the workshop. Actually, there's a behind the scenes video which I'll show of the periscope popping up. Again, never used. And JJ was never happy with the close up because the lights. He wanted more detail on the lights when they're sort of uploaded from green to red or red to green.
Yep.
And we ended up flying out to Bad Robot, Matt Denton and myself, for a week, and we shot that as a close-up in Bad Robot about 2 months before the film came out.
My word.
So and that was just a close-up just for the film. The lengths they go to, it was just a detail he wasn't happy with, and that was done in Bad Robot. And there was so much to do when we did the original scene with the periscope and the arm opening. We had 2 people on the radio, so we had 2 transmitters. And a great puppeteer called Lynn, she puppeteered Dio.
Yep.
And with Robin Guyver,
yep.
And she helped. So she was made up. We had the best day, and she was so pleased she could do some R2 stuff. Sadly, it wasn't seen, but like you were saying earlier on, that's stuff that doesn't make the cut.
Yeah, I think it would have been a completely different film if they'd, So I don't know, just some of the stuff we filmed. The Leia scene. I was on set there for 5 days. With without the fade, and different angles and going over and over and over again with it. Do you remember the guy that was one of the astromechs? This guy was really overacting, and I don't think he was even in shot, but he was really wrenching something, wasn't he? Do you remember? And I just went up to him and said, "Oh, just tone it back a little bit because none of this is going to be seen."
I do remember. Yes.
And then he started talking to me, and I think I text you help.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
I had that's fine. So of course I just stood there and laughed.
Yeah, you did. You did come and save me in the end, though. Yeah. So no, it was good. That was good. That was good. But again, there was one. I was, and anything can happen. So I was working with one astromech, and then it was a slightly different colour to what they wanted in shot, and then it had to be removed because it was brighter than it was taking the eye from R2D2.
Funny enough, that made you very happy.
It
for some reason. Don't know why, but yeah, I didn't hear the end of that for a little while.
No,
I'd forgotten. I managed to
forgot
forget
about that.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring it all back.
Not now.
Let's bring it all back.
Not now.
The interaction with Anthony Daniels and his wife, who are both on set, certainly when we were on the Tantive 5 stuff, and they were just the most charming of people.
Yeah.
Really, really charming. His wife was there with sweets, which was nice.
Yeah.
I don't think I had any.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, just really, really charming. And you hear, certainly in the Star Wars universe, you sort of hear people saying, "Oh, well, that person's like this." Everyone's going to have an off day. But Anthony and his wife would, and in fact, everybody. There wasn't anybody on set that I could say, "Wow, they, couldn't believe that person." Billy D. Williams was fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah. And to see these people and just be there, like, all right, with my remote control, it's bizarre, bonkers.
It is cool.
Bonkers.
And yeah, Anthony, because I did an interview with Anthony for this show, which is going to be aired later, and he was always charming, and he had loads of good things to say about the droid builders around the world, and it's a great chat, and that will come across hopefully on the interview that people will see later.
Let's hope so. Yeah, definitely.
So Sam, you've got to tell me about some behind the scene footage. It seemed to go sort of viral amongst us droid builders when it came out, the behind the scenes footage.
Yeah.
Have you sort of walked into shot maybe and out?
Yeah, but it wasn't really in shot because, let's be fair, he wasn't dressed. Oh, that sounds even worse now, doesn't it? He wasn't in costume.
Yeah.
But he was wearing a... I don't even know where I was going. I think that might have been the day that I went up on the Falcon.
Okay. Possibly. Yeah, that's true. You you think you were making your way to go on the Falcon?
Because I was, obviously, just sort of like, get out of the way, I'm getting up there.
Yeah,
but,
and then hang on, there's a camera, they're filming something.
Yeah,
I will just walk out as though nobody's ever seen me.
Yeah.
You do look quite guilty.
Oh, it was awful. Absolutely awful. But yeah, it's, I think what happened, if you remember back, I think we went up the ramp and someone yelled action and we had to stay up there for a bit, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah, I think we did.
We were hanging about there for a bit.
I think we did. And actually, that reminds me of another shot, which I think you helped me start to set up. And again, we don't see it, unfortunately. But R2 comes down the ramp of the Millennium Falcon. So when the Falcon lands on fire, one of the droids walks in with the fire extinguisher to put it out. Which again, you see, it was made by Paul Shabester. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
I forgot what we called it now. But the guy was in a box. And he had a couple of fire extinguishers, which were actual CO2 gas canisters.
Yep.
And he was walking backwards because of the way the legs were made.
That's it.
So he had a camera that way, but walking that way, which is really arse about face.
Yep.
Then he had to get in position and blast the Falcon.
That's it.
But you see behind the scene footage, Paul Shabester, he lifts this lid on him, and he's literally bolted him into the...
Yeah.
Which is bonkers, but
I remember. I really remember that day.
Such a cool build.
But that particular day, I couldn't. The rigor around health and safety, and they had somebody come out to measure the oxygen levels and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's the creatures guys, the guys that are in these costumes. They push them. They really push them to their limits.
Yeah.
Not passing out or anything, but it's absolutely amazing. Absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, and I've always said Warwick is the same. He's a trooper just like the rest of them. He's not a prima donna like, do you know who I am? He just goes and goes. He's brilliant.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
And they all are.
In fact, I've got a little story about Warwick.
Go for it.
If I can. So we were the same day that at 5 o'clock we were told to get on set and quickly move everything around. They were setting up another shot, so we had to move the droids out of shot, and it was me and Adam at the time. And I had an aluminium droid, very, very heavy, trying to get it out the door, and we were lifting it up as well. And I sort of backed up, nearly fell over, and I was swearing at the time. And I just looked down, and it's the first time I'd seen Warwick Davis. And I'm effing this and effing that. Oh, hi, Warwick. And he was like, oh, hi, you all right there? And I went, yeah, wish I hadn't, didn't have such a heavy droid. And he was like, okay. But he was just chilling, and I was like, oh, God, now I'm in his space. This is really awkward. But he really down to earth. And, even in the Creatures Workshop where he was on the controls for Claude, I think, at one point, he was doing the, just behind the scenes, doing the eyes and moving things around. And it was, just one of the boys.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
He loves to get involved. And, he was going to drive some mouse droids in one of the films we did. But unfortunately, he was too busy in costume. But he used to race remote control cars.
Yep.
So he's into all that,
Yep.
you know, and he loves it when all the gadgets and toys come out. Definitely.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
It's cool.
So there was the first couple of days on set was in the Tantive 5 jungle scene, and I'm hidden with a bunch of other people basically behind rocks. So I think the first 2 days I was getting covered with, because they would stop the action and throw leaves around. There's a guy whose job was literally to put, I'm sure he did more than just throw leaves on the floor, but that was part of his job. So he'd put leaves on the floor, and then one guy would come around with a hose and just spray all the rocks. But of course, we're behind the rocks; they can't see us, so we're getting covered and absolutely drenched in water. Oh, and there was the day that they decided to do. So during the layer scene, they did a bit where it was raining inside, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they used to have like water storage containers up in the roof.
Yep.
Which they used to, I think they used to preload them with water and then just let them out.
That's it.
To
And-
however powerful they needed to be.
And they said, yeah, we're going to do this now. So I went over to the AD and I said, hey, there's a droid here. Obviously, you know, it can't really get wet because it's 24 volts, blah, blah, blah. And he said, yeah, it'd be fine, it'd be fine, it'd be fine. And then they opened the rain up. And it just went all over the droid, and you know the weathering started running off of it, and all sorts of stuff happened. And I just had to let it happen because they were obviously shooting a sequence, or they might have been doing something for CG or whatever. But this sequence was being shot, and one of the guys came up sort of towards the end and said, "Oh, is that droid okay getting wet?" And I went, "No, no." And he's like, "Oh, okay." So I think in the end someone had an umbrella sort of over, because also with the Robocop. That had to have
it did.
some bits over it as well, didn't it?
Yeah, because they had all the electronics. Yeah,
that's it.
It did. And then, bit of a spoiler alert. This one is, but when Leia passes away, so they're all around the bed, and it's something that Hassan and I spoke about earlier on in the interview when we talked about him in R2, and I had missed it myself. You've just shown me this clip.
Yeah.
And again, it's best if you talk about it.
Sure, yeah, okay. So the layer scene went on and on and on, and it was one of, like I said before, you know, really appreciate my time on the film and doing all that kind of stuff. But you know, 5 days of seeing somebody basically fade away, you know, and I know it's touching, and I'm on board with all that, but it's a bit monotonous, especially when you're not really doing anything. So the AD, a guy called Nick.
Yeah,
and I,
well remembered, yeah.
we lifted one of the astromechs up onto a rock formation because we thought where they were filming, which was inside of a cave, R2, all the main characters were there, and this droid probably just wasn't going to be seen. Unfortunately, when we put it on the rocks, you can actually see the scene, and during that point, I think I actually switched it off and went to lunch. And it was a prime time to do it because everybody was still on set, and I thought, well, I'll just switch this off and get in early, which is what I did.
Yeah.
And surprise, surprise.
And as a disclaimer here, we never leave set unless we're told by the ADs, do we?
I must have been told.
We always check.
I must have been told.
So I think you would have checked with Nick,
yeah,
or whoever. And the ADs, they go on the radio.
Yeah.
They check the monitors. They're like, "No, you're good to go. You're not needed."
Yeah.
So off you go.
I think in all honesty, I think it was I think there was a wider shot that ended up making the cut.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we wouldn't have just walked off. But again, you know, it's I might have done. I don't think I did. I don't know. I can't 100% tell you. I mean, this was some time ago. This was, you know, a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I guess
that's right.
now.
Yeah, and until you watch the film again,
Yeah.
it all comes flooding back.
That's it.
And behind the scenes is great because you know, obviously you weren't involved as much as I was, but you just watch it all. It just brings it all back.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely. But again, you know, the run up to this, certainly for me, you know, you put the call out to say, Tier 2 droids, we need them now, and the run up to me seeing the film for the first time was a ton of work. Staying in a seedy hotel with Giles overnight with a glitter ball.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, what did we do the day before? We did something the day before. Was it just practice? I think, wasn't it?
I think it was practice. Yeah,
practice run through.
You were there just having a practice run through.
That's it. Yeah, and then all the stormtroopers were there and pick up the tickets and off we went.
Yeah.
But
so that comes through Disney, doesn't it?
Yes.
That does. So even though it's Lucasfilm that we're working for during the film and so on,
yeah.
then with the premieres and what have you, that gets handed over to Disney, which they do keep them as two separate companies. They take care of different departments, and Disney are the red carpet or blue carpet in this case, aren't they?
Yep.
So you're dealing with them
in
this case, and now the R2 builds, thankfully, are on the Lucas radar, Lucasfilm radar, and the Disney radar, thankfully. So, you know, maybe now's a good time to explain how that works, though, as well, Sam. How you get involved in that, and maybe not go to the details of Tier 2, but you know how people get to do the red carpet.
Yeah, I mean, you put the call out that you needed a tier 2 R2D2, and we just didn't have any in the club at the time. There were some good ones, but they weren't they weren't quite there. So I'd managed to.
And to be fair, sorry to interrupt, I had put a shout out for Tier 2 R2. There was a new film coming out, for goodness sake. So
2 years before, the first R2 UK,
that's right.
you put the call out about that and said we do need these.
Yeah, and it was a quiet time for R2 as well during that time. But then there's a film coming out. It's going to get busy.
Definitely. So I was lucky in the fact to have basically been able to buy a partly built one, which I had to strip all the way down. It was probably about a 9-10-year-old droid at the time. And you know, I needed new skins, I needed a whole bunch of new stuff, so I just threw some money at it, painted it, and as one or two people know, you know, it was tier 2 before the paint was dry. Although that isn't the truth, though, is it? Because we got it to the point where, you know, everything was pretty much there, but there were some issues with the ankle, and literally the ankles were, the bolts needed tightening up, but to get into there, you had to take everything out, and you know, it was just complicated, really, really complicated. So, admittedly,
you had 2 goes, didn't you?
Yeah.
In tier 2, because we met one time, and it
met
was
one time.
Sadly not,
and it was wrong. Yeah, and you were bitterly disappointed, and I went home crying.
It was a no-brainer. I assumed I was going there. It was going to be tier 2, job done. You know, but that's why tier 2 is so strict. It needs to just be spot on.
And it doesn't matter who you are with this either. You know, you can't fake this. If it's not spot on and it's not going to do the job, that's it. It's, you know. And again, even being on the committee now and talking to the other guys about this, you know, there's no free ride for this. You've got to graft for it. So, but yeah, you know, like I say, and then of course you've got to have that. I've got to say, like the children in need thing. You know, there was a big drop off of the stage, and I was very worried. And you've got to have that confidence in what you've built. And I think if I didn't have that in that particular droid, and by the way, it's the only droid that I've not face planted.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's done it.
And now it's up for sale.
You better not take it out again then. Oh, God.
When I was at Celebration London a couple of years ago, when you guys were all there, and there was just a sea of R2D2s there, and you know, the first droid that I built was the Q5 droid, which I remember the first time I met you was a Brad function in Oxford.
Yep, by his house,
and I had this, do you remember?
Yeah.
This god-awful contraption that
it wasn't god awful. No, I wouldn't say it's god awful. Come on.
It was 2-legged mode, and it was just not great. And at any moment, it could have fallen over.
Yes.
It didn't.
Give you that.
It didn't fall over,
but
it could have done. And when you first meet somebody like yourself for the first time, and I know you better now, but I was like, God, this is the guy. This is the man. And of course, then I'd also read on the forum that you were looking for droids, and you know, George Aldridge even interviewed me early on into when I first got my R2Q5 sort of on the.
That's right. That's a great little YouTube video. You did.
It is, and with that, off the back of that, you know, he asked the question, what would you do if you got called up for a Star Wars film? And that was just not even a thing. It just wasn't you know, it'd be amazing. Of course it would, but you know, it's probably never going to happen. These guys managed, you know, you guys managed to cement yourselves into what you were doing, or are still doing. And you know, it's just not for everybody, but fortunately, you know, being involved and, you know, doing the right things and saying the right things and building the right type of droids, it's you know, it's happened.
So I've got to ask, would you do it again if you got the call to work on a film again? It's going to be a month, and this isn't a job offer, by the way, live on well, not live, but would you do it again from the experience? You know, it's
yeah, you know what, I would. But I think I know better this time. And I'm not talking about walking into shot or anything. I'm talking about having that sort of experience, what the days are going to be like. Because a lot of the time, you know, we're sitting around and I'm not used to doing that at the best of times. So, you know, there was a day where I think you were just drinking lattes and someone was fanning you with some big leaves. And I was there, oh, Mr. Towersey, shall I repair R2? And that R2, the R2, you know, it's seen some action. You know,
it has. Yeah, I was thinking that actually.
It's the legs, and if you look on the left-hand leg, there's a lolly stick inside that I've epoxied on.
Yes.
Do you know about this?
Yeah.
Because there was a bit that broke off.
Because they're fiberglass foot shields.
Yeah. A bit that broke off, and I was like, that's going to show, but of course it doesn't. And of course the detail in R2D2 on this film, it looks a lot darker in shot than it actually is.
It's aged, I think, through the films naturally as well anyway. Not that we've done that on purpose, but I think it has. Even though people are disappointed in how little R2 is in the films, we do shoot a lot, even if it's what you see continuously.
Because it's funny, because even Sean from the R2D2 fan club, you know, I was joking with him saying, he dies in the end, they're going to destroy him. And I think even you were like, I hope they don't. That's not what I've been told. And I was like, God, you know, what's going to happen? So I'm glad they didn't kill him off or anything. So
which does go to show, you know, even we don't really know what's happening because you are just such a small part of the scenes that you're just to stitch it all together and know what's going on in your head, and shooting stuff that doesn't happen as well. Hassan tells a story about us going to Jordan because I was flown out there with R2 and Hassan to shoot a scene there, which was never seen. But what experience that was. But again, you know, that was going to be an alternative end to the film.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
which didn't happen. But you know, I think what they did at the end was great anyway. I thought it was great with Ray and BB-8, and that was good.
Well, you know, on that again, when they're shooting, I was with Brian Herring and Dave, and I was behind them, and I was mic'd up as well, so I could hear what the dialogue was, and I was an astromech in the background somewhere, and Baby Bar, or Admiral Akbar's son,
Young Bar,
we
used to call it. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's actually called. But
he then, I'm pretty sure one of his lines was about Emperor Palpatine, and at that point I'm going, you know, but everybody else is cool, and I'm going, no one's looking. Okay, right, shh. And you've got that inside of you. All of a sudden, you've got a bit of information, and then of course, a celebration when we're all watching, and you know, Palpatine's kind of announced because of the way it went down.
Cool.
And
cool.
I was like, I did know about that, but again, you know, you're under NDA and you can't say anything. You know.
So interestingly, the Palpatine, that part, the creatures department were partly involved in that.
Right.
But that was done towards the end of filming. That was one of the last things we shot at Pine Studios, and the creatures crew gradually disappear and go on to other jobs as the film comes to an end, and there's a few people left behind. But then there came out another NDA within the creatures department for those that were involved in Palpatine.
Oh wow!
They set up a separate workshop. And they worked on Palpatine in a separate workshop in the creatures department. We weren't allowed in there. If we weren't involved, we weren't allowed in. I had no idea what was going on in there.
Wow!
And eventually, of course, you wonder what's going on. But eventually, you just ignore it. You walk past the workshop. You're never going to go in there because you could probably get into trouble. And just like you, until I was at Celebration and he came out on stage, I didn't know for sure that he was in it. I had an inkling, but I didn't know for sure. So there's even NDAs within NDAs. So it's
No, it's crazy. But I mean, what a fantastic experience as well, you know, and not just a fan. You know, we spoke. You know, we were driving to Black Park one day, and you said something like, I can't remember exactly what you said, but something along the lines of. We had a bet as well, which I honoured, by the way, didn't we?
Yes.
My names wouldn't be.
Of course.
Wouldn't be in the credits, and you won a tenner off me for that. And I think you said something about the names in the credits or something like that. And how would that make you feel? And you know, actually, I think I missed it on the first time. I did miss it. Yeah, I did miss it. And it was only when someone posted it up, and then you came round, and I had to give you £10. In fact, you came round for the £10.
Probably, yeah.
No, you didn't. No. But yeah, you know, it's just an amazing experience. Incredibly privileged to have been part of it. And you know, my experience on this was hugely positive. New learning experience around people that you know. You got Oscar Isaac, Daisy, John Boyega, Billy D. Williams. You've got all these people there. And of course, you can't really engage with them, although you kind of half want to. And it wasn't really until I spoke to JJ Abrams at the wrap party and just thanked him for the opportunity, and Neil as well. Where we were hanging out with Neil, he's part of the Lee Towersey fan club, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, we were just having a drink with these guys, and it was cool. You know, and that's when it comes back down to that base level when you're looking in on something versus actually sort of being there in reality and saying, thank you so much for everything you've done. And brilliant. And I do like the film, and I'll be forever thankful for the people that are involved with that to make it all happen. So
and we're very fortunate as well that Lucasfilm are so keen to get the fans involved still. And as long as we don't screw it up, thankfully you didn't. It's all right. We'll find out in the next one, see if they ask us back. But no, it's great that they get the builders involved, and they've put faith in us, and whoever we've got in has always done a good job. We keep asking some people back, but it's good to give new people opportunity as well. So and just to build up these amount of people that could do remote control operating as well. That experience at it, doing the Comic Cons and so on. Definitely. So huge credit to all the builders, and fingers crossed there'll be more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that, Lee and Sam. I think that was the best video so far, don't you?
I have to agree.
Of course. Okay, so that was another giveaway closed. That was for the Rise of Skywalker DVD, which Sam has actually signed. So that will be announced later on. Giles is beavering away at his computer at the moment, putting those names through that people have that kindly donated £10 or more during that video. Then they'll be in the draw as that additional draw for the DVD, which we'll announce later. I think now's a good time, Sam, to find out how much we've raised so far. I believe you've got a figure?
I'm really, really, really happy about this. Drum roll, please. £4,313! Oh.
Automated cutting machine that brings your ideas to life. The M2 mounts directly on the wall, so you can make bigger and better than ever before, without sacrificing floor space in your garage or workshop. Capable of milling or etching almost any flat material, including wood, plastics, and soft metals, with 4 by 8 feet of cutting space. You can create your own designs with our innovative software, or download awesome projects from our online community and get to cutting in a matter of minutes. With the M2, you can go from idea to finished product in the same day. Once the M2 has started working, you can relax and enjoy your day while the M2 brings your designs to life. With the lowest cost per square foot of cutting space and a robust online community of makers, you won't find a better CNC machine on the market.
You're right.
Mate, I'm so sorry. It's happened again.
Okay. Well, I think we'll move swiftly on. We've got the styrene cutting tutorial coming up now. So those that have bought the kits, please get them out and get ready to follow that tutorial. I don't think you'll build them all in the video time, but Sam and I have got our styrene here, and we've got our plans.
We have.
And we're going to have a go at doing it ourselves as well, aren't we, Sam?
Then it's Droid Racing.
Yes, here we go.
Let's go through some of the basic tools I'm going to use. Good comfortable knife. I always make sure when I'm cutting styrene that I start with a nice fresh blade. I tend to avoid this kind of straight edge here, just because when I'm cutting my fingers are exposed, so I'll mostly go for this kind here, where I little groove and my fingers are shielded. I always wear cut proof gloves, just in case you do slip, then you're not going to have any accidents. Once the parts have been cut, you need to tidy up the edges, so I'll just use a standard metal file and also use a little bit of sandpaper, and if they've got straight edges that I need to sand, I'll put it on a block of wood. So these parts have already been pre-scored, and we're just going to cut through with the knife through the 1 mil styrene. So we get our straight edge. I'm going to butt it up to where we want to cut. Like so. Then with the knife, very lightly run the blade along the straight edge. So that's very lightly. And then your second run, you can press a bit harder, like so. Okay, and you'll have cut a groove in there, and you can see it's already gone through. Okay, now we're going to go through the other side. Again, placing the ruler and then running the blade lightly to start with, and then the second pass is harder. Okay. And then we do this for each and every side. Like so, each time making sure that the ruler is butted up to the edge. And again, take your blade, a light score, and then second pass slightly harder. Again, you can see it's just popping out now. Okay. And then the bottom edge, do exactly the same. Along the straight edge, a light score, and then a slightly harder second pass. Don't need to press hard at all. And then the final side, like so. And then your part just literally pops out. Now, this piece here is a curved piece, so it's a little more tricky, so we'll do this freehand. So from there, we should end up with those 4 pieces. This part is scrap. Okay. Onto this piece, see it's 2 pieces here, the ones we want to keep, and as a rectangle, very easy to cut. And again, these parts should just pop out. Like so. This part is the scrap. We want to keep this part here. And then the last piece for this coin return. So we're going to keep just this part here, the outer, and this inner is going to be scrap. So again, nice straight edges, so easy to cut. Okay, so as you can see, that just as I moved it, this piece already popped out, and this is scrap, so we'll get rid. And then we're left with this piece here, and now we have all our pieces for our first coin return. As you can see, where you've cut, it's kind of left some sort of horrible edges. So these can be easily gotten rid of with the file. So as you can see there, just run the file along. Already, most of it is gone. And I left this sort of beveled edge here, so I'll get my sandpaper. And still a little bit left, so go over with a file. when it comes to the smaller pieces, where it's got the curve, I tend to take the sandpaper just in my fingers, and then my fingers can follow the curve. Whereas if you use the block, then you could sort of remove some of the curve when you're sanding. And when it comes to these, what look like triangles, but it's got the straight edge here and it goes off at an angle here, so when you're sanding, just be mindful of that. Okay. And that's the first one cut out. Okay, so these two I've already cut earlier, plus the ones I've just cut now. Let's get them packed off. Here we go, Chris, get these made.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Let's see what we've got here. So, coin returns. Just before we get stuck into the assembly of these, I'll just go through some general kind of information, tools, tips, but of course, more importantly, health and safety. So, when you're putting these together, it's always best to be in a well-ventilated area. The assembly outside if you can, open space. If you can't, if you've got a garage or a workshop that you can use, just try to make sure that you've got all your windows and your doorways open. It just allows that kind of airflow to take away any of those horrible vapours. You can invest in one of these. So this is just a simple cloth mask. It'll really aid you when you're kind of close, you know, trying to keep an eye on where you're gluing stuff and you're really close to the actual parts when you're assembling them and applying the glue. You could also purchase one of these. This is a bit more heavy duty. You have two filters on the side. These are specifically designed for as a gas filter, but this really does take away a lot of the fumes that you get from the adhesives. Glasses, eye protection. So these are really an essential as well, because you don't want to end up kind of flicking adhesive into your eye by accident. So glues, adhesives, there's lots of different types out there. You can use a two-part epoxy such as this. They're really good. A two-part epoxy is going to hold, it's going to be rock solid, but they are generally a bit more expensive for the quantity that you get. You could also use a super glue such as this, and then purchase a bottle with like a dropper on the end of it, so that it's a bit more, you've got a bit more control when you're applying adhesive to the surface of your parts. One of the other things you could use is an EMA plastic weld or an acrylic adhesive, especially designed for plastics. They're really good. This is actually a bottle of what's called dichloromethane. It's actually one of the key ingredients of the EMA plastic weld, but you can get a larger quantity of it for a slightly cheaper price. It's fantastic stuff, but it's highly toxic, so definitely recommended for use when you're outside. I always use a small jam jar and a paintbrush, so I can decant it into that, and I just dip a bit in, and then literally just get my parts, and I do a quick kind of cross stroke of the adhesive on the one face that I want to glue, and then take the other piece, do the same on the other side that I want to glue. So I've got the two faces with a bit of adhesive on, put them together, and I let that kind of capillary reaction do its thing, and then it creates a really strong bond. Now you can move parts a little bit for a couple of minutes, but then once it sets, it's pretty solid. So you just got to be a bit mindful about timing and how much you're using as well. And be also very careful, because these are only 1 mil thick. If you use too much, you're going to warp the part, and then you're going to have to cut out another part, or you're going to just source another piece. So it can be a bit troublesome. One other suggestion for poly cement. A lot of people who perhaps done airfix kits, and it's really good. It gives you a good setting sort of time. You usually have around 5 minutes to kind of move your pieces into position, so I'd also recommend that perhaps, and we'll get into the assembly and see what else we can do. Thank you. Okay guys, so as you can see here, I've got my bits that Jamie kindly cut out. I have here just a small jar, as I mentioned earlier, jam jar with my dichloromethane. That's my kind of chosen adhesive for the moment. I'm using a paintbrush that you'll see here. That's going to be my applicator, and as I say, here are the parts. So we'll start by just putting just a small piece on, say small piece, there we go, just applying a small thin layer to one side here. Don't forget, use your masks if you've got them. If you're going to be inside, it's really a necessity. And as you can see here, I'm just kind of putting just a thin layer of adhesive over both faces of the items that I'm going to glue together, and I'm just going to glue that down there like so. So let's just get that. I've pre-marked out which I'm going to which way round here by marking just a T at this end just here, so I know which is the top and which is the bottom. Don't forget, you also I'm probably going to benefit just from giving the parts a once over, just so you know what parts you've got. I'll just put another small layer in there, just at the back, and all that's going to do is it's just going to help that kind of, like say, the capillary action. You can move it a bit kind of back and forth to help, and that should help it stay in place. So I'll just move that to there. As you can see, I'm wearing some gloves. These are actually like a kind of like a latex glove. I don't expect that they'll do much good if I were to spill a whole jar of this on the gloves, but they're there just to stop any kind of little spatters from getting onto my skin. So there we go, there's the first piece done. See that? It's held up under its own weight. It's not too bad. So we'll make a start now with the next piece. The two sides are on, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the back piece on now. So again, just put a thin bead down each side. Don't worry if you accidentally knock these out of position, there will be a little bit of flex, as you can see. It's always good to note there is a shiny side usually and a slightly duller side on these. Try and use the slightly duller side because you'll find the adhesive does a better job on it. Okay, so there we go. So I'm just putting on a little bit more of an extra layer just to work it in there. I'll place that in position. Move that into position. I'm going to bend that ever so slightly, just so you start to get that curvature. As I say, that will go with the curvature of the skins. It is ever so slight. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to put the final piece in.
the final 2 pieces. So again, take our adhesive. Okay, so I'm just going to put that there. And again, just going to move that to the curvature. There we go. I'm just going to hold it there now, just until it's dried. As you can see, I've glued on the top to this piece here. So this is now complete. So on to the remaining coin returns. So, but there we go. So our left, our right, and our front as well, which is slightly longer than the others. So try not to get them mixed up. Thank you.
So we've got another winner for the DVD. DVD winner is Karen Hodges. Congratulations, Karen. And myself and Sam have signed it. He wouldn't let me put it away without him signing it. So how did the styrene cutting go, Sam?
Oh, don't worry about that. I've nailed it.
No, it's supposed to be inches, not meters.
Set me up to fail again, I see.
No. Can you talk about something you're good at?
Oh, I don't know. Breaking droids.
No, Droid Racing.
Oh, yes, Droid Racing.
Yes.
This is fantastic. Big Daddy D, Darren P, has made a fantastic online game, and we're going to show you how to play it right now.
Yes. So, just to clarify, they need to connect to the server to play. Make sure you put your email address in, because if you don't put your email address in, we can't give you a prize. So you'll only be entered into the competition if you put your email address in. Good to know I'm sitting next to the real Sam Prentice.
Not the fake one. Don't forget it's racing.droidbuilders.uk to log on.
Yes, and we've got an option here to create a free race or create a championship. Now if you just want to practice and maybe just get a fastest lap time, you can do the create a free race, but we're going to create the championship. Okay, so this is where we go for the most laps, and the most laps will win a prize as well. We have 2 prizes, the fastest lap time and the most laps.
Yep.
And if they equalise on the same amount of laps, which we guess that will happen, it will be the fastest average time. That will be the tiebreaker.
Absolutely.
So I'll create the championship.
Go for it.
Waiting for 7 more players, waiting for 6 more players because you've just joined the room.
So what's the bet then? Winner takes
all.
all.
We're going to have a bet. Okay.
Winner takes
winner
all.
takes all. Winner takes what?
I'll tell you what. Let's make it interesting. If I win, I get to give something of yours away. And if you win, I get to give something away of yours.
No. If I win, I get something of yours. I'll do that. Yeah, if you win, something of mine. If I win, something of yours. All right, and we'll stick it in the raffle. Here we go. So we've got no more players to join because it's just us 2.
3, 2, 1, go. If you press the space bar, it's a speedy upgrade.
I don't think it is.
Oh, I've gone wrong. Oh, here we go.
Mind the obstacles.
That's a gonk droid.
Oh,
you've messed up. It's real bad.
What sort of laps should we be doing, Sam?
Well, averaging around about 9.2 seconds is probably good.
Okay.
I think my best is at just over 8 seconds, just under 9. So, again, you know, there is a knack to this. And this has been created by our very own Darren Paulson, the Big D.
I can't talk, I'm concentrating too much. Oh, there you are, about half a lap ahead.
Right, well, we're gonna get into...
You're not going to lap me,
Yeah,
sure.
we'll lap you, yeah. It depends. I mean, 3 minutes. Is it a 3-minute race, this one?
I can't remember.
I think it might be. Oh, I can see you. I'm right behind you now. Or in front of you. Ah! Oh dear. You've just been lapped. Oh yeah, gonk droid. Wouldn't it be great if this was my quickest time? And you can see at the top there, I think 9.5 is my quickest time at the moment. What's your quickest time?
About 10 point something. I don't think I'm under 10 seconds yet. I don't think.
I just can't wait to give something away of yours now.
Well, it's looking that way, Sam.
Don't forget.
Wrong way.
Don't forget. Thanks to Roboteq for sponsoring this event, 3D filler print, and also Sideshow.
And Maker Made, of course, as well.
Absolutely.
Which, unfortunately, their sign is not up on the course, but that will be there on the course as well. We have our sponsors around the course, which is cleverly done by Darren as well.
Dude, you've just been lapped again.
No.
Yes. Oh, yes! Winning!
11 laps to 9. Okay.
There you go, look.
So, yeah.
Best lap, 9.46 seconds.
You've beaten me. Okay.
Well done. Right. Let's go back to the studio.
Back to the studio. I'd forgotten about that.
Yes, I'd not forgotten about it. So I get to give something away of yours.
Yep, go on then.
Oh, anything.
Go on.
You know what? So this is Lee's prize and joy here. Here we go.
Okay. Look after it. Be careful.
We're going to give away his droid.
Okay, so that's going in the raffle.
Stick it in.
Okay. Moving swiftly on, just to clarify, the winner of the Droid Racing will be announced at 7:20 during Drinks and Droids. We have 2 of these for the fastest time and the most lap. Not again. God, dear. And we'll move on now to the T3 talk. T3 talk has been put together by Oliver and some of the other guys, including Rob, and they've done some great development on some T3 research, and they share their findings.
Get racing!
Welcome to T3 from Game to Reality with Rob Howdell, Oliver Steeples and Douglas Olsen. We're going to give a quick talk on Knights of the Old Republic and specifically T3 Utility Droid. We'll talk about how we got the game meshes, sounds and lights, and how we developed that into a semi-finished product.
Hello, my name's Rob Howdell. I created the Facebook group the T3 Builders. Like most clubs, the T3 Builders was originally a Yahoo group, and I was just hoping to relight the fire, as it were, by bringing it over to Facebook. Not only in the group do we build the T3 droids, but we also have quite a few members that have focused on the T7 droids, which are mostly popular in the Star Wars The Old Republic online game. T3 is a utility droid, originally from the video games Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and was later adopted into the popular mobile game Galaxy of Heroes. T3 is one of those droids where people have seen pictures, know little bits and whatnot, but they don't actually know that much about him. T3's appearance has stayed pretty much the same throughout the years, with slight changes here and there in terms of maybe the shape of his head and some other parts, the colours, and a few textures here and there, but the overall look has stayed true to the original. He was built on Terrors for Local Crime Lord, and T3's abilities vary from being an exceptional code breaker and computer slicer to featuring many gadgets such as repeating blasters, flamethrowers, ion blasters, my personal favourite, interface arms, audio and sonar scanners, broadcast antennas, and many more.
In around 2006, the T3 Builders group was formed on Yahoo as a mailing list. Like today, they ripped the meshes from the game and produced PDF, DXF plans, as you can see on the slide. From the Yahoo Builders plans, a number of droids were made, however this was really limited and maximum 5 worldwide. The most noticeable droids are T3 by Mark Enright and T3 by Darth Moose. The Darth Moose droid did actually do a few conventions in the US, and there are videos on YouTube if you search for them. I'm going to talk now about how we actually ripped the game meshes. First of all, I do own a copy of Knights of the Old Republic, and it's somewhere in my old CD collection, but for the sake of buying the game for £7.19 from Steam, it was a bit of a no-brainer, although I do have to go back and play it. So once a game's installed and you have all the subdirectories, you can install various sort of modding kits. The modding community for Knights of the Old Republic sort of was huge, and there's sort of lots of sites dedicated it to them. Some are sort of now defunct, but one that's still live is Deadly Stream, and it has lots of nice utilities available. So you have KOTOR tool and various other sort of utilities to rip things from the game. So what people have done is actually rip the meshes, rip images and textures, sort of update them, and then sort of re-upload them to the game to bring it more up to date with higher textures and looking better. So there are two utilities that are important: KOTOR Max here and KOTOR Blender here, depending on which software you use. Blender is a free product but has a sort of steep learning curve. 3ds Max is expensive but has a 30-day test period. So Knights of the Old Republic has been installed as well as KOTOR tool, and using the tool it scans the installed game and sees what's available, and you can see all the different messages here. So let's just pick something that looks like it's interesting. There is T3 in here somewhere, but let's pick one I haven't chosen before. Jedi Council, let's pick Gamorrean and export it, and just cut over to 3ds Max and open Gamorrean. And this is a Gamorrean apparently, and you can just about see the shadow, and you can tell this is one I haven't prepared before. So let's go to one I have prepared before. Let's just get rid of this. When the KOTOR tools run, it produces various files. So if I just look at the Gamorrean, you'll see it has a TGA texture file, another TGA file, and the actual model file. If I look at T3, I have actually extracted a few files here, but the important ones are the MDL and TGA texture maps. So moving over to 3ds Max, I've already loaded a file name in and just do an import of T3. So first of all I'll look at the polygons. So by today's standards it's very rough and ready. You can see how low texture it is. If I just scroll into a head, there's not many polygons at all. Now moving over to the textured map. you can see a lot was actually done with textures to make it look detailed. So you have a head there, and you have all the different panels on top. Then the eye, side eyes, and you can see the utility arm. When we rip the mesh, it actually has these dummy objects, so these are used to move the droid or character in the game. So this can be pulled up and down to tilt the head. This can be pulled back and forward to put the utility arm out. And this object here is to actually move T3. And you can see, for example, down here there are sort of panels on the front of a droid. And let's just select that again, and you can see none of these are actually reflected in the mesh itself. It's all done as textures. Likewise, if I go to the side of a foot, you can see there's 3 polygons or 4 polygons at the side of a foot. There's nothing to suggest a round object in the middle. So now we move over to Fusion 360. I've started using Fusion 360 a lot more these days because it's becoming more and more powerful compared to AutoCAD and 3ds Max, which I used to use, which were sort of very limited for what they do. So I've already saved the T3 mesh in object form from 3ds Max, and now I'm just going to insert the object file into Fusion. And you can see it's that easy, and it should look the same as it did beforehand. However, it's just missing the texture maps. And again, you can see how low res the actual files are. If I zoom in on the side eyes, for example, you can see the small eye, how low detailed it is, and then you've got the utility arm and the neck, which is showing as a hexagon. So the neck, for example, did cause questions. It was like, is the bottom of the head really a hexagon, or is it supposed to be round and it's just something that's not seen in the game, so they've modelled it as low polygon as possible. It's only when you look at the Galaxy of Heroes droid, you can tell by turning, you can see the steps, and it is actually a hexagon. Another reason why sometimes if you extrapolate too much, that could have turned into a sort of round circle. However, that's not the case. However, when you actually look at these shoulders, for example, you can see these are obviously sort of rounded and not supposed to be lots of polygons. So I've just shown you how we ripped meshes from the game into Fusion 360. However, we've also seen they're so low polygons we can't actually use them for anything good. So this is where we have to actually look at the texture maps and try and put as much detail into a model as possible, and challenge is to turn this low polygon into this high polygon model. So this is a sort of test by sort of Douglas Olsen, who did using the initial files we first had, mainly from the Yahoo Groups files as well, incorporating them with the Fusion files and getting this. However, we now know that's not exactly right. As well as the mesh, we also ripped textures, which you can see here. These are 2 texture files. One is a bump map and one is a texture file. So what you can do is be really clever and cut sections of the texture file out and use them as a canvas in Fusion 360 to apply it to a surface, and from there you can actually create a sketch to work out where the panel lines are, so you can create a detailed T3. While ripping the meshes from the game, I also took lots of screenshots from 3ds Max at various angles. In combination with the texture files and bump maps, this will allow us to add detail to a finished model. While converting T3's mesh from low polygon to high polygon, we looked at various design considerations. The first one was the width of T3. By default, it's 744mm wide, which is too wide for a standard UK door. So we actually reduced this by reducing the width of the shoulder hubs. This actually makes it look better and not as wide and not as fragile. The second main change was to look at all the dimensions and either round them up or round them down. So there were sort of integer millimeter values. This makes producing files and plans a lot easier. Also, as part of the design, I found 200mm Lazy Susans on Amazon, and they fit the shoulder hubs and main drive axles really well. This meant it had to sort of make the sort of bottom of T3 slightly wider in order to fit these bearings in. From the game meshes, this allowed me to make a rough body using 12mm ply, the 200mm Lazy Susans for the upper and lower axles, and 110mm soil pipes which fit inside the bearings. As you can see here, it's quite good, although it's only 300mm wide, so you don't have a lot of space once everything will be inside, but it's a good way to see how big the body is and how it all fits together. Like with R2-D2, the head of T3 is one of the sort of key points of what it is, and also it's really large, so you don't realise how imposing it is. From the Yahoo Group's plans, the profile of the head is actually rounded, and when you look at the raw mesh, it's stepped and low polygon. So by naturally extrapolating this, you get a rounded surface. However, when you actually look at Galaxy of Heroes and other books and other documentation, you actually see the head is angled at the top. So it's a bit akin to sort of CSR, CSL plans with R2-D2, and what you actually see isn't what they intended it to be. As Rob said earlier, there are differences between Knights of the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic 2 and Galaxy of Heroes. And you can see it here with the head profile changes, and also the position of the lights changes slightly depending on which file, which game you look at.
Alright, I want to talk about the head design a little bit. My name is Doug Olson. I'm a member of the T3 Builders group, and I'm one of the designers of some of the T3 files for 3D printing. So you see in the head here, we have quite a bit of challenges. So the original head started out round. We made some assumptions based on the original game models, and I think Oliver's already spoke about that or mentioned that. But as I started putting the head together, it became apparent that it was not going to fit on even a 500mm print bed. So you can see I split it into basically 9 quadrants. And this is designed to fit on a print bed. The other thing I wanted to make sure would happen is that you would not need supports when you printed these pieces. So I've tried to do built-in supports and design the pieces you'll see with kind of ovals and that, which allows them to print in one orientation and print full. So right now I'm kind of cutting away at the back side, the 3 pieces along the back, which are pretty standard. You see the hex ring at the bottom. There's 2 versions of this. There is a solid version of the hex ring to print on larger printers, and then there's a 4-piece version that I just took away. Right here, you see the 2 side pieces. These are pretty big pieces. They print from the back side up. So right now you're seeing the backside, which would be on the surface of the printer, and you see me removing these little alignment pins that I've created. Each of those alignment pins is just supposed to socket in. We've had some fit issues I'm trying to resolve for future prints with that. And then you see on the side here, there is a cutout on T3's side. So I've added in this support structure here, and I labeled it support because people didn't know with the first couple of versions. There's very little connection at the top there, but it's enough to allow it to print in place. And then if the whole print is printed in this kind of orientation on the printer, I'm aligning here, sorry, it'll print in one piece with no support. Pretty cool. You see on the top surface there's a few of those little holes around on the top surface. That's so that that top plate can be removed via magnets. Top plate's actually separated into a left and right piece on the front and a left and right piece in the back, and then a little top connecting plate that goes right behind the eye. All of it connects via magnet. Here you see the 4-piece hex ring going back on, and you see it's got indented holes. The idea being these are going to be socket head cap screws that go from the bottom up through the body, and then you can use either standard bolt, or you could use a wing nut to hold them on. Inside the eye here, you'll see that I've created a slot. This is more for your standard nut attachment. This was more because if we had lights behind the eye, I didn't want to have the shadow of the wing nuts shining up, so I tried to recess that and allow for nuts to be in that place. Moving on to kind of some of the other design considerations around the eye, we saw that there was a carrier or a kind of cradle to hold the eye. Because the eye is round and is fairly huge, I wanted it to have some extra support. So there are 5 rods that run from the front section through the back section and into that cradle, as well as 4 bolts at the bottom of the cradle that go through all the way to the hex. Those 5 rods, you see now the front part connect up with just standard square nuts. So it's M3 rods go through, and I don't have the length off the top of my head here, but it's going to be a custom trim to fit those in. But that then secures the front of the eye to the rear of the eye, and then the whole eye piece then secures down to the cradle right there. So you see there's sockets there on the back of the cradle for the nuts to go in and secure that. So the other consideration on the eye is I have the 2 side eyes here, and we're going to move over and look at these. Within the side eyes, originally the system had the model had the eyes both rotated a little bit too far to the front. When we got some of the better meshes recently, I was able to align the head with the mesh, and then that allowed me to realign the eyes. So you see these 2 front blocks here are virtually identical. The one I just removed doesn't have a panel because there's no need to get to these eyes to get them in. But on this one, I added this kind of access panel, which really is only available when you're first putting it together. Once you've got the head assembled, the eye will be in place in there. You see me surrounding the line around here. I'm having some fit issues with that. I'm trying to work through those, trying to make sure that panel will fit on there and actually not cause stress. Right now, the panel, when it prints, is just too big, so that line between the panel and the blocker is too big. Both of the eyes here are created in such a way that they socket into these little indents. We've got a couple prints already done where we've shown this off, and then they do have nuts that get set inside where you secure the eye into that with the nut. Right now, they're fairly tight, even without nuts holding them in, so you can get away without the nut if you want. And then you see this with the eyes back in. If you rotate around here to the back side, I'm also put on 4 screw holes so that we can mount a panel to hold the light behind the eye, and those will hold that.
Here is a 3D printed head by Jeff Cowman using Doug's files.
The lights for T3 are actually quite simple. He has 3 little pies, and only 2 of them have any form of animation. In Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 games, his main eye is lit up a couple of different colours, and they are lit up almost in rings, which look really nice. The large eye and the small eye to the side of T3's head in the game are just a single colour, and they both fade in and out at the same time. This is probably due to the limited technology at the time, as well as low resolution graphics. The Galaxy of Heroes T3 tidied up the lights a bit more, they made them a bit brighter, they took out the animation for the small eye and the large eye, but other than that there wasn't really that much difference. When we were designing the lights for the eyes and planning what we'd use, we settled on using the NeoPixel rings to light up the eyes, and I tried to keep them true to the original lights where I could. The main eye's LEDs alternate between a blue and a white colour, and I tried to use this to simulate a thinking sort of look, similar to R2's PSIs. And the small and large eye fade in and out with the same colour, and I would like to thank Craig Pay for the assistance on this, as this part of the sketch is actually based off his BT1 main eye sketch.
Like with any project, research is really important, and this is one of the reasons why. If you assumed T3s like R2-D2, the neck would turn with a head. However, by looking at the in-game videos, you can see the head pans and tilts on its own and rotates, whereas the neck stays put, apart from one little twitch forward of a neck. Now, there are different ways to sort of do the head and neck rotation, and now we'll look at 2 different options. The first by Doug using spherical manipulators, and the second by Oliver using universal joints.
Hello, this is Doug Olson. I'm going to talk about the neck mechanism real quick for T3 that I've designed. So I've designed this around something called a spherical parallel manipulator. I'm showing off here on the video the connection between the head and the neck. So that's a 3-prong connection here, this little triangle pattern. And then it bolts through the bottom pieces of the hex up through the connections in the body or head there all the way through. So you get a solid connection all the way through to the mechanism. Pulling away the head, you can see the outline of this structure here. We've got the trifold or tri-pronged piece there, and then I'm going to pull the neck piece away here so you can see the mechanism inside. The neck is held on by a couple magnets on either side, and then it sockets down into a slot between the head and this base. I'm going to take and put the body up so you'll see that in a second, but I want to talk about this mechanism. So this is called a spherical parallel manipulator mechanism, and what it does is there are 3 main gears that you can see in the middle, and then each of those gears is connected to a continuous rotation servo. Depending on the direction those servos run, all of them can run the same way and basically give you rotation, or each can run partially, which will allow you to do tilt motions on that plate. So you get rotation, pitch, and yaw off of that connection. Those arms all run parallel to a plane, so you can see the control arms coming up here. I'm going to switch over and actually show you one of these off of YouTube that was built. This is what inspired me to design this. So you can see as each servo moves an arm, the arms move independently, and the pivoting allows you to have that plate at the top, which would be the head, tilting in different directions or doing full rotations. I'm using continuous rotation servos. I may end up redesigning that to use stepper motors at some point, depending on whether they're going to end up being powerful enough for the head. Now here's ours. This is the one I've designed, and you can see the same thing. Here we go with the spinning, just using some servo manipulators, not a full control yet. You can see it spins fairly clean, and it's fairly fast. So anyway, thank you. That's all I've got for today.
Like R2-D2, having the head animated is one of the key points and what gives it its character. So in order to do this, you need to have a decent neck mechanism, and I started looking at various options that are available, and you have things like sort of spherical manipulators, which Doug's looking at, and you can use sort of ball and socket joints. However, ball and socket joints can actually sort of twist as well unless you lock them. So one of the things I've sort of used in the past and sort of looked at now is sort of universal joints. This also gives us the ability to add gearing to the head. So the servos typically have a 90-degree in total swing, but we only want the head to tilt 40 degrees in total. So by using a sort of 9:4 gear ratio, we can only have the head turn a certain amount, and this also will reduce some of the servo jitter you naturally get when the sort of servos tilt, and especially once you add a bit of load in the head, you'll stop it trying to overcompensate and wobbling. So as you can see here in various photos, I've used sort of 2 servos for the pan and tilt, and a gear on the main ring of the base of the R2 or RT3's head for the rotation. So in some previous videos you've seen my test body and test sort of universal joint neck. Now here's 4 videos that I filmed sort of during my gradual test build in the shed, showing the universal joint working, the heads moving, auto head leveling, and a sort of test Galaxy of Heroes head I made.
Another quick video. I've mocked up the tilt mechanism, although I ran out of channels on a remote control transmitter, so I've had to borrow the steering and driving. So, and also, spot the deliberate mistake, I've put the gear at just here, front corner, because that's where it nicely fits and not interfere. And I've put, God knows, 120 degrees of gearing here, but I should have continued the gearing round to here because it doesn't fully turn properly. And just have a look. So it's, the motor's too fast, I know that, but it's just a test one I had to hand. So that's about forward. And now we have a pan and tilt, which I had before. And that should hopefully be a nice speed. Actually, that's forward. And then pan and tilt again. It might be a bit fast, but it might be turning back a bit. It just depends once it's got a final head on. Here's a quick explanation of the universal joints neck rotation and pan tilt mechanism. So I have 2 servos here and here for pan and tilt, and it forms the universal joints at the top so it can turn in 2 dimensions. And then there's a gear here which will be driven by another motor to actually turn the head. So currently I'm using an Arduino Uno here, and it's taking angles from the head from an MPU 6050 here. From there it gets shown on a standard I2C LCD screen, just so I can see the pitch and roll of the heads, as it's good to see what's happening. And then longer term, when I upgrade a Uno to like an ESP32 for more processing power, it will take RC inputs from here
so it actually overrides the head signal coming in, and so once a body tilts, the head stays level and then the RC can override it. This is the auto head leveling demo for T3. The RC input isn't activated yet, the Arduino Uno isn't up to it. So the NeoPixel strip shows the angle, and if I go up, the head levels, and then as I turn it, the head compensates. And down. Here is a mock-up I did of the T3 head from the Galaxy of Heroes profile. You can see at the bottom there is actually a slight angle here, which it doesn't have in Knights of the Old Republic. I did this mainly as a load for the servos, and the 20 kilo servos I'm using easily tilt this head. Also used up quite a bit of 12mm ply I had lying around, but it also shows you the size of a head. So earlier we spoke about the standard door width in the UK of being about 740mm. This head is 600mm wide, or about 2 foot, so you can actually get a rough idea of the size. And you can see it pans and tilts and turns on the universal joints quite happily. By watching game videos, you can see how much T3's body actually tilts forwards and backwards, and this happens as he moves, as he goes up to doors and sort of opening boxes, for example. The movement of T3 in games is really impractical for a real life sort of droid. However, we can simulate it as much as possible so the body does raise and lower, and to get a general impression of it tilting. From using Fusion 360 and joints, I was able to work out a body tilt of up to 10 to 15 degrees. Looks right, and it's not overly stretching T3. Using my test body and a spare linear actuator from my R2D2 232, I mocked up a body tilt. It uses a simple servo with micro switches for an up and down. There's no position control at the moment, but going forward the actuator does have a potentiometer, and this will be used for precision body tilt. And here is a video of the actuator test. Using a 4-inch actuator swing, it takes about 8 seconds to go from one extreme to the other. In a later test, I actually decreased the swing to 3 inches, and that's about a 6-second swing, and that's a lot better than the video shown here. Here's a test of the drive system using 268 kV brushless motors with 16:1 main box P60 gearboxes. Using a 5-inch wheel, it's far too fast for a T3, but it's ideal for R2D2. I need to sort of gear it down a bit more so it's slower. One of the problems is when you actually turn it, because T3 is longer, it will whip the front legs round, so you either need to control the proportionality of the turning or have a slower droid in general. With T3, one of the challenges is going to be control. With an R2D2 it's pretty simple in comparison, because you have one stick for drive and another stick for dome rotation, so you're only really using 3 channels. However, T3, you're using same sort of single stick for drive for 2 channels, then you've got head rotation, head pitch, head roll, and all of these are proportional, so you need 5 proportional channels. And then if you're doing body tilt, you need a body tilt as well. So there are different options to this. You could use a sort of modified sort of Padawan 360 or some type of traditional RC remote, as shown here.
The sounds are a bit more complicated than the lights. Since T3 has not been in any movies or anything yet, no specific set of sounds have been created. In the game, he mostly reuses R2 sounds, although he does actually have a few of his own that are not used by R2, and you can listen to some of those now. Somebody online managed to rip a good couple of T3 sounds to MP3 files and publish them, but there was only around 10 of them, which wasn't really that good. Having the game on Steam, I attempted to go into the files and get the audio of T3, but the problem was when you tried to play those files, they weren't actually audio files. Instead, they showed a form of a hexadecimal code or something that the game translates into sound, but for what we wanted, that wasn't any good. After a bit of searching, I came across somebody who created a .sh bash file that you run within that folder, and what it does is it converts the files into an actual audio MP3 file that you can then play. The particular one that I found was made for Knights of the Old Republic 1, but it wasn't that difficult to adapt it for Knights of the Old Republic 2. And then it was a case of going through every single folder within both games and converting all the sounds for T3, which now gives us a nice total of 92 T3 sounds, which then prompted me to adapt the Padawan 360 system to give it more triggers to play the T3 sounds. I took the leap of trying to adapt the Padawan 360 for T3 to allow more builders the ability to build the droid using this system, since it's already extremely popular with droids like R2. It currently consists of extra triggers for the audio files, and when it's completed it will have the ability, hopefully, to control T3's head and being able to move it in the various directions. We already have a couple of ideas on how we're going to do this, and we're currently in the planning stages of figuring out the best way to achieve this.
So I want to talk about the gun on the top of T3's head real quick. One of the challenges in designing the model for T3 is that this gun lifts parallel to the body, as you see in the video here. And it does so with a single support. So rather than have 2 different servos trying to calculate the balance between them, what I did in my model was I created a structure that surrounds two control rods. So this does a parallel manipulation within that support rod. I'm going to zoom in here and remove some of the other surrounding material so you can see a little bit better. But really what happens here is, as the servo, which is attached to the very bottom of that support arm, rotates, there are 2 rods that are connected to offset hardpoints. So the gun at the top doesn't have anything that it rotates around. It's actually just got 2 rods, and in this case, you can use just a piece of bent rod to do this. And you can see there's 2 holes at the bottom, 2 holes at the top, and those stay in parallel to one another as they go up and down, which allows that whole gun carriage to lift and lower and stay parallel to its original base. So hope you guys enjoy that, and we're really hoping that all of these pieces work together the way we want.
So here's a quick demo of the front wheels I plan to use. So it's a standard cheap Omni wheel. Later on I'll migrate to a Vex Omni wheel because they're better. At the moment it's just a 4-inch and it's level with the ground. And I've got one on each foot. As the body tilts, as you'd expect, the wheels stay level with the ground and up. So the plan is to have a mobile foot which is purely decorative that goes here and the other side and on the other foot, using some type of linkage or servo control. As the body tilts, it will know the angle, so the actual foot itself will stay level with the ground. This will probably be using some type of MPU 6050 as I'm actually using with the head.
As you've seen from various slides and videos, the T3 Builders group is still very much in its infancy. We still haven't got sort of full plans for T3, sort of worked out mechanisms or sort of full electronics yet, and part of that is what makes the group exciting. When you look at the R2 Builders group, we've had 20 years of sort of development, BB-8s have had 5 years and DOs have had a year. Knights of the Old Republic is now 17 years old, so going forward it will be nice to have droids to take to events and to show off. And this, as I've just said, is really exciting. So if you are interested, please join the Facebook group and T3 forum listed here.
Lee, Sam.
Mark Hamill!
Two or three times over, real close. And I just, can you imagine now? Where you find people that have something they're interested in, right here.
Yeah, now you're dead, are you?
Not your kids' toys. Sideshow.com.
Okay, so thank you to Sideshow for their support, obviously, sponsoring the show. We do have additional sponsors as well that help towards the raffle. We have Roboteq. I believe that the speaker controllers haven't got any bids on them yet. They're on the auction site, which is here, droidbuilders.uk/auction. And if you can bid, please, it really is a reasonable price. So if you can bid, of course, all money goes to Calm. And there's 3D filler print and Maker Made as well. Also, there's another prize as well, and I've just been told about it actually. Jake Lunt, who is the Creatures designer, he's actually donated a prize that he's going to do original artwork featuring BB-8, DO, and the ALT droids, which are droids that he's designed. And of course, all this money goes to Calm. So let's run VT just to remind you what the charity does.
Odds are, if you haven't lost someone you know and love to suicide, you know someone who has. Calm exists to change this. Calm stands with everyone who is struggling with life. We support people with issues like debt, addiction, job loss, divorce, mental health issues and homelessness. Calm stands with an army of supporters in homes, workplaces and clubs up and down the country, spreading our message, wearing our vests, hosting events and having vital conversations. We use music, comedy, sport, film and anything in between to get that message across. Calm stands with the biggest and best organisations in the UK. Partners like ITV, Dave, Topman, Tesco, Lynx, LNER and many more enable us to reach millions, challenging stereotypes and challenging the stigma that prevents people talking about suicide and seeking help when they need it. CALM stands for the Campaign Against Living Miserably, and we're leading a movement against suicide.
Welcome back to the studio.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Sam, I think we ought to give some people more information on the Droid Racing, just to clarify after the video we showed, maybe just what they've got to do and what the prizes are and so on.
Yeah, sure. So there's a leaderboard, and basically the fastest lap on the, what do they call it? What's the race that they've got to do? I don't know.
On the championship, or you
On
could
the
just do the race
championship.
on your own, but either race.
Absolutely. What's the stats looking like, George?
Yep, you're live.
We have
Yeah, you're live.
_ Kerze winning at the moment with a 9.26001.
So Lord Kurz is currently the fastest time. What about on the leaderboard? On the championship leaderboard, there's two sides. There's one on the left and one on the right.
And on the right we have John G.
John G.
John G. Well done, John.
Nice
Excellent.
one, John.
Now, interestingly, Darren Paulson, he kindly designed this track for us.
Big Daddy D.
Amazing job, amazing job. And we've been testing this for how long, Sam? How long do you think it's been?
Couple of weeks,
I think
I'd
it's
say,
2 weeks, yeah. And I've actually got some stats in because you were the champion, weren't you, Sam? You did have the fastest time of the testers, I believe.
Yeah, well, I'll get it back.
So, interestingly, during the demo time, all of us did a total of 4,114 laps.
Wow.
That is actually 15 hours of test driving. So that's pretty amazing. I think how many of us had access to it? I think there was 5 or 6 of us that were going in there regularly. So remember, of the 4,114 laps that everybody did, Mr. Prentice here did 1,705 laps.
Yes!
And of the 15 hours total time, Sam spent, I hope you're watching this, Hannah, 5 hours, 11 minutes driving around the course.
I hope my business partner isn't watching this because a lot of that's at work.
Okay, so should we get on to the next intro?
Yeah.
Sam? I see you're doing some work in between.
My soldering tutorial.
Yeah, well, I think maybe that you should watch this tutorial because I'm not sure you know what you're doing there, mate.
I'm a pro.
I really think that we should just watch the tutorial. Just
ow, 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 ow.
This video has been made to help you learn how to solder. Whilst it won't make you into a pro solderer, it might help you avoid some of the pitfalls along the way. First thing to discuss is the required tools. The first thing is a soldering iron. Try and avoid the big chunky ones that you would use in your garage on your car. These aren't temperature controlled and they're not ideal for working on small components and circuit boards. The same can be said for one of these soldering guns. I have one in my garage. I very, very rarely use it. It's like an emergency use only for things on my car. I would never use it for soldering a circuit board. At a push, the smaller ones could be used, but if you're going to do a lot of soldering, it's worth investing in a decent soldering iron or a decent soldering station. The first soldering station here I used for many years. It's temperature controlled and will last you a long time, and it's a very good soldering iron. I moved away from that onto this type of soldering station because it had hot air as well, which means I can do surface mount components, and also it's got like a built-in power supply so I can test components and check voltage and things like that. They're not a huge amount of money. I think this one cost me about £80 on Amazon, so it's worth spending the money to have a decent soldering station. After that, you need a sponge. This is so that you can clean the tip of your soldering iron when it gets dirty from soldering. And another important part is the actual solder. There are lots of different types of solder out there. Some have got lead in, some haven't got lead in. The ones without lead, to be honest, I find them to be hopeless. So the one I get is made by Wharton Metals in the UK, which is 63% tin, 37% lead, 1.2mm in diameter, and it's called a fast flow 2%, which is the amount of flux it has in the middle. I've been using this for years and it just works exactly how I want it to work. It's fast enough to keep up with me, it's not messy, and it just works really well. But you might have different preferences depending on how you solder. For health and safety reasons, I do have to mention lead is not good for you. That's why a lot of people now are selling lead-free solder and trying to use lead-free solder. It's really not pleasant. This is why it's important to try and use some kind of ventilation, fume extraction, Ideally, for health and safety, you should probably be wearing gloves. So just bear that in mind. Lead is very toxic, but it does solder really well. When you are soldering, there will be a lot of nasty fumes that come off the work that you're doing. Solder, when it melts, has lead in, it has all sorts of chemicals in for the flux, and the actual components you'll be soldering as well. It's just not pleasant, so you really need some way of keeping that smoke out of your face. I have one of these, which is basically like an extraction fan with a built-in carbon filter. You don't have to buy one of these. At a push, you could do it in a well-ventilated room, but the trick is really just not to breathe the fumes in. If you see the smoke coming towards you, I usually just blow it out of the way. You want some cutters for trimming away the excess parts of your components when you've soldered them in. And it's worth having some nice electrical ones, because they're not a lot of money, and they're better than the massive side cutters you might have in your garage. An optional extra, depending on how good your eyes are, is a pair of these magnifying glasses. These are really good. They're not a huge amount of money. I think there's something like £15 off eBay I paid. And they come with different lenses, so if you're doing work that's very small, you can put them on. They've got a built-in LED, and you can get a really good view of the component that you're soldering. Another one that people may have not seen used before in soldering is Blu-Tack. I'll show how this gets used later on, but it's absolutely one of the most useful things when you're soldering in the world. If you forget to solder a component and it's sticking out on the board too much, Blu-Tack's there to help you, and I'll show you how that gets used later on. And last but not least, for those times when things go slightly wrong, a desoldering pump. Again, these aren't a huge amount of money, £6–7 off eBay, and they are essential for getting rid of excess solder or for desoldering components. I won't actually be covering desoldering components today, but I will show what happens if you get too much solder on a component as you're making it, and this is where you'd use a desoldering pump. First thing I do is turn my soldering iron on. I solder at 400 degrees because I find that if I use quite a hot temperature, the components flow really quickly and really well. Otherwise, if you have too cool a temperature, you find that the heat will soak into all the components, things start melting. It's not a good place to be. So 400 degrees works for me. That's 400 degrees Celsius. Turn your soldering iron on, get that getting up to temperature, and then you can get the rest of your components ready. It sounds obvious, but before you start, make sure you've got all your components together. The last thing you need when you're in the middle of soldering is to suddenly have to stop and go rooting around looking for LEDs or transistors or something, depending on what job you're doing. Okay, the first thing I like to do is decide which components I'm going to use in which order. It always makes sense to try and use the lowest component first, and that, when I say lowest, it means the one that sits lowest on the board, and I'll show you why. So I've got these resistors here. Now when they sit on the board, they're going to be quite flush to the board. So if I get those ready by bending the legs over, you'll see exactly what I mean in a second. Now if I put those through the board, apologies if it goes out of focus here, they should go in like this. And now if I turn this board upside down, it can rest on the surface quite happily without me having to worry about the height of how far the components are sticking out. So get my soldering iron. And the first one, so this is where the actual main soldering tricks come in. So what I like to do first, make sure that your soldering iron is clean by wiping it on your sponge first, so it should be in like a nice silvery tip. And just to make sure you've got enough solder on, just touch the solder a little bit on there. I'm not going to do it yet because I want to explain something else. What you're trying to do is make a thermal contact between the two components. So if I zoom in here as I do this, you're trying to make a joint between the metal of the component and the metal that's exposed on the actual board. So the way you do that is, first of all, make sure there's some solder on there. So that will give you a good thermal connection between the two. And what you're trying to do is not get solder from the tip onto the two components, but just use the solder that's on there to make enough heat. And then when the solder goes in, it effectively bridges between the two. And then it makes like a nice soldered, well, almost like a welded joint. Okay, so again over there, and again over there. I'll try and use a macro lens in a minute to show the actual the joint. So that's my first couple of components done, and they're nicely flat. So I then chop them off, chop the ends off here, get them out of the way. I'm a bit ham-fisted at the moment because obviously I've got a camera right in the way of where I'm trying to solder, so I don't normally do this so awkwardly. Next thing is with the component is next one's height-wise are the LEDs. So if you look on the board, you might be able to see there's a negative and a positive. On an LED, the cathode, which is the negative, is always the shorter length. So if you think like a plus and a minus sign, the minus sign has, if you were to draw them, a minus sign has a lot less kind of line than the plus, which would be 2 lines. So that's where your shortness comes from, if that makes sense. And that works with all electronic components. So if something has a shorter leg, it means it's the negative. Again, I'm just struggling with the camera right in front of me. So push that right in the way, all the way through, and Bob's your uncle. There you go, the LEDs. Now a trick I'll show you here is just to solder 1 pin at a time. It's not actually that important on this component, but I'll show you in a minute why. So if I just solder 1 pin at a time, just have a quick turn it over, make sure they're all flush, which they are, and that's fine. I can now solder the other side. I normally have this hold this soldering iron much further down, but I've got to make allowances. Right, so that's those guys done. Get rid of my bits there. If you want to neaten up these bits you've chopped off, see how they're a bit kind of big as such, you can just gently touch them again. The soldering iron will just make them into like little blobs, which might look more pleasant. Okay, now the next thing is these. Now the thing about these is they're quite a hard, well, they're harder to solder than the other components because most of the LEDs are kind of pre-tinned. If you follow, they've got solder on the outside of them, whereas these don't. Even though these are gold plated, they'll conduct heat quite well, but they don't solder as well as something like an LED or a resistor. And I'll show you why in a minute. So again, I can put those down. If you were to just try and quickly solder them, they wouldn't solder that well. Now this is where your Blu-Tack comes in as well, incidentally, because obviously I don't want that on that angle because they're not going to sit very well. I want them to be kind of sat like that. So this is where you can use your Blu-Tack because it's quite pliable, sticky, and it doesn't stick too much. And I can put that there like that, and that will hold it where I want it to be held while I'm soldering. Now with anything like this where you've got multiple pins and it can move around, you use a welder's trick, which is like where they do a spot weld first of all before doing the whole weld. So in this case, if I just do 1 pin like that, and I'll have to hold it on for a second to get it to transfer to both, that is 1 pin only, but that's enough to make sure that everything's sat flush. If it's not, then what you can do is you can hold the component, don't hold the pin that you're going to solder because it'll be a bit hot, and you can just loosen that and then move it around if need be. But once you're happy with the 1 pin that's soldered, you can then go in there and solder all the others. Again, what you're doing with the soldering iron here is you get the soldering iron behind where you want to go, and I touch the solder onto the soldering iron and then move it over onto the component, because that ensures the solder starts to melt and flow before it then goes on to the other to the actual components. And if you can see, what I might try and do is zoom in a little bit here. No, it's already zoomed in. But what it actually looks like is the solder will start to flow on the joint, and then you'll see it kind of suddenly rush between the two parts. So it'll rush between the pin and the base underneath. And what I'll do in a minute, not on this one, my Blu-Tack's let me down a little bit here, but it's still holding it in the right place. And the thing is, once it's got those first pins soldered, it's not going to move. The components aren't going to move anyway. Okay, and that is done. That's that bit. So that's those done. So I'm happy enough with those. I might tidy up this one up here, but it's fine. So next component in order of height is the screw-in terminals. Remember to get them the correct way around. Now this is where the spot welding technique can really help you, because if I put that upside down like that, they will actually hold that blue tack. I can just, now this is easier to see actually, the solder flow that I'm talking about. If I was to just quickly throw that on like that, you'll see now, and I'll do that on purpose and leave that one for a minute, and I'll show you what I'm on about with a dry joint. So, but if I let it go all the way across, you'll see it flow over. But with this one, I mean, I knew that one was going to be okay, which is why I soldered both sides. But with this one, because I've only soldered, well, I've actually soldered both pins, but what you can do is if you only solder one, is it allows you to kind of twist these around to get them straight. So if you can see here, it's not all the way across to the pad. So it's not really a dry joint because it actually has got on the other side, but you want to get this completely flowed between both parts of the component, completely covering the pad. In the case of this particular component as well, it's carrying voltage, so you want as much solder as you can between the actual leg of the component and the board, so it's maximum, so there's the maximum amount of electricity can transfer between the component and the board to do its job. So that's why you do that. Okay, look at this last bit. Now what I do with these generally is solder these outer bits first, the main bits that hold it onto the board, because then it's all secure then, and that takes quite a lot of solder to do that, but it also has the benefit of cleaning your soldering iron while you do it. So again, a bit of solder on there just to get the thing going, and then you're trying to touch between both components, fill any holes up. Right, and then you can move on. Once you're happy you've done that, you can do all these little ones. When I'm over the top of these, it's really is a lot easier. I'm about ½ metre away at the moment. You don't generally need to clean your soldering iron constantly, even if it builds up like a bit of a dirty surface, which you can see on the back there, it's starting to build up a dirty surface. You're okay. What you can do is when you put it on the next component, you can almost scrape into that dirty surface with the component, and that'll show enough of the clean soldering iron to then make the joint solder. Ultimately you'll need to clean it, but it just means you don't have to do it after every single joint, because that would take forever. So it means you can just... The other thing to watch out for, if you're doing a lot of them like this, you might suddenly find that they're getting harder and harder and harder to do, and you can't work out why. And what's happening is, obviously you're taking heat out of the soldering iron and putting it into the component. So if you haven't got a very good soldering iron, or you're a very fast solderer like I can be, then you can actually be ahead of how much power the soldering iron can get from the solder station. So sometimes it's worth just waiting for a second, use that opportunity to clean the tip for the sake of it, and then the heat will build back up, and then lo and behold, you'll be back to full speed again, and all the components will solder nicely. And that is, let's just do that one. And that is that board quite nicely soldered. That's almost all there is to it, to be honest. On this particular board anyway. But it's a good board to demonstrate because you've got a few different types of components, but you haven't got so many to be overwhelming. But they are kind of typical of most of the components you'll get. As I say, these ones here in the middle, they can be a bit of a nuisance, which is why you have to have quite a hot temperature, because if you have if you don't have a hot temperature, I don't think they solder that well, and you end up having to hold the soldering iron for a long time, and all that does is soak heat into the component and into the board, and everything starts to burn. So in some cases, in most cases, the hotter the soldering iron is, the quicker you can just solder these without getting too much heat soak into other components. If you do have a component that's going to really heat soak, like the leg on a resistor or the leg on an LED, actually can act as a heat sink and slow you right down. So what you can do is you can put the component in place, you can chop the legs off, and that will actually help you solder as well, because there's the legs aren't sucking all the heat out of the soldering iron and taking the heat away from what you're trying to actually do. So often you can do that. And I'll show you a neat way of doing that just now. I'm just going to change these boards. Right, so here's another trick. if you've got a board where you're soldering LEDs and you've got a lot of LEDs, which some of the boards we do have a lot of LEDs, you want them to be neat and you want to make your job as easy as possible. So one trick I've been doing for a while is, if you can, get 2 boards the same. So you might have a spare board afterwards, but you can always have that as a spare or sell it, because generally the boards themselves aren't hugely expensive. So you've got your 2 boards, put them together, and this is tricky to do with a camera in the way. You get your LED, and you go through both boards like that. Now, I generally will do the corners to start with, just to get the thing lined up. It's a lot easier once you've got it lined up. There we go. Then I populate that board with LEDs. And once the corners are lined up, the rest of it will be simple. And I'll finish populating this board and I'll show you why this is a useful tip. And that's fully populated. Now, one thing I like to do now, you've got to make sure you do not want these moving. So use your blue tack again. I'm going to use 2 mounts this time, because you really don't want these LEDs coming out halfway through this process. Okay, then use something like, I've got a drinks mat here which does the job. So I can push that in, make sure the LEDs go flush so that they're all pushed in. The boards aren't moving. Hope you can see that. And that's my 2 boards with my LEDs through. And now this is my little favourite trick that I like to do to save myself a load of hassle. It's not going to look good as I normally do because I've got limited visibility. But you'll see why you don't want these LEDs moving, because once you get to this point it's quite tricky if they all come out. And bear in mind, these haven't been soldered yet. That's absolutely fine, as long as all goes well. But I have done this several times, so it hasn't gone wrong too many times yet. And there we go. That's what I wanted to get to. I've got my 2 boards now. Very simply, and this is the trick, get a little knife or something between the 2 boards, and lo and behold, there are all my LEDs exactly the right height to solder. And look how easy it is now, because I've taken all those legs off. There's no heat sink effect from the legs. Get yourself on a nice angle and just go all the way through, run through each of these components. This doesn't just work with LEDs, obviously it would work if you had like a million resistors or something. But that's how easy it is to solder these things, and you don't have to worry about not being able to get your soldering iron in and having to chop them off as you go and all that kind of stuff. So this is why sometimes, for the sake of another, if you're soldering one of these boards yourselves, it's worth ordering an extra one, because it really can save you a load of time. You'll see how quick I do this board. So I would normally do them slightly quicker even. Remember, as I'm going, I'm scraping the soldering iron surface against the component, which is freeing any kind of oxidized solder off the tip. Make sure they look alright. Make sure I haven't missed any. Get those. Off comes your blue tack. And you have got one of those boards soldered, probably in quite good time. They're all flat, they're all straight, and they're all spot on. And that's my favourite little get out of jail free card that I use when I'm soldering. Right, I've switched to a macro lens to show you sort of a dry joint, but it's a bit tricky to kind of show it. But if you can see this component down here in the corner, well, this solder joint, it's not great. It's got way too much solder on it, and the solder doesn't actually go all the way around. That's typical of if you ever open anything that you've bought cheap, like a cheap radio off the market or something, you'll probably find that a lot of the components will look like this, and it might just about barely be working. With a dry joint, what happens is you get solder between the two components, and it might make kind of a mechanical joint for you, which means it'll stop the components falling out and moving around, but it won't make a good electrical joint. It's like if you were to push two bits of metal against each other, you would get an electric current would pass between them, but eventually you'd get like an oxide layer build up between those components, which would stop it working, and that's not a good thing. And that's what a dry joint is, where it worked to start with just by kind of mechanical contact, but it'll fail as the oxide layer, as an oxide layer builds up and stops the electrical contact working. So the best way to deal with this is, in this particular instance, there's too much solder on there. So clean my soldering iron, put some solder on, because I still want to make a heat contact and a good mechanical contact, and then heat that up. There's way too much solder and it's not coming off. So what we do then is we have to literally flick the soldering iron. I normally do this into a bin, but I'll do it here for now, to get any excess solder, and you just have to keep doing that until you get any excess solder off you want. And then when you're pretty sure you've got the excess solder off, you can go with a bit more clean solder. Which will have flux in, and the flux is important because solder on its own will not flow very well. But solder with flux, which is what this is, works because the flux effectively melts and it cleans the oxide layer off. It's like an acid really, and it cleans the oxide layer off between the components, and that joint there is kind of repaired. So what was potentially a bad dry joint has now become a good one. So put some solder on there. Do the rest of these little guys. And there you go. The other thing that can sometimes happen, I'll simulate this, wouldn't normally do this, is you'll get this situation where you've bridged two joints. So again, you have to make sure you haven't got too much solder on your iron, so clean it off. And then it's just a case of literally trying to get some off and do this. Now if that's not working, the other thing you have to resort to is a desoldering pump, and then you can just heat that up and Bob's your uncle. Now that will generally take pretty much most of the solder away, so you're not going to have a nicely finished board then until you then just go back in and just individually, more carefully this time, finish off those two components. I haven't done that one at the back. Don't worry, this is a demo board, I'm not going to be sending this out to anyone. Yep, and there you go. That's back to how it should be. I'm taking the blue tack off now that I was using for the demonstration. Well, thank you for watching. Hopefully this video has been some use to you. If it has, why not give me a like? Thank you.
Okay, so I think we'll move swiftly on, and we were lucky enough to spend some time with Blake from Roboteq a few days ago, and we had a chat about his sponsorship for the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
please
how they work
welcome
with
to
25
your
motors.
screens Blake, the big cheese, the director of sales and marketing at Roboteq. Blake, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you, Sam? Hey,
Amazing.
Lee.
Amazing. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Blake. I think last time we saw you, we were hanging out in a bar in Chicago. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it was at Celebration in Chicago over a year ago now. Wow.
So, Blake, just to rewind, just to go back to the start, could you remind us, if you can remember, how did you get to learn about the Droid Builders and using your speed controls and so on? Do you remember how that came about?
Well, I started here at Roboteq. Well, I say here, but I'm in my apartment right now at Roboteq, in just like everybody else is. I started at Roboteq in early 2016, and one of the first contacts, first people that called me, I was a daisy-eyed brand new engineer at Roboteq, and I was doing field applications engineering and support. And one of the first phone calls I got was from Kevin Holm in California, who's another builder here in the U.S. And he quickly filled me in on what he was doing. And of course, I, fell in love and have tried to be a great supporter of the Astromech Club and all the builders all over the world since then. I haven't had a chance to build my own droid yet. I'm moving this next week and I'll have some more space. I'm moving from an apartment to a house, and I've been granted a dedicated space for a workshop. And
Wow.
so I'll be building
Congratulations.
It's going to be crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so Blake, what speed controllers generally do you sell to droid builders? And I know when we spoke at Celebration, there was some plans that perhaps you were going to do a condensed one, sort of specially for the use that we currently use them for. Because obviously the Roboteq SBL, I think they're called, aren't they? They, they're probably more than what we need. We were talking about possibly scaling that down, especially for droids.
Yeah, definitely. So the most common speed controllers that droid builders purchase from us is either our SBL 1360, which is a small single channel drive, our SBL 2360 series, which is a small dual channel drive, and then some people that are crazy and want a lot of power for some reason use our FBL, F like Frank, BL 2360, which is a bigger dual channel drive up to 60 amps. And I am still working on a condensed version. My boss, or the president of our company, is a big Star Wars fan, and he's like, "Hey, when are you going to build me a droid?" so yeah, we're working on getting something condensed for you guys. But in the meantime, we can still offer what we have today. If any of the droid builders go on, we still have our web store. If you go in and at checkout, enter R2D2 in the coupon code, you'll get a 15% discount. Anywhere in the world, that's a coupon that we have specifically for the droid builders. And so, crack on.
That's very kind. Thank you so much for supporting us. It's it's really good for us. Very good. So Blake, you've offered several of these Roboteq controllers out to the Droid Builders UK event. Thank you so much for doing that as well.
What we've decided to do with them, Blake, is we're actually auctioning them. So we're going to assure that it gets a reasonable price that goes to charity. So thank you very much for supporting the Calm charity. I know as soon as I mentioned it, you were keen to support us kindly with your 3 speed controllers. So thank you for that. And the thing was, we're running a raffle through the day, but to ensure that the winner of the speed controllers wanted to use them, and rather than just we'd get them and not have any use for them, we put them up for auction. And the actual auction is going to finish on the evening of the actual live event. So we can announce the winners then, and we'll know how much it will be. It will go 100% of the money goes into the pot towards the Calm charity. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Brilliant.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good
Awesome.
man.
Thank you, sir.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All
Have
right.
a great night. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, have a good day. Take care, mate.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Electrifying stuff there. Don't forget, guys, that the raffle closes at 4 p.m. UK time. The total so far we have raised is an amazing, so I'll put my hands down, £5,086 so far. So keep bidding.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep giving to the raffle. Loads of cool stuff. Loads of prizes. This should be down here, Sam. This is a prize now.
Yeah, but I didn't want to knock it off, did I? I didn't want to knock it off.
That's a prize. We'll leave that there. Okay, so moving on. We now have a great interview with Anthony Daniels. He was kind enough to spend some time with me and Pedge having a talk. And this first segment is just me spending some time with Anthony and talking about when we first worked together.
Oh, I say.
Let me just start by saying, with Droid Builders UK today, Droid Builders 2020, we've done a virtual event. And, who else would it be that just the best thing possible? I just thought would maybe get Mr. Daniels involved. So I asked him to kindly do just a 30-second piece to camera, maybe, just to say, here we are with Droid Builders UK. But thankfully, Anthony being Anthony, was like, no, we'll have none of that. Go for a full-blown interview. Gentlemen, boys and girls, droid builders around the world, Mr. Anthony Daniels.
Hello, droid builders around the world. Hi, Lee. Hi, Pedge.
Hi, how you doing?
Same as everybody else. at this time that we're all going through. We all have different pebbles in our own shoes, but can still have fun, hopefully, for the most part. And it's kind of, to be able to celebrate at least something together, Star Wars, Droid Builders, all that kind of thing. It's still worth talking about, still gives us an interest.
Indeed. And it's certainly kept us going during this crazy time, Anthony. The Droid Builders, they're all stuck at home, frantically building droids, I think, and putting their spare time to good use. So, which is a great thing, I think. We're lucky to have this hobby.
Yeah, because normally spouses and partners would be saying, oh, why are you wasting your time on that rubbish? Shouldn't you be working? Shouldn't you be doing something useful? Well, no, I found all sorts of projects to do at this time, which, otherwise I can't be bothered to go through all my emails or edit this or whatever, or look at my desktop and clean that out, and the physical desktop too. And, being a bit of polyfillering and sanding and painting going on, which not my favorite thing to do, but it has to be done.
Exactly. And I've said to my parents, actually, if they don't get it done now, they never will, because this is the perfect opportunity to get stuff like that done, I think.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
There's only so much cooking and eating and drinking that you can do and watching TV. And then I think you want to be practical and keep your brain and your hands engaged.
Indeed. Definitely that, Anthony. Definitely that. I'd like to talk Star Wars with you, obviously. And if you don't mind me starting, and we'll hand over to Pedge in a minute. But if you don't mind me just reminiscing just briefly the first time we worked together. It was in 2010, and we shot a advert for a large electrical store here in the UK, and you were kind enough to get involved, and you wore the costume.
I did. It was, I'm just going to say the words, Curry's PC World, because why not? They're a terrific organization where you can buy pretty much anything you want, electrically and so on. And they came to me with the idea of R2 and 3PO on Earth in a Curry's PC World store, and kind of a little confused about Earth electronics, Earth technology. And when I read the script, I thought it was so sweet and innocent, just the way it should be. Those characters have a cuteness about them. And yes, eventually a car arrived, and I was driven into the wilds of Essex. Not only the wilds of Essex, but the wilds of Essex at night. Scary. And then we were at this enormous store. And I think we were on the first floor, and that's where they set up all the cameras and so on. And it was quite a good looking rig. And that's where I met you. And you'll remember also you met Brian Lofthouse. Toby,
I did.
Brian Lofthouse. He was my dresser on episode 5, 6, and I wanted him to do the recent films, but he wasn't available. He's sort of retired now. But what a joy to be with him, and then to meet you. Yeah,
absolutely. And Oliver was involved in that as well. Actually, Anthony, there was the two of us because Oliver and I obviously went on to the Force Awakens. So
some of the things that you may remember and that fans may want to look out for, and I may have forgotten some of them. There's a wonderful moment where 3PO is holding up 2 hairdryers, I think, and of course you realise that he has less hair than I do, so he has no concept what a hair. Only Ewoks really understand and the Wookiees obviously understand what hairdryers are for.
Really?
And then other peachy moments were 3PO very inquisitive, rather like that scene from The Empire Strikes Back, where he goes to find out what's down the road. And he opens a very large refrigerator door. And this blast of water vapor, freezing air, comes out and makes his eyes blur over. And how to do this effect where you have this very large fridge freezer, how do you get smoke to come out of it? Well, I know fans are already thinking, well, it's obvious you put tubes of, I don't know, smoke bombs or whatever inside. No, way too complicated. Far easier. Do you remember how they did it, Lee?
I do, Anthony, yes, but I'll let you tell the story. It's hysterical.
It shows that humans kind of are held to be expendable from time to time, because the effects company got the smallest member of the crew and put him inside the fridge with a CO2 fire extinguisher. So when I opened the door, he just went in my face. It's like, oh, it was the simplest, most effective. Don't do that at home. CO2 can be lethal in large amounts. Also, sitting inside a refrigerator for any length of time is a really dangerous thing to do. But it was a great effect, wasn't it?
It was indeed. One of my highlights with that, Anthony, was the dancing scene, which they had some Star Wars music playing over, and they cut to it. We only see it for about 3 or 4 seconds, but R2 and C-3PO dancing to some music.
Bopping away, yeah.
You've got it.
Not since the last scene of Return of the Jedi have you seen 3PO dancing, and I still live in shame for that moment of being caught on camera dancing with an Ewok to one of John Williams' themes. I'm not sure how 3PO felt about it, but I remember very, very deeply how I felt. But yeah, that scene, the Curries, was huge fun, because of course I'm kind of terrified of falling over most of the time. And I had to be very careful to make some kind of gesture of disco dancing without actually crashing one to the floor and obviously crashing into R2. And I actually remember that you were very careful to avoid me. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we actually had a barrier on the floor, and you were very keen to remove it. You were like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Then I said, no, Anthony, can you just please watch me control R2 first? And you saw me with R2 and you're like, yeah, put the barrier down, please.
Yeah, because you are very good, like various people before you, and I'm particularly thinking of Don Bees, who was a regular on the film set, but you and he are very similar, and you can turn R2 on a sixpence now, or in his case, a dime.
Thank you, Anthony.
But I do remember that. And the trouble is, it was only a 30-second or a 60-second commercial, and so many, like in a movie, so many little moments got left out, particularly other bits of the dance. I doubt there's an extended director's cut of it, but it was great fun. But what else was in there? Because you know, the most difficult one. And when you watch this, I want the fans to realize I have no peripheral vision. So when I am walking, either away from camera or side onto camera, and on one side, my left side, were all these monitors, these TV screens, and they were all showing. Are they showing 3PO? Or
yes, yeah, 3PO, looking at 3PO on the screens, yeah.
That's right. So walking along, and suddenly I had, I'm on camera. Hello, Mum. And of course, I couldn't see when I was in the right mark to be in position for the camera to my right, which was shooting across to catch me in profile, looking at the screen. That's all very much more simple when you see it. I think we did quite a few takes of that, with me trying to count carefully from 1, 2, 3. But it worked on camera. But my favourite bit, 2 of my favourite bits, and I'll tell you a story, because I did, I think, 2 sessions of looping, of dubbing the whole thing, because as you know, it sounds like that. So I always had to go back into a dubbing studio, and I did 2 days, and then time passed, months passed, and then I called back into another session, and they said we need a tagline for the end of the movie, if you will, and they came at me, and I was about to leave the country the next day. I had a traumatic experience to do with other things. I'd had a difficult day. Now I'm in the studio, and there's like 5, 6 executives, and they give me the sheet of lines. There's probably about 100. You could say this. You could say, well, the parking in Altadena 3 was much better than this. And I'm going, what was Altadena 3? It's nothing to do with Star Wars. And anyway, and I said, here's the thing. I'm very stressed. I'm going to America first thing in the morning. You can choose 4 of these lines, okay? And I'm going to say them, and then I'm going to leave because I don't have time. Well, you've never seen an executive look so shocked. But of course, because I'd had enough by now. I said, 2.5 sessions for a commercial, it's unheard of.
Exactly.
But people have to have their job. So anyway, we ended up, as they walk away, and 3PO says, as they walk out of the carriers, and there was so much more to see. He's so disappointed to leave at this point. But do you remember what happens to make them leave the building? You don't. At a certain point, after we've done the hairdryers, after we've done the refrigerator and the dancing, you pick up the droids. R2, of course, has been shocked by an episode with a flash camera. That was so good because you made him fall over. Yeah,
that's right. That was Oliver's joy. That was Oliver's joy. Thankfully, not mine.
Was he on a tipping block?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm remembering you had wedges under, and you just
that's right, on a wire.
On a wire, and of course it looks great. Partly because you and Oliver were there, but also, of course, the editing and the sound effects really made that scene happen. But moving on from there, you then discover R2 and 3PO playing a video game. They've both got controllers. I certainly had. Yeah, we must have both done. Did you wire a controller?
I think it was just you playing, and R2 was watching on.
Oh, that's right. And then he's yammering. I said, well, what would you do? And we're looking at a big LED screen on the wall. And I said, well, what would you do then? Because R2's saying, you're rubbish at this game, aren't you? You'll never make Twitch, anything like that. Well, what would you do? It will make me laugh today when we watch it again. He just goes, what would you do? He just blasts the screen.
That's right.
And of course, the screen falls off the wall.
Yeah.
When I read this in the script, I thought that's going to be a whole day shooting just for that one technical effect. Well, I'll tell you the secret. They had built a fake wall, looked like the rest of Kairos BC world, and they pinned a screen on it, proper screen, and then they had wired in the center of the screen a squib, a little firework like we use in the movies. And at the given moment of action, with R2 presumably making some kind of move, they pressed a button and the little firework went off. And then they released this corner and the screen dropped down, pivoted on the upper corner.
Right.
It worked perfectly the first time. For safety, we did another one, worked perfectly. Yeah. For safety, we did a third time and it worked perfectly. It was just a brilliant combination of timing and crew and very, very clever and thoughtful people. And when you see it in the movie, in the ad, it still makes me smile.
Yeah.
And that's one of the best jobs I ever had, partly because, of course, I met Lee Towersey.
Oh, Anthony, too kind. And the other person we met as well, which we'll move on from this in a minute, but was a highlight for me. We got to meet David Bailey as well, because he did the stills for the shoot, didn't he?
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, as well as...
We had a 2-day shoot. About a week before we did the advert, we spent 2 days in a studio with David Bailey, and I wasn't even told. I just turned up to the studio to have some photos taken, and David Bailey walks in, and I'm like, I'm into photography. So like, my God, so...
Anybody around the world who has never heard of David Bailey, he is one of Great Britain's greatest photographers ever. So well known in photography, in fashion, in character, celebrity portraits and so on. Tremendously well known, tremendously influential, and tremendously funny. I mean, he just took the piss out of me from the moment we started. He actually was not phased by
Yeah.
somebody in this gold
Absolutely.
suit.
You got on
It was
well. You got on
hilarious.
well
You
too.
remember? Yeah, and I had to stick my head in a washing machine, didn't I?
That's right. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I would see myself on the London subway, the underground, in these ads. It was a joyful experience. I've forgotten about it.
It was good fun. It was good fun.
Let's go home. We'll never get in. R2! Wait! You need a restraining bolt. Oh, goodness. R2-D2, where are you? Excuse me, sir. Have you seen my counterpart? How rude! A simple yes or no would have sufficed. R2! No! This is madness! R2! R2! Well, what would you suggest? Typical. Of course it was your fault. And there was so much more to see.
Good fun. Anthony, can I just ask though quickly, do you remember how long a gap it was between you wearing the suit and then doing the Currys advert? Because I seem to think that was one of the longest gaps you had between wearing the suit, was it not?
I honestly can't remember, but if you tell me it was in 2010.
2010.
2010. Oh, look, fans will know. 2010, guys, when was the last time I had worn the suit in a movie? Because I may have done other things in it. And press your button now. And, well, 30% say, oh, yes, but 1% says, how long?
I should have prepared you for that question. My apologies.
There's the answer. One of the things people maybe don't realize is that over the years, I've had to be really ready that the phone call comes from either a studio in England, Pinewood or whatever, or over in the Stage, ILM, Lucasfilm. You know, can you be here? We need to shoot this thing next week. And at that point, of course, I look at my stomach area, whatever, and regret the tub of, well, particularly Häagen-Dazs salted caramel ice cream.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And the Marks and Spencer's all butter ginger cookies. These are two things along with wine. Apparently wine has calories in it. And of course, these things add up as the age factor goes up as well. And in general, though, I do keep pretty fit, doing exercises every day. Cancel my gym thing during lockdown and possibly forever, because we have weights in the dining room, we have a mat, we have chairs. You can do a lot at home. Climbing stairs is really good, and then walking out. And Christine, my wife, do this pretty much every day. She's better at the exercises than I am, but there you go. So in general, I do have to make sure that I'm at least capable of getting into the suit. And of course, vocally, I'm always ready. And one of the great joys during lockdown there's been a few, I've been able to go into Soho in London, into a recording studio, and do a couple of great fun things that you will find out in due course, I hope. I was going to record them at home. I got special acoustic panels on the internet and built here around me, built this small shed of foam rubber, and with a lid on top and a light and a screen and a microphone. After an hour, I was dripping.
Oh no!
Dripping with sweat. So when whoever it was, and I'm not allowed to say who it is, you know, life in Star Wars is all about secrecy. And
it is actually. Oh, yes.
Well, you know this. But when they came up with a 4-hour recording session, I said, I can't do this at home. So I went to a studio, I'm behind a sheet of glass. The operator, the engineer, is behind his sheet of glass. It's about as safe as you can get.
That's good.
So I always have to be prepared for 3PO.
Yes. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, Anthony, I will pass on to Pedge now. This is part of a 7.5 hour show, and I'm quite a big part of it. So it's nice to give someone else the opportunity to have a chat with you as well. You were kind enough actually to break away from your book signing session at MCM in November. Just for 2 minutes.
You mentioned the book.
Yes, absolutely. Of course. We're going to talk plenty about the book.
Let's talk about the book for a moment, because you've mentioned the book.
Absolutely.
Now, some people in the world may not be aware that I've written a book.
Really?
Not. Surely not.
I'm just imagining. But for those who don't know, yes, I have written a book, and it's called I Am C-3PO, The Inside Story. Snap.
Marker.
And it came out, I think, just before the movie last year. It came out about a month before the movie. And I had to be very careful in writing about The Rise of Skywalker not to give away any secrets. And I passed the stuff over to J.J. Abrams to look at it. And he okayed it. And of course, he did wonderfully. One day on the set of Skywalker, he said, we were talking, he said, "You should write a book." Are you? He's so clever, because I wasn't telling anybody.
He knew.
And then, so a couple of days later, I went back to him and said, would you write I am writing a book, would you write the forward to it? He said, it'll be an honor. And lo, he has, the first words you read are from J.J. Abrams. It was a ton of work to write. Anybody out there thinking of writing a book, be prepared. It's not as easy as I have such respect for anybody who does it. It's published by DK, who never actually, I found out, published anything other, as far as I know, pictorial guides. So they had never done a memoir, as far as I knew, and it was completely unknown territory to me, and of course to them, which was a little difficult sometimes. Well, there we are. But eventually it moved on from the early days of being 40,000 words to 70,000 words. And then they said, you can only go as far as 95,000 words, which is about that much. I have no idea. So I had to be quite choosy about what I put in and some things. There won't be another book because the experience lives with me on a daily basis. But you can always meet me somewhere, hopefully, and hear the missing bits. But yes, one of the important aspects of the book, and of course, not only is it in the written word in English, but it is also, amazingly, in
wow,
Japanese. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong, you see, it's the wrong way around. Because, and you see, isn't that interesting that you see the sides? And then if you look inside, and of course you open it at the back, that's the font.
Yeah.
People in Japan, you know this, And then look, now 3PO can understand that, obviously.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I find that so cute. And the other languages, I believe, it's all printed in French and Spanish, but that's being delayed to actually go into the bookshops till COVID kind of does something sensible.
Okay.
And then, am I allowed to mention? Yeah. And then to my amazement, the Korean people want to publish it. Korean.
Wow.
I think South Korea, but I'm thinking once it is translated into Korean, I see this as a way of coming to Kim Jong-un and saying, look, we can be friends here. It's all, but Korean.
Can you imagine? I look forward to seeing the photo op with you and Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, if I think about it, I could be 3PO, and he is kind of,
you know.
Well, yeah, careful. You might meet him.
And of course, as well as writing it, I then, before rushing the next day to America to do something back in the days when you could get on a plane and rush anywhere, I of course recorded the audio book, which was nearly as difficult as writing the real thing. But
wonderful.
And there are, you get it on Audible and places like that, but I've actually had printed some physical copies just for fun. And there's, I think it's about 1,500 in the world so far. And, you know, they were due to come out at Seattle and places like that for fun. But, you know, life isn't over yet. We will get over COVID and so on. But I have been able to put in writing and in my own voice, and trying to be other people as well, the voices of Mark Hamill, obviously JJ George, obviously, and Carrie Fisher. I even play Carrie Fisher in this role.
Wow.
It's for fun only. But you might be interested to hear my voice saying how it felt. But meanwhile, I think we can go on to far more interesting things. And I'm motivated to think by, I think it's about page, I can't remember, I have to put my specs on. I can do that, you know.
Of course you can.
Because there's a certain chapter in here, which I should have cleverly put in. But I mentioned somebody called Lee Towersey. Do you have the right page?
Anthony, it's shamefully, it's one of the first pages I went to when I got the book.
What page is it?
Shamefully, the page number is 256. I had to look in the index for that, by the way. I don't know that number by heart.
Oh yes,
whatever.
It's fascinating to visit the R2D2's Builders Club when they set up their displays at events around the world. Its status was confirmed when producer Kathy Kennedy hired two of its members, Lee Towersey and Oliver Steeples, to build and operate the little astromech droid in The Force Awakens and beyond.
There we go.
There we go. You are, I believe you will be autographing copies when we get back to conventions.
Maybe after you, Anthony. I'd love to add to you.
But of course, that brings me on, because I also talk about the R2D2's Builders Club, but also the 501st. And I genuinely always had huge affection, and I'm so impressed by it, by what members do. And they do it with love and affection, and for charity and for fun and for fellowship and whatnot, all that. And most of them, you know, some people wear stormtrooper costumes, fine, but other people are a little more inventive and creative, and wear things that are even more uncomfortable than a stormtrooper costume. And remember, back in the day, those guys in episode 4 were in agony because the plastic edges was cutting into all parts of their body and pinching them. And I would find them sticking bits of cotton wool around the edges to not squish certain sensitive parts and so on. Maybe in the book, I don't know. But one of far more uncomfortable costume than a stormtrooper is, of course, C-3PO. And I say in the book, there are some people who even build that costume and wear it for fun. And do I gather that's surprise guest today?
Exactly. That's exactly what Pedge does. And I think this would be a good opportunity to hand over to Pedge, because I know he's got some fascinating questions that he's run past Anthony. Hopefully you'll find one or two of them original that you may not have done very often. I'm sure
it's okay. You know, people, I say in the book, because I've written the book, you know, only people would ask me a question I've never been asked before. But if for them it's the first time, it's the first time for them. The fact
that's a good way of looking at it.
What do you think? Is it hot in the costume? Of course it's hot in the costume. Pedge, is it hot in the costume?
Thanks for that, Anthony. That was really nice talking to you. And don't forget, of course, we'll be coming back to Anthony later on, where he'll be talking with Pedge, which is a little bit longer, and a really interesting chats they had.
Excellent. Raffle closes in around about 15 minutes. This is the link, droidbuilders.uk/raffle. And you know what we haven't done? We haven't put this in yet. Anybody that donates £100 or more to Calm via this link /raffle will be in a chance for winning one of these pops.
And that's not just now. That's through the entire time that we've been having this Just Giving page open.
Yep.
Anyone that's kindly donated, because we hear some people amazingly have. So thank you for every donation, and the £100 plus ones I think will just deserve. They'll go into a little draw just to win that.
It's got your signature.
It's got my signature on it. So what more would you wish for?
Exactly.
We've got Droid Racing, of course, and just to remind everybody that there's a 7 PM cut-off. Anyone that's racing after 7 PM and logs a fastest time or most amount of laps will not be included. So I'm sorry, we're going to have to cut it off for the trophy at 7 PM.
And our sponsors, 3D Filler Print, are also giving away 2 PLA spools from Filamentum. So that's coming up.
Well, we're going to do a giveaway. Yeah,
exactly.
I think we'll do a giveaway. So anyone that's donated £20 between now and the end of the 3D printing tutorial, we'll put them in the draw, and they'll get a chance to go in an extra draw to win some filament. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce you to the 3D printing intro. And what it is, it's Craig Pay. He's done a really useful insight into how he finishes his painting jobs and the sanding and filling and so on. It's a really good job. So
love Craig Pay.
Hi everyone, let's talk about sanding 3D prints. Now, I know that sanding isn't everybody's favourite topic, but hopefully we can cover a few tips and tricks here that might make it at least a halfway pleasurable experience. So first things first, let's just talk about safety, which is if you're doing sanding on any project, you need to be wearing a filter mask. So I can't actually wear this during the demo to do anything live, because if I was wearing it, you wouldn't actually be able to hear what I was actually saying, but this is just a filter mask I've picked up from a local DIY shop. The second thing that I started wearing recently is a pair of gloves for doing sanding. So I don't know about you, but if you're doing sanding, my hands get wrecked by the end of the day. So I picked up these. These are sold as lightweight DIY gloves on eBay, actually. I think they're actually motorsports gloves. They're not bad, they're quite lightweight. They're good for doing sort of medium or larger projects. You get a bit of tactile feedback. They're not so good for doing really small items that are a little bit fiddly, but they definitely save on my hands through the day when I've been doing a lot of sanding. Okay, so let's talk about materials. Okay, so let's talk about sandpaper first of all. Yeah, not very exciting. But believe it or not, I actually have I have a favourite sandpaper. So I've tried a few different sandpapers over the years, and I've settled on this stuff. It's sold by B&Q. What I found with other sandpapers is that some of them, the sand actually separates from the paper after only using it for a short while. But this stuff it's a lot tougher, and anyway, it kind of works for my project. Okay, so what else? Actual materials that we're going to sand back. Okay, so car filler, spray putty. Now, spray putty is magical stuff. Okay, so I discovered this probably about 2 or 3 years ago from Michael Badley, who recommended it, and it is incredible. Okay, but I actually use a combination of car filler. This is Isopon P38. I use a combination of these 2 materials on my sanding project. So let's just have a little discussion about why that is the case, because I do it to save time as well as to improve the quality. Let's look at this 3D printer here. This is a Mandalorian blaster. I'm not sure if you can actually see this or not, but this actually has a fault line that's actually running along the middle of the print here. I only noticed this after it actually finished printing. This was actually destined to go in the bin, but I thought I'd actually use this as a demonstration piece for this. So let's just turn it over. What I've done here is I've actually applied a fine layer of car filler down the blaster. Now, this is the kind of thing that I would do on a project that I didn't want to reprint. Like if I'd printed this out, I might think, I'm not sure. And whenever you get a gap like this, it's indicative of maybe a structural problem inside the print. But if it's a live project like this is Dome here, and you've invested a lot of time into this, it could still be worthwhile saving it. So you might, and in actual fact, this Dome did have actually a fault, an under extrusion fault line about this level here. A bit high, I can't remember now. We'll come to that in a moment. So anyway, so put on a bit of car filler, yeah, and it fills in that gap. Now, if you were applying spray putty to this blaster, you'd have to put on, I hear some people saying like they're up to like 7, 8, 9, 10 layers of spray putty, and they're sanding back, sanding back, sanding back, and they can still see a fault. My argument is that every project that I do, I put a layer of car filler on the whole thing. So first of all, if there's an obvious fault, it makes sense, I think, to put car filler, because the car filler is really, it's a heavy build substance as opposed to spray putty, which is, this is quite thick, but it's still a relatively thin layer, thicker than a paint, but certainly thinner than something like car filler. Car filler, you can really put this on, it will set, it will fill those gaps. Now there's something else that was really interesting. I only put this on about half an hour ago and it's now set. When I actually applied this car filler, I actually noticed there was a second fault just above it. Not surprising, because my nozzle, my printer, was in need of unblocking. So this is interesting, because sometimes the faults that are there in a print they're not obvious immediately, and it's only after you start putting on your spray putty and sanding it back you start to actually see them. So the car filler, put a layer of that on, it fills in and fixes both of those problems, or at least goes a long way towards filling them in, to fixing them. The other thing, of course, is that you'll see there's lots of lines here anyway. Of course, when you're 3D printing, you get these lines, these layers. This is printed in just 0.3 millimeters. The dome here next to me, that was 0.2, and those are usually the layer heights that I generally print in. So the thing is, again, all those little lines that are on there, that's why we use the spray putty, right? Because we put the spray putty on to sand it back to fill those in. A layer of car filler does the equivalent of several coats of spray putty in one hit. The way that I work with the car filler is I will put a layer on. You can only use relatively small batches at a time. So, and again, it's also dependent upon the environment. So it's actually raining today. It's quite cool. But in the 2 weeks leading up to this, it's been really hot. And working with car filler has been impossible, because it sets very, very quickly in high temperatures like that. So to be honest, days like that, I just don't bother. There's no point. But mix up the car filler, put it on in small batches, and then allow it to set. Now you can actually sand it relatively quickly. It's set, ready to sand within 5-10 minutes, and it's optimum actually at that point to sand, because it's still quite soft. You can go through it quite quickly and go down to the actual 3D print itself. And this is the other thing, when you're sanding 3D prints, don't sand into the print, you put something on it and then sand that back. Once you start seeing the lines coming through, stop, yeah? And if there's still too much detail from the actual print coming through, too many lines, then that's the time where you put more car filler on, you put more spray putty in. So always stand back to just the surface of the print. So after 5 or 10 minutes, the car filler it's set, but it's still soft enough that sanding is quick and relatively easy. Then, once you've sanded the whole project back, then you can leave it overnight, and the filler kind of properly hardens then. It seems to take a good sort of 12 hours, 24 hours to really get kind of tough. Then at that point, you can then go to your usual spray putty and put layers of this on. Now, you might then only need half as many coats. So the dome here on the side, that's had one layer of car filler over the whole thing. That was then sanded back. And then 2 or maybe I think 3 coats of spray putty. And I'm in the process of sanding that back. The top is sanded, and that's the first attempt to sand. And I possibly will put an additional coat of spray putty on there. And then it'll just be down to sanding. So actually, you talk about which sandpapers to use and what grits. So sandpapers, you get this kind of grit size. This is 40 grit, it's quite rough. And then you step up through, it gets finer and finer, so 120 and so on now. So 120, this is, believe it or not, my go-to sandpaper, this grit. Now that might surprise a lot of people, because it might seem that this is quite coarse still. But this is this is the paper that I use at most levels of the process. So let's just kind of step back a little bit. So the first thing I actually do with the print, the raw print, is I key it in with a really low grit paper, 40 or 80. So I just run that over the surface. I'm not going to do that because I've not got my mask on. And I'm not looking to sand the actual print back at that point. I'm just looking to rough up the surface to give the car filler something to kind of grip onto, yeah? So key in the surface, brush it off, wipe it off, get the surface nice and clean, then knife on the car filler. And then I would then typically move to an 80 grit paper to actually then sand back the car filler, maybe a 120 paper at that point to get a slightly smoother surface. Then I would, again, brush it, wipe it, clean it off. I would then apply a coat or 2 of spray putty, and again I would continue with the 120. Now at this point I would kind of loop. I would go through a couple of coats of spray putty, sanding in between each time until I get a finish that kind of looks about right. You can usually hold up a print to the light, and you can get the light to catch it, and you can usually see what's going on. The spray putty, I find, really helps to identify where you can see little holes. Now at this point, if you've sanded a couple of times, you put some spray putty on, and you can still see odd spots that aren't quite right. I don't mean like the whole print, I mean just little bits, like there's a dent here that didn't come out very well when it's printed, you glued something, and there's okay, stop and reapply car filler. Just mix up a small batch, put it into just that spot, yeah, knife it so it's relatively flat, let it set, okay, get your sandpaper out, 120, and just sand that one spot, and then spray putty over the top of it, and then sand that back. And it's a much quicker process than sanding the whole thing and sanding all of that off just to target one little tiny spot. It's easier just to go straight into that spot and just put a bit of car filler on there and then spray putty over the top of it. So you keep going with your spray putty, sanding in between. Let's talk about finer sandpapers. So I would only go to, okay, so this is like the finest sandpaper I own, right? Now this goes up to 600 grit. And to be honest, I don't actually use 600 grit on my projects. Believe it or not, the finest grit that I go to is 240 or 320 maximum, okay? And on big projects like this, large items, I probably don't go above 240. Now, that might surprise you. That might feel like I don't get a very good finish, but I get the finish that I'm kind of happy with. And once I actually put a primer and a top coat on, I think they kind of smooth things as well a little bit. Now, if you want to keep going, smoother and smoother and smoother, you want to go to finer and finer sandpaper, do that, okay? Don't let anyone tell you that there's a right or a wrong way to tackle any project, but be open-minded to try different things out. So like maybe try out some of these sandpapers, maybe try a technique by putting some car filler on first and then spray putting. If you don't get on with it, ditch it, go back to the technique that does work for you, okay? So let's just talk about this dome. So the dome actually had a fault in it. So I came down one morning and I could see that it was under extruding. I mean, I caught it luckily because it would have just stopped and then ruined the print. And from memory, I can't actually remember where it was now. I think it was about this level here. So I paused the print in the garage and cleaned the nozzle, set it going again, and it recovered. But there was a fault running all the way around there. So there's two things. First of all, it looks really dreadful, right? Because this dome's supposed to be super smooth. And the second thing, I'm a bit worried about the kind of the structural integrity, about how strong it's going to be. Because if this drops, that'll be where it's going to break. So the first thing I did was you can actually see where the fault is, because if I just angle this into the light catch, you see there's like a little shiny spot starts to appear. So there's like a donut, and what I've done is I've got some epoxy glue, Gorilla 2-part epoxy, and a silicone brush, and I just kind of put on like a lacquered layer, like kind of gooped it on there a bit, to hopefully strengthen that part of the print. So it's gone into where the filaments have started to separate out slightly, and there's a bit of a gap. I've also put it in dead centre here, because whenever you get these prints that get towards the middle, there's a lot of drooping, because obviously it's printing at less than 45 degrees. So I'm a bit happier about the strength of that. On the outside here, well, of course, I'm just putting car filler over the whole thing. So I put car filler around there, across the whole dome, and then sand it back. And of course, what I then see is a nice little white line going all the way around there, which is expected. Then I put spray putty over the whole thing, sand that back, and now you can't see it. So that, for me, I kind of feel like if I just kept on going with spray putty, I'd have probably been to like 7, 8, 9, 10 layers, and I'd have still seen a line there. I don't think, because I can't even see from the outside where that actually is now, I think it's done a pretty good job of covering up. Now that's the car filler doing that, not the spray putty. Spray putty goes on top to give the whole thing a consistent surface. So just talking about sanding, so I've only actually sanded about half of the spray putty so far. This is relatively unsanded at the moment here. It still looks quite good. One thing, as I mentioned, don't be afraid to revisit individual spots to put car filler on. So just at this point in the print, you can see you probably can't see this, but there's some slight kind of rippling here where the actual print underneath isn't kind of the smoothest. So, and the spray putty is really just coated that, and it's still come through. So if I sand that and I get so far and I think, I'm not making much of a difference there, I will just maybe score the surface slightly, get some sandpaper and just scratch it a little bit to rough it up, get some car filler, and I'll just knife on a little layer of car filler, let it set, sand that back, and then put some more spray putty over the top, and hopefully it'll look an awful lot better. So that's quite common, especially in a larger project like that, for me to do this. That, as I say, so let's just go through the steps actually. So raw print, key it in, with a 40 or an 80 grit paper, car filler over the whole thing, sand that with an 80 or a 120 grit paper, then spray putty, 2 or 3 coats, sanding each of those with a 120 paper. I might sand back the spray putty with, let's say, a 240 if I want to go for something really smooth, before I then move on to paints. Yeah? Okay, so let's just talk about paints briefly. So someone asked me recently about, do you prime on top of spray putty, because is this a primer? And I mean, I don't know, I've not got a clue. I always put primer on top of anything I'm going to paint. A primer is what I think gives me the best adhesion of the paint onto the project. So no matter whether this is a good primer or not, I always follow with this. So the dome here, once I'm happy with the finish, with the sanding, so I've gone to 240, 320 grit paper, and I'm like, I can hold it up to the light and it looks okay. Then at that point I go, right, okay, cool, clean it, brush it off, maybe hoover it, really try and get it nice and clean, then put on a coat of grey primer. And it's just worth noting that sometimes the project, I get to this stage, even at this stage, I notice a few little things that I'm not quite happy with. I might just nip in there and just apply a tiny dot of filler and just sand that back in a very localised spot. Hopefully, I don't have to do that, because that actually means I've missed it. But even at that point, don't be afraid to be objective, stand back, look at your project and think, you know what, I can see a little bit of something not quite right there, I need to go in and fix it. So yeah, get a coat of grey primer, that dries overnight, and then top coat of paints, lacquer, and good to go. So hopefully this video has been of help to you. If you've got any questions, ask away, keep sanding.
Thank you very much, Craig Pay there. What a fantastic little video that was. What do you think, Lee?
Really good, really good.
Fantastic. The raffle, ladies and gentlemen, is now closed. If you still want to donate, you still can, but you won't be going into Giles's special prize draw.
That's correct, yes. We want to see the auction page as well.
The auction page.
People of the auction.
So the next thing to finish today will be droidbuilders.uk/auction, and there are some amazing prizes in there. We've got 3 Roboteq speed controllers, a pit droid, Maker May CNCs, Maker Made Maslow. Do you want to get him up?
No, I better not.
You don't need to break something.
Really?
Go on.
There we go. Come on, little boy.
That's
you've kept him busy, haven't you?
That's a bit inappropriate.
Well, you told me to hold him like that, and now I know why you told me to hold him like that.
So the auction page is here. Get bidding. There's a Styrene kit that I've narrowly just missed out on, I think, but next couple of hours we'll be telling on our final totals.
So next up we have our final piece with Anthony Daniels. It's Pedge mainly talking to him on this time, and it's quite nice that they're talking about wearing the costume and comparing notes and sharing experiences. So please tune in, it's great.
I'm so impressed by what members do, and they do it with love and affection, and for charity and for fun and for fellowship and whatnot, all that. And most of them, wear. Some people wear stormtrooper costumes, fine, but other people are a little more inventive and creative, and wear things that are even more uncomfortable than a stormtrooper costume. And remember, back in the day, those guys in episode 4 were in agony because the plastic edges was cutting into all parts of their body and pinching them. And I would find them sticking bits of cotton wool around the edges to not squish certain sensitive parts and so on. Maybe in the book, I don't know. But one of far more uncomfortable costume than a stormtrooper is, of course, C-3PO. And I say in the book, there are some people who even build that costume and wear it for fun. And do I gather that's surprise guest today?
Exactly. That's exactly what Pedge does. And I think this would be a good opportunity to hand over to Pedge, because I know he's got some fascinating questions that he's run past Anthony. Hopefully you'll find one or two of them original that you may not have done very often. I'm sure
it's okay. People, I say in the book, because I've written the book, if only people would ask me a question I've never been asked before. But if for them it's the first time, it's the first time for them. The fact
that's a good way of looking at it.
What do you think? Is it hot in the costume? Of course it's hot in the costume. Pedge, is it hot in the costume?
It's very hot in the costume, yeah. And there's a bit in your book where you was on about certain parts of sweat that trickle down your body into certain areas that wouldn't normally, you wouldn't normally sweat.
Or indeed normally talk about in a book.
Exactly, yeah. And I could so relate to all the pain that you're going through, because I tried to make the costume as close as to the original New Hope version. So once you was talking about the cuts and all that kind of thing, I thought, oh my God, this is just so, like, and I'm not a massive book reader, but I was so absorbed into this book, just purely on the fact that, I could relate to what you've been through.
I have a question.
Okay.
Before you ask me a question, I've got a very, very basic question. Why, out of all the characters that you could have chosen to build or make out of any kind of material, why did you choose C-3PO?
You see that picture behind me? When I first watched Star Wars in 1977, that image burnt into my brain of the two droids walking down on that sand dune, and I was just like, oh my God. And I was just transfixed of those two droids for the rest of my life, really. And then it wasn't until I was working and I could afford to do these kind of things that I took it a step further. And Chris Bartlett, who you will know, he was good enough to sort of get involved with getting the suit, and I eventually built it. And like you're saying about the mid-drift, I had to make things fit me a little bit better, because as you get older, that mid-drift is harder to get rid of. It's for me, I mean, when you wear that suit, it's about how people just, what you've made that character. It just, I don't really need to, I just get in the suit and I try and be as much to your persona as best as I can. But what you did is just that the suit takes over. Do you know what I mean? And the people just love 3PO, and I do. It's just a joy, and it keeps me going. I mean, I've been trooping him for about 8 years now, and I'm still to this day making those fine adjustments. So.
As we do on the films, finally on The Rise of Skywalker, I actually had, and I do talk endlessly about 3PO's hands, I finally had hands which were jointed like my fingers, so I could actually pick things up, like the dagger. Absolutely no problem when, I forget who gave it to me, was it Poe? I don't. Yeah, there's writing on here. With total confidence. Before, it would be kind of either slapping it or kind of with very stiff plastic. So having jointed fingers was a joy, and it just makes you feel, I was going to say normal, but I don't know what normal is for a robot. But what was it about that picture behind you that was out in Tunisia? And you talk about being hot. I was very cold that day, and I talk about that specific scene and how R2-D2's club, there were two R2s. There was one over to the right of picture, and then this one, which I was about to kick, because moving that R2 unit in the sand was impossible. It dug in, it got filled up, the wheels wouldn't run. And I talk about when I kicked that unit, the frustration was real,
Okay.
Well, what is the most difficult? Okay, so tell me about, how long did it take you to make the costume?
All in about 18 months. Or that's from, because when I ordered the costume, it took nearly a year to actually get it, because I believe it's made in the Philippines, or was made in the Philippines, and then it shipped out to buyers around the world. So by the time I'd shelled out my pennies, and by the time it arrived, I was in awe of it, and I put the legs on, they fitted. I put the arms on, they fitted. I was like, yes. Put the torso on, no chance. So I had to cut and shut him a little bit, and I have to lose weight. I lost 2.5 stone as well to get in the suit, so it's always been a motivation for me to keep the weight off. I'm not going to ask your weight, but I normally stick around the 11 stone mark to 11.
That is, if I may say, that is probably, and for people not in England, there are 14 pounds in a stone.
Right.
I know. It's impossible. Yep. If I say that I'm about 9 stone something. And I did, we went out to a barbecue yesterday, so, but I weigh myself every day, so I'm about 20 pounds lighter than you on a good day.
Okay.
But you still look good. But as you know, you are the only one who suffers in that costume. If in going
it is.
at
It is. I did actually. I've got a photographer, and we always like to try and do a few photographs of that capture some of the films. We did some indoor. Well, we're stuck in a wood somewhere, and we did some little pictures and stuff. And we did a place up on Filey Beach, and the beach goes on for miles, and it's just like. Sorry, not Filey Beach. There's another. I forget the name of the beach now, but it goes on for miles. It's near Scarborough up that way, and it's like the desert. And it was a hot, sunny day. Everybody that was there got sunstroke, apart from myself in 3PO. It just reflected the light off me.
Yes.
The only thing I did get, and I can sympathise with you on this one, is I turned around in the direction of the wind, and I got sandblasted with sand in my eyes, which was not pleasant. And you can't touch. Yeah, not good.
Well, so a way around that, which we've used occasionally, and especially in a scene if there are pyrotechnics, fireworks, squibs, the safety crew were very keen to put gels on the inside of the eyes so nothing could go through. The only problem with that is with the eyes ungelled, it allows air to get in and be part of the circulation system. But boy, do I know about getting stuff in your eye or needing to blow your nose. Like, ooh, it's not very nice.
Did you find that the lights of the eyes used to reflect back off the grills? Because I mean, I use these are all, everything on him is greeblies and everything are all brass. So the light actually reflects back. So I ended up having to take the grills out and paint them black, matte black on the inside to stop the light from reflecting.
Certainly in The Rise of Skywalker, when we were in Kijimi, in those very difficult streets with steps, with slopes, with cobbles, all stunningly manufactured out of nothing, plaster and woodwork and scaffolding, whatever. It was so real. But then they added water and snow, so the surface became like being in a car wash by the end of it. And the light bounced not only off the grills, but also off the floor and was ricocheting. And it was genuinely, I was genuinely scared and very tentative about, because we were running, because Kylo Ren, etc., was looking for us, whatever. But this at night with stage lighting and then reflecting and bouncing, and that was genuinely scary. And a couple of times I was really having to feel a wall to make sure I was not going to crash to the floor. Because crashing, have you ever fallen over?
You know what? I've got a couple of questions which you've pretty much answered already. But no, I haven't fell over. I've my feet and my elbows become my new senses, and what little vision I've got. But yeah, I absolutely dread the idea of falling. And one of the questions was actually going to be, did you really get? Well, obviously you're going to hurt yourself falling over. What did you hurt? Because I mean, obviously the suit, my suit, I think if it fell over, it would take some punishment for sure. But I would imagine around here, the pain, I wouldn't even like to think what it's like, to be honest. And you
I suppose the real thing is the fear when you can feel yourself going and there is nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You slightly have to relax, and you know you're going to get pinched, maybe a cut, certainly bruise. You know, looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror that night, it's never a pretty sight, but you know, even worse. And I'm thinking of the times I fall over, and of course the most spectacular one, when I wasn't actually in the costume, I was holding the puppet in episode 2. I was wearing the puppet in that martyr in that cave. And I'm going to leave it to other people to read what happened. Fortunately, Don Bees was there as I had a major accident. But the first time I ever fell over was actually just before, I think, that scene that's behind you, and it's when 3PO is walking near the bones of what was a crate dragon, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the sand, I was walking, and the sand just gave way under my foot. It was a very fine sand. And that was scary, and I automatically just put my hand out at right angles and sort of stayed in this funny shape. But I did fall over, and it's on YouTube. You can see me falling over in episode 3 on the set because the documentary camera was running. And although Don Bees was operating Arto at the time, right there, but there's nothing he could do about me walking into, for me, invisible polyboard, sheets of black polystyrene aimed at me, going up to the camera lens, just to cut out some of the green screen it was. They thought black would be better, but they didn't tell me, and I couldn't see it, and I went straight into it.
Yeah.
And there, in fact, the polystyrene protected me, but the shock factor of thinking in half a second, nth of a second, I'm going to be hurting. I even fell over running towards the, what do we call them? Where you meet Billy D. Williams in the last movie, the Treadable. That was out in the desert in Jordan. And I fell over a guy rope of one of his tents that was set dressing, because unless you walk around like that, you're going to trip over something.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, my feet, because I still favour at the moment anyway, the old like karate shoe with the shoe over the top, purely because I can feel the floor and all the imperfections on the floor. So.
Yes, in the cantina scene, and again I talk about it. If that's the step of going down, then I would put the middle of my foot and feel, and then try and. It's not good. The other thing is to really rehearse looking at the floor, having the crew sweep it, move a rock, move a twig. I mean, it sounds precious, but without that, you are going to, because the smallest thing, if you're walking like a dead man, it's okay because you're not going to fall. But if you're kind of hurrying, to being chased by Ewoks or stormtroopers, whatever, you are going full tilt, and you have an extra body weight and momentum and potential energy you're building up. If you go, you don't have second chance.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely.
How about picking things up, shaking hands?
Yes, again, I've just made a set of flexible hands, printed ones, and I think they're sort of more like the ESB ones that you wore. So they haven't got a great deal of movement. But the ones that I currently use are pretty much like used, I think, with the glove and the individual fingers. So I do tend to have some movement in those, and I can carry certain things, but like a book, you can't feel the book, but it's there kind of thing. Like when I met you, you gave me the book, you said, have you got it? I said, oh, I think so. And it turned out to be a fantastic photograph as well, I have to say.
But you realise that I could say to you, have you got it?
Yeah.
Because somebody can put something in my hand. I don't know. I just drop it.
Exactly. And it was so good. That day was so good because you looked at me in the eyes, and I don't know about yourself, but I call them the boob and bum vision, because when I'm wearing 3PO, I have to sort of give it that look up to, which kind of works with the character, to see somebody eye to eye kind of thing. So when you met me, the first thing you did, it was the two fingers and that kind of thing, and it worked really well. Whereas people that are helping me, they don't kind of think of that, So,
well, funnily enough, that comes from my scuba diving days, I think, where I learned that if you're underwater and I go, you look at me, because I'm going to demonstrate something, and it just works very well for somebody in a costume. And 3PO isn't the only crazy costume on a film set. You've got plenty of puppeteers, because that's basically what we're doing. Puppeteers who do not have their normal physical attributes. So you have to say, and I'm going to show you over there, because often you can't hear very well either.
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, since the last helmet that I made it a little bit too thick. And one thing I really like to do is to interact with the kids and stuff. And when I printed my first 3D printed helmet, I thought I better make it strong. So I printed it at full thickness and everything else. Couldn't hear a thing. Couldn't hear nothing. So that was straight in the bin. So this one's quite thin, and you know, it's good.
You could also drill some minute holes so that you could do a little grill there out of sight. Back here.
Yeah.
One of the horrors for me on this last film was that often I would wear a little radio earpiece so that I can hear the other actors. Because what people don't realize is when you're wearing a suit like that, that's made of solid material, plastic or metal, each piece knocking or rubbing on the rest builds a kind of stethoscope type experience, that it comes up into your head. So you're echoing with all your own body noises. And then you start to speak and talk about building up a cacophony, because now your voice is echoing into your ears. So I would have an earpiece, an occasion, so I could hear Daisy or Oscar or John quite clearly. But several times it would go, because it's radio, into white noise, at which point you feel you are going completely crazy because you have the sound screaming in your ear and nobody can get to you to take it out. And you're going, and if you were recording my voice, certain expletives going on. But of course it was very helpful. In one of the reshoots we were doing, which are quite a few, they gave me an earpiece in which they would give me the new dialogue, which had arrived 10 minutes before. Not easy to say anything, let alone new dialogue. So I had Wendy giving me the line as I was speaking. So then I have my voice echoing and her voice echoing. And it was crazy. It was fine when I was just holding the head up and my ears were out. But when I was in full rig, it was a nightmare. So I didn't do it in the end.
I've noticed now that they've changed the neck seal as well, where you've got that little bit of a lip. And that is because I'm forever fighting the gap. Some days the lid will go on and it's superb. The day I met you, I think Lee was helping me because there was a bit of a gap, and he was like, "Keep your head down." It was sort of like, "Yeah, okay." Yeah. It's just the vein of my. I'll be honest with you, Anthony. I think out of all the costume when I built it, that was probably the hardest thing, and still is to this day. The vein of my life, as it were.
See if I can draw it for you. It actually is very good at, but not sure I can do this, but one of the other, it is a thing like that. It's very thin, obviously, a little plate that comes up. But you have to make sure it can rotate within that.
Yeah.
But one of the, tell me about the fixings here.
Well, okay.
They bayonet.
Yeah, I've got. I could probably show you on this. This is an old one which you signed for me when I very first met you.
I'll sign anything.
It's a dead one now. Yeah. So what I did, I fitted these clips on here
on the outside,
and then they basically just went through the hole there, like that. So they have like a lip at the top, and then it just clipped on. So
do you want me to explain what the team did on this one? I'm not.
Please, yeah, absolutely.
Why I shouldn't. If you hold it up, draw that up on in the picture. There we are. And I have to remember, because what they did was these are practical in this case.
Yeah.
What they realize is they don't have to be practical, because if you take the front of the face and stick those earrings on in the right place, So they're attached to the front of the face. They're just decoration now. They are truly a greenery. But behind them, if you then, so here's the face, here's the thing. If you're behind them, you put a little notch in the front of the face. And then you bring the back, and on the back are there's a little lug that will go into the notch. That is what's holding back to the front. And then this bit holds the two together. So literally it is
wow.
So the earrings are of no use anymore. That meant it wasn't a half-hour experience to get the head on all the time. And it meant every shot you take the lid off.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing.
So you can do that for your next iteration.
I will do. And obviously, like you say, the antenna on the top here is still screw-in as before? Or
no, that is still, because it is solid meeting solid. It's still a bayonet clip, I think.
So you got like a bent clip, like that kind of thing, and then it sort of hooks in?
No, I think there's now a more... Honestly, can't remember that then. Shouldn't.
There's normally, I think one of two, isn't it? They do the hooky thing, or they do the fish eye thing where they screw the antenna in.
I think the antenna is somehow... Anyway, I've given you the key moment. And,
you have indeed.
You know, I probably get shot for telling you, but I don't think so. But you work out the rest to make it easy.
I will.
I think literally it is a sort of half bayonet, turn and push, which is okay, because with the neck thing, you were trying to get, and every time you push the neck, it all moved away. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Any more questions?
Oh, yes. Okay, so I had a load, I put on my Facebook page, if you could meet Anthony Daniels, what would you, for the first time, what would be one of your questions? So you'll have to forgive me, I've had to put it on my phone because my printer of all days, as I was saying to Lee earlier, it decided to pack up, so I couldn't print them off. So, but outside of 3PO, who is your hero? Do you have a hero, somebody, an iconic person that you look up to? Or?
Gosh, you mean in the world?
Yeah,
in the world. Oh, it's a difficult question. I'd need notice of that. Yeah,
that's fine.
I'm sure there are. There's probably my wife Christine, who's the brains of all this and the patience.
She must be at home, Tej. She must be at home in the same room.
Yes, so she is.
Fantastic.
Clever, smart cookie, Lee.
Okay.
But she is my, as it were, my onboard producer, and really like my team who look after me on the set. She is also really very much part of the team, organising a lot of stuff, whether it's a cup of tea or a script conference. You can't do this stuff on your own. And it really struck me when I play acted as part of the crew on episode 7, where I was looking after waiters dressed up as droids. A lot of the stuff I had received in the way of being looked after, I was able to really do it the other way around, that I knew what those guys, I assumed what they needed, what they wanted, what they would like. And it's stuff I've got that has been given to me over the years. And being 3PO is the bottom line, the end of endless teamwork. They are there to make the stuff. You make it happen, but they give you everything to do that, and they make it unhappen afterwards. You cannot be 3PO on your own.
No, very much so. And I get sometimes asked that, can you come down and do this event or blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, it's not just me. It's an entourage of other people to help me. It's not a one-man band, unfortunately. So, yeah.
One of the tricks I've realized over the years, that because, particularly in the films, 3PO looks a very real character. He's on his own 2 feet most of the time. He speaks, he has energy, lights up. It looks like it's easy. Film's all about cheating, you know that. So yeah, there is a team, if only to bring the huge suitcases of stuff, traveling boxes and whatever. 3PO doesn't arrive in, in a little handbag.
No, he doesn't. I have a great big a diver's box of all things, great big case, and he all fits inside that. I tried to contain it as much as possible, so I wasn't carrying loads of different things. So he's all in there along with his toolbox, because there's always a breakage of some sort. In fact, on the day that I met you, that's a story for another day, but there were several times that I'd always wanted to meet you as 3PO. I mean, I'd met you on several occasions for book signing and whatever else. But the day that I was in costume, when we was at Star Wars Celebrations in London, I came and met you, and that's when you signed this helmet for me. And I said to you, would you mind if I come down and saw you as C-3PO? And of course, lovely as you are, you turned around and said, absolutely, come down. I never got that far. I got dressed up as 3PO, and I was the only 3PO there at the event at the time, apart from your good self. I think Simon Wilkie was there, who did a promotional event. But as a cosplayer, I was the only 3PO there. And I got swamped. I could not get to you. It took me an hour and a half to get to you, by which time you'd actually gone on stage. So unfortunately, we missed that moment, But thankfully, you were kind enough at MCM. We were there, and you came over and saw me. And I hadn't got my guy who helped me kit up normally in the UKG. And as I kitted up, I was being very blasé, sort of very relaxed for the day, because I was nervous, because I knew I was going to meet you and whatever else. And I remember Lee saying, "You're on at 3." So I'm like, oh, okay, brilliant. So at 11 o'clock, I decided to get kitted up, and I got as far as the neck seal. Oh my God, I haven't got any neck seals. I didn't put them in my box. Why did I not put them in my box? And I thought, I can't do this. I cannot meet Anthony Daniels in my suit without, because they were saying, well, we can do something. We can tape some gold. I was like, no. So then Lee says, is it a problem? I said, yeah, it is a bit. I'll have to go home and get them. Well, this is Birmingham, and I live in Derbyshire, so there's an hour's drive each way. Yeah. So I think I broke all the land speed records, let's put it that way. By the time I actually got out of the bloody place, it was horrendous to get out of. So I was like, shuffling along, because my legs. So I shuffled along, got into the car, zoomed off, drove to Derby. I rang the wife and I said, I'm on my way, neck seals, and it was a pit stop, it literally was. I pulled up outside the house, the wife gave me the neck seals. I got back and I had half an hour to spare to get kitted up. And then just to finish it off, the microphone didn't work. So I couldn't speak to you. It turned out these high-tech guys, Lee Towersey, I mean, they were trying to plug them into different areas, and obviously I can't show anything.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Okay, Lee, come back to Lee in a minute. So what happened? Did I meet you and you were mute?
Basically, yes. Yeah, you came up and you sort of spoke to me. And I did say something to you. I think it was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, fine. I think I nodded more so than yeah. And the first thing I wanted to say to you as 3PO was, I am beside myself. I just had that little vision of, giving it, I am beside myself. But it never happened because this microphone. So, but
well, I feel as though it has now. But here you are. It's a sweet story. But Lee, you were trying to help.
Yeah, it was about the moment, Anthony, and I think the panic overtook me for one occasion. I'm quite used to that on set. We have the occasional panic, but on that occasion, I had just this handful of wires, and we can't let Anthony down here. We've got to be there on time, even if it's without. So that's what happened.
And it was.
One of the things I've noticed on the film set is that it's so complicated. People haven't really, fans don't know what goes on the film set. But I very rarely have seen anybody panic because, all right, it's costing thousands of pounds an hour for everybody to be there. And if you hold it up, but there is no point in panicking. You just work through it. I remember my very first shot, and I think it was the first scene in the Rise. What was episode 6 called? Episode 7.
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens.
Episode 7,
My
Force Awakens.
first scene, pretty much, it was in the medical thing with the guys, and 3PO dressed up, his eyes went out. And
Right.
probably for about half an hour, Dave Merriweather was fiddling with those tiny little wires. But nobody panicked. Everybody, it has to be done. Doesn't help panicking and so on. And maybe that's a paradise, a lesson for life. But
Yeah.
Pedge, when you met me, no, I was going to say, what was it like? And do you
There,
know
it was-
when I will preface that by saying, I've done a lot of interviews in the last few years, and you'll be amazed how many interviews, whether it's about the book or about the films. What was it like? What's it like being in Star Wars? I don't know. It's like something I do. Ask me a question. But I was going to ask, what's it like to be inside 3PO from your point of view?
It's great. It's everything that you've said about the suit, about why would you want to do that suit. In fact, when you signed my lid for the very first time when I first met you, you say, what do you do? I said, I do 3PO and I do charity work. And you turn around to me that day and says, of all the costumes, why would you pick that one? I said, because it's a fantastic, iconic costume, and very much love character. And you went, well, it's that very amicable of you. And that was our words. And then after that, I asked you if I could come and see you. But yeah, I think when I do 3PO, when I'm wearing it, I mean, it looks very elegant and everything. But when you're in it, it feels like I'm a great big transformer or something.
It's a completely different point of view, experience, whatever. And of course, you have to make it look seamless, pleasant, delightful. You're thrilled to be there.
Absolutely.
One time, because I asked if I could, I went out in Disney World in Florida as Tweedledum or Tweedledee, I can't remember. Huge kind of round body and a smiley face. And I could see through a gauze screen. I wanted to see what it felt like to be a character not completely locked in. And I just so enjoyed the interaction with the kids who were just like,
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't a Star Wars character, anything. It's just a fun character they recognized. And the feedback was joyful.
Yeah, the children, like you say, they're just in awe of it. And it's effortless, really, in regards to interacting with people because the magic is there, and like you said earlier, stormtroopers. I mean, I've been a stormtrooper, I've been a sandtrooper and stuff, and all that kind of thing. And whilst Darth Vader as well, there's many of them out there doing it. They're still very, very good on the day. People are so excited to see that. But they don't very often see C-3PO. So it was always a massive thing. And to literally walk 20 foot could take an hour. It's just ridiculous.
I know that feeling.
And it's all your fault.
It's all your fault.
Yeah.
Lee, I want to ask you, because you work on the set, you've also worked at conventions and things. A couple of times I tried to operate the R2 unit with the things. I found that impossible. It was like it ran away, and I was worried about crashing it and whatever. You and Don Bees can just like effortlessly.
Yeah,
Anthony, I put that down to years and years of misspent youth racing remote control cars and boats and planes and so on. I grew up building all these remote control cars and other vehicles. So I think that was a good. Little did I know then, it would teach me well for a career that I would start in my 40s. And I think that's possibly why. And just keeping calm as well.
Talking keeping calm, can you describe how you felt when Kathy Kennedy or somebody from production got hold of you and Oliver and said, "You do this for fun. Do you want to work on the movie?"
I thought it was a bit of a joke at first, and when we went to meet Neil Scanlon in the creatures department, and we had a couple of interviews actually, and I didn't know who these people were sitting around the table, you know, but there was Tommy Gormley, the first AD.
Fabulous guy.
Part of the production team. JJ wasn't there, but there was still some big people there. And I wasn't fazed by it at all, but I was thinking, what's, going on? And suddenly they said, you've got the job. I didn't really know I was even there for a job interview. I thought I was there as an advisor, just to help them along the way. And then we waited about 3 months before we actually started. So for those 3 months, I just thought it was a big joke until we got the start date. And next thing I know, I'm working at Primer Studios.
Wow. And there you are in a fabulously expensive production with this thing that you're controlling like that. And you are having to work in parameters, whether it's with objects or props or scenery or actors inside weird costumes. On a scale of 100, how terrifying was that?
Yeah, just under 100. I'd give it a 99, I would say. I've got to say, not just because we're talking now, but one of the people that made it easier for me quite early on was your good self. Because I'm sure you remember we were at Greenham Common, and it was one of the first times we were shooting driving R2-D2 around. And I had to shoot a scene driving R2-D2 up the Millennium Falcon ramp. And I was hiding behind a box out of shot with Neil Scanlon, my boss. So I was nervous enough as it was, but then there was Neil Scanlon, my boss, sitting next to me, trying to give encouraging advice in my ear while I'm trying to focus. And I was driving R2 up the ramp, and thankfully I nailed it every time. And you kindly seeked me out and came up to me and congratulated me and was like, the years I've worked with R2-D2 and I've never seen him drive like that before. Job well done. And you'd seeked me out. You'd mentioned to a few of my colleagues, where's the guy controlling R2?
Yeah, because you can't always tell.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we're pretty good at hide and seek. And that just helps me no end, Anthony. That just calms the nerves, and fair play to you for saying that. It was good.
Well, thanks for the memory. I take it on board. I don't remember the moment. I remember Greenham Common and that underground bunker, which that wasn't at Greenham Common. That was the interior.
Yes,
I get confused. But one of the things, of course, that's happened, which we haven't really talked about, is that back in the day, the original R2 was such an innocent, simple creation, and back in the day before cell phones. So, we have all moved up the electronic scales here in every sense. The original thing made by John Steers, wasn't it? In Elstree.
That's right.
The actual physicality of the remote R2 has increased, is a brilliant build on what the original was. And the units have become so much more dependable. And I'm always amazed at conventions and things where I see whole rows of different colored R2 type units with different names, different genders, and so on, to see how mechanically and electronically adroit they are. And you're very much part of that revolution.
Yes, absolutely. And thankfully, because of the electronics, like you say, the way they've advanced, and we had Matt Denton and Josh Lee behind us as well, the creators that made BB-8, and they helped me with the electronics. So it was partly that made it easy to control as well. So, there's always a big team behind these things, so credit.
Yeah, a curious thing, of course, is that when I met BB-8 for the first time, who is now obviously a member of the Builders Club, there was Brian Herring, and this ball not only was phenomenal to see with him in his green screen clothing and so on, just the mechanics of the arm and the design, the logos on the design that gave you the impression it's rolling all over the place, the decals, but was the fact that in the very first scene with BB-8 that I had, Brian's going beep 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 beep. It was like a real revolution. You mean this object has personality and character that I can work with on screen? And I've always adored any scene with BB-8 in, with Brian there doing the vocals. But how crazy that in all that time, and only in The Rise of Skywalker, did they actually give Brian real words to say. But on set, working with R2, there was never, ever any sound coming out of any kind, whether it's a voice going, you know, I want to go over there, or somebody going beep beep. I tried that, it's in the book. George was pretty not good at being R2-D2. But to have Brian making a verbal signal that I could relate to, because up to then I'd always had to pretend that I was hearing everything. At least with Brian, I was hearing something, and his verbal interpretation of the script was hilarious.
Yes.
They didn't use it, sadly, they didn't use his voice as the product, which I kind of wanted them to do that. I don't, what do I think? So working, going back to working with characters, you know, props, you talk about scenery, you talk about going up the Millennium Falcon ramp. What a nightmare of a slope for 3PO, you know. His feet are going down, I don't know, it's a nightmare. I'll probably never do it again, so it's okay. But working with other actors, you worrying they're not quite in the right position that you rehearse. How difficult was that, scale of 100?
Yeah, that was pretty intimidating. That was pretty scary. Yeah, that's up there. That's 100. You know.
Did you ever hurt an actor unintentionally?
No, I don't think I did. I must confess, though, I think I must have bumped into you a couple of times.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, I know you are, but that doesn't excuse it, Anthony. I was just felt terrible every time. But
I was genuinely used to it. The scary thing in episode 7. Was at one point I was standing next to R2, and I was. It wasn't during, maybe, I don't know if it was during the shot, whatever, but I moved slightly sideways and nearly fell over a very fine black wire that at that point, I think it was a static unit, and there was somebody tugging the string just to make him wobble a bit. Right. And that's scary because I don't see the string.
Yeah.
So it was much better if you were there with sightline, being able to control it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We always try and get line of sight for sure. I've actually got a video that I need to play to you, which is a very quick question from a special guest. So I'm just going to share my screen now, and I've got a little question from Hassan.
The question I have from is, what was the most important scene to Anthony between R2-D2 and C-3PO throughout the whole saga, and what makes him and R2-D2's bond between them, the duo, so special?
How great to see Hassan. Just terrific. I met him, of course, in London, but apart from the premiere, the last time I saw him was as R2-D2 in the deserts of Jordan, where all the characters were lined up in a row, rather like the end of a curtain call, a pantomime, whatever. And there was Hassan fitting very easily into the R2 thing, and we're laughing and chatting away, and he's such a terrific guy. And then they put the lid on the top, you put the lid on the top, and we did a bit of shooting, which was kind of a bit strange of us all just looking around and whatever. This was going to be the end of the movie, and then something happened. There was a long pause, and as I often would, I just put my hand on top of R2 just to lean on something and to give, and Pedro will know this, to give my sense of a bit of 3D reality. I know my hand is safely on this, my feet are on the floor. I am not going to, I've got 3 points of contact, I'm not going to fall over. So I put my hand out just like that, bang. And what I didn't know is you, at the meantime, had come in, taken off the head of R2. So I was now banging on top of the son's head. He was very nice about it. But curiously, one of the favorite scenes that comes to mind between R2 and 3PO is not in the movies at all. It's actually in an episode of Sesame Street where I went out there to New York for a week or so to do several episodes. And at one point on the street, R2 comes up, beep, 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 beep. You found a new girlfriend, beep, 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 beep. She's very short, beep, 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 and a little shy, beep, 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 beep. Yes, of course, I would like to see her. And of course, we go out into the street, and I look down at the set, and Artu, that's a fire hydrant. Oh, it's so sad. But there were so many scenes, and I do like in The Rise of Skywalker the bit where they had written in the script a final declaration of affection from Artu, because in a very British way, 3PO would never say, you know, I want you to know that you have been a marvelous friend, Artu. My best one, in fact. And that's the end of it. He's not going to say any more. Or wonderful friend. I can't remember the word. I found that so touching because it was all, that relationship was all unspoken, and all the better for that. And that's, yeah, that gave me joy. But Hassan, it was just great to have such a happy soul willing to be encased in that thing just to rock the unit about a bit. I'm sorry that scene never made it, but Hassan made it to that wonderful desert experience for us all.
Amazing. It was amazing.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, just can I say finally to Anthony, when you did your book signing in Manchester at the I forget the name. It's not Centre. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I know you do it with many other children as well, but when I turned up to have my book signed, I brought my little lad along, and he came up and he stood like this, all proud, and he turned around to you. The first things that were mentioned, you sort of said hello to us, and the first thing he turned around and says, "Hello, I am C-3PO Human Cyborg Relations, and this is my counterpart R2-D2." And you went, "Wait," and you turn around and says, "Can you do R2-D2 beep beep beeps?" And he goes, "Yes." So then you broke out into, "Hello, hi, I'm C," you know, all that kind of stuff. And then you turn around and said, and looked at him, and then he goes, "Beep beep 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 beep." Absolute fantastic. You made that kid's day. I mean, and mine. And it was so good to be that close to hear my idol, you know, to come out with that. It was amazing. It was a fantastic time.
One of the things that happens, I think, if you're in a phenomenon like Star Wars, it sometimes, obviously, I now realize, gives you an opportunity to make somebody happy with the simplest of gestures, if you will. And that's a really nice story. But I know some people aren't always that happy, and one of the things, and it's a little difficult to talk about, is that quite a number of times I've been contacted in various ways, Twitter, emails, personal, with people who say that 3PO has been a bit of a support for them because they find life in society a little difficult to understand, to feel comfortable with, and they find 3PO's over nervousness, his honesty about not feeling quite attached. They found that quite a support and a refreshing element from people who talk about the world totally integrated and, you know, having an endlessly good time. And it's something that's only come in the last few years, a feeling that 3PO has a value as a character, more than just being, you know, however you think of him on screen, that he has spoken to people who don't feel entirely connected all the time. And I feel really, really good about that. And it's become more vocal in the last few years that we are realizing that not everybody is 100% all of the time, that there are so many of us with different kinds of sensitivities. And I know that Lee is working with a charity to do with maybe helping support people. And I give it my support. And Lee, I think you're having a raffle.
We are indeed, Anthony. Yes, the charity is called CALM, which is Campaign Against Living Miserably. And we are raising money throughout the day. We're going to have like a Just Giving page set up. And at the end of the day, we're having a raffle where we'll be giving away prizes, indeed.
Well, you have my full support. And maybe later in the day, I can think of something to raffle. Nothing great, but just a little, say, I was here, if that's okay.
Very kind of you. Thank you. I would just say thank you to Pedge for joining us. But more important, and Anthony, I would just love to say thank you very much for your time. You've been with us for over an hour now, so I'm sure you've got other things to do with your day. Just thank you so much on behalf of all the droid builders in the world for your time, who are viewing this now, I'm sure. Thank you so much.
Right. But then I can say thank you, first of all, to you for organising this, and then to Pedge, who, you know, suffers more than any of the other builders, I think, from what he wears, for bringing 3PO into places that 3PO would not normally be able to go. And you go and create, just as the stormtroopers at a convention or a premiere or a party create an amazing piece of theatre. You're here today, and I'm thanking you. But then also to the R2D2's builders, you bring the whole thing off the screen and into your realms and into the realms of people who come and visit events and get great joy coming up close and personal. So it's been a bit of a treat today, and who knows when we're all going to meet in person, and Pedge is going to come up to me and go, hello, because those days will come. We don't want them to come too soon because we're not that safe at the moment. And, you know, it occurs to me, a little lecture here, Pedge and I have spent a lot of our lives inside a mask.
We have.
And it's kept us alive. So everybody listening, just consider wearing a mask when you go out, protecting yourself and, kind of more importantly, protecting others. So end of message. Meanwhile, thanks to everybody for listening, taking part, joining in, smiling, getting bored, whatever, falling asleep. And till we meet again, may the force be with you.
And with you. And you.
Well, the force is definitely with us, Anthony. Thank you very, very much for that brilliant interview, Pedge and Lee as well. I've got a little bit of feedback coming on through my ear here as well. Can we turn that down? Thank you. We are just about to head over to Giles. That was weird. Okay, we're just about to head over to see Giles in a few minutes to talk about our auction and obviously do the draw. Our auction on eBay, which is droidbuilders.uk/auction, is 14 minutes left for the Roboteq speed controller, then 30 minutes for another one, then 41 minutes for the other one. We have raised an amazing amount of money on this. The M2 by MakerMade is £601. The R2D2 Styrene kit is coming in at £411. The pit droid, and this is amazing, this is Dave from Droid Division's first pit droid that he ever made, £550 at the moment with an hour and 45 to go. It's absolutely astonishing. I'm absolutely blown away. So thank you again to our sponsors, Roboteq, 3D Filler Print, Sideshow and MakerMade. It's been incredible the amount of support that you guys have managed to give to us, and thank you very much to all the Droid Builders team and the support for our charity Calm. So we've not got too much longer left, and Giles will be coming live to you in just a few minutes, and I will continue to talk even though I've run out of my script, but that's absolutely fine. What I'll do though is I will share very quickly, lots of people have been commenting on how fantastic Anthony Daniels actually came across. He's a real person, he's fantastic to talk to, and I'm so lucky myself to have had, you know, a little bit of time to talk to him on set and at conventions and things like that. And you know, there's lots of stories out there, but he is so down to earth and an absolutely fantastic guy. So thank you. We have been reading your comments, and I hope you've enjoyed the show for the majority of the day. I certainly enjoyed fooling around and blowing myself up. Lee is still having some technical issues at the moment, so I'll talk about a little thing just under his desk here. Now, a few people will realise that Lee does get a lot of fan mail. This is the amount of fan mail that Lee gets. It's absolutely brilliant, the amount of fan mail. So if you do want to send anything to him, please let me know, and I'm happy to give you his address. Lee, are you coming over, dear boy? Here he is.
Well done, Sam.
No worries.
I've never seen you stuck for words before.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
Now, I think we've managed to start the Zoom chat up. So Giles is on my computer screen. So with a bit of movie magic, thanks to my two sons who've been helping us today, Luke and Joel, maybe they can push a button and make Giles magically appear. Unfortunately, Giles, we can't hear you, but I believe that you can hear us. Can we try it, boys? Can we try and link up? We're linked up. Okay.
I can hear you, yeah. Okay, could the host allow me to share screens, please? And he needs to press record. I can hear you. Yes. Technology, eh? Right. Can you press record as well, please? Okay, hopefully you can see two screens on here. Thank you so much for everyone. Oh, no, you can only see one. Let's see if we can put the other one on there as well. No, it's not going to work. Hang on a second. Let me get that sorted out. We've got our first person coming up already. Isn't that great? Okay. Okay, so we've got the drawer on here. I'm not sure. I can hear you both. Yes. Can you see the screens? Can you see both screens on there? Just want to. Thank you. You can only see one. Okay. Okay, so we already had one screen go through. I think you might have seen it. Josh C has won the Jake Lunt artwork. What a fantastic prize to start off with. So I'm going to swap between. We're going to swap between the two screens just to make sure it happens. So I'm going back to the other screen again because you can't see it. Can you see now the man screen? I can't see the screen. What's on screen for you? This is sharing now. Here we go. Here's the next one. You may hear the music. This is tinkling away. You should be able to see. Marv has won a prize. Let's see what Marv has won. Here we go. Here we go. What is the prize? Oh, it's so close. Win a set of crew pins from Lee. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go for the next one for the next person. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. This is great. Hello, system. We have a problem. We have a problem. Let's reboot it. Just one moment here. Technical difficulties happening here. Here we go. Right, here it is again. All right, here we go. Here we go. Next one.
Marv Rogers.
Marv Rogers, you've won another prize. Fantastic. Let's go for the spin. Whoa, you've won a Sideshow Star Wars Sideshow book. Fantastic. Okay, we're going for another spin here. Sorry, this is off screen, but you can probably hear the name being announced as it goes along. Here we go. And the winner is Mark Dean. You've won a prize. Let's see what you've won. Woo! 3D filamentum turquoise boys 1.75 point. Oh, she's saying it anyway, so I'll let her say the thing anyway. Exactly, fantastic. Okay, let's remove that one, and we'll go for another winner in the namer category. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Listen out, listen out. The name is
Anthony Tester.
Anthony Tester. You've won a prize. Here we go. Fantastic. Well done. Excellent. Well done. Right. Okay, let's go for the next person on the list. Here we go. Listen out for the name. Once it catches up. This is great. Technology, eh? Here we go. It's spinning.
Anthony Tester.
Anthony Tester, just that was the last one that just won. So it's repeating itself now. Let's try that again. Here's the winner. Here we go.
All Things.
Sean from All Things, what have you won? Let's have a look. Ooh.
Lego Character Encyclopedia.
Fantastic prize there. Let's remove that from the prize list and let's go for another. Let's go for another name. It's spinning. You can hear the music going. We can hear you talking. I don't know what you're saying, but here we go. And I can hear you. David Torrens. Let's have a look, see who's there. Yay! David, you've won a Force Awakens promo prints. Fantastic set of 3 prints. Fantastic things there. Okay, next person. Internet is being slow today. Oh. We're waiting. Come on, machine. Oh, here we go. Here it goes. Edge, you won a prize. Let's see what you've won. Oh, you've won the cuddly toy R2D2. Fantastic little prize there. You saw that in the advert earlier on. Okay, next one then. Let's go. Oh, it worked straight away that time. I'm loving the music. If you can hear it, I hope. And the winner is Mark Lee. You've won a prize. Let's see what you've won.
Star Wars: The Art of Sideshow.
Fantastic. You won one of the amazing books there that were advertised earlier on. Okay. Next one's moving along nicely now. The internet seems to have caught up. Here's the winner.
Steve Jones.
Steve Jones, you've won a prize. Let's see what you've won. Wow. Fantastic item, worth a lot of money. That one. Fantastic. Brilliant prize to have won there. Okay. Let's remove that one off the prize list. And just a moment while the machine catches up. Here we go, it's working. John Gowan, you've won a prize. Let's see what you've won.
Year by year of visual
history. Star Wars book, a really good book, that one. Okay, let's get you removed off the list. And we go back to the board. Here we go, next name.
Felix Baird.
Felix! Wow, here we go. Felix, let's see what you've won.
Star Wars: The Art of Sideshow.
Yeah, these books are going quite well today, aren't they? Okay, well done, Felix. Returning again.
James Furtado.
James Furtado, what have you won? Let's have a look. What's this?
Star Wars The Force Awakens cross-section book.
Wow, that is an amazing book. Very big. I've got it behind me here, actually. It's an amazing book on that side of it. Let's remove that from the list and go back to the wheel. It's coming. It's working. It's going to work. Come on, I've got a lot of prizes to get through here. Here we go. It's funny, when you test this, it works absolutely perfectly, but on live, it won't work. So we'll wait and see what's happening here. Here we go. It's because there's so many names. We've got 3,492 entrants into this game. That's why it's taking so long, but it is working. It will do in a second. Here we go. But thank you very much for everyone who's taken part in that. We'll find out a result of how much we've raised later on. And here we go, it's turning. Here we go, here we go. And the winner is Dyne. D-Y-N-E. Well done, you've won a prize. Let's see what you've won.
Star Wars: The Art of Sideshow.
Another one of the books. Blimey, we've got, I think we've got 5 of those in the book, so that's starting to disappear now. So once they've gone, next prize winner.
Sean, All Things.
Sean from All Things again.
Star Wars book.
DK Ultimate Star Wars book. That's a big book. That is a big book. Fantastic. Well done. Here we go again.
Marv Rogers.
Marv Rogers just won another prize. All these people that buy lots of tickets get more chance of winning. Metal Earth, that's quite a good one. Quite a hard one to do. Very small, kind of minute sections to control. But let's go again for the next one.
James Alexander.
James Alexander. Let's see what you've won.
Stickers.
Set of Star Wars stickers. Wow, there's quite a collection there of stickers in there for you. Well done.
James Alexander.
Oh, James Alexander, you won another prize. Oh my goodness. This is random, I promise.
Patch service.
Oh, this is a fantastic prize. Nick Harbour will design a patch for you to be able to get printed out. It's a fantastic prize for somebody. You're saving a lot of money getting that design because he's a professional designer. So that's amazing. You've seen some of the patches that we've got available. They're exactly the same ones that Nick has actually done for us. So that's an amazing prize for you to win. The next one. Craig. Let's see what Craig has won.
Voucher code for 3D file print.
There you go.
Ryan Kodiak AK Peterson.
Ryan Kodiak, AK Peterson. Let's see what you've won.
Patch design service by Nick.
Oh, I didn't take that off, so you got 2 to do now, Nick. Sorry. Here we go.
Chris Chappell.
Chris Chappell. Let's see what you've won. Hayes Manual TIE Fighter. Fantastic prize to win there. You'll learn all about TIE Fighters. Nicole Danino. Sorry if I said that wrong. Nicole Danino. You've won. Oh, these are fantastic stickers that were designed by Nick last year. They're amazing stickers you've got there. Well done. Okay, here we go. 51 prizes to get through. This is going to take time. Hope you're still watching. Or you've gone to dinner.
James Alexander.
Oh, James Alexander's got another one. He did buy a lot of tickets. Let's see what you've won. Also makes some promo prints. That's fantastic.
Sam Prentice.
Sam Prentice, I've just spun it a bit quicker. So this is what you've won, Sam. Let's see. If you win your own prize, you can't have it. You got about no video filament. Fantastic, Sam Prentice. Well done. You've won one of those. Here we go. Next one. Going a bit quicker now. The machine's working for some reason.
Brian Kodiak AK.
Brian's won another prize. Let's go. Wow, Brian Kodiak, you've won a £50 voucher. Let's see another one. Oh, it was going so well. Oh, here we go. Paul Wiz Johnson, who've done the wonderful posters for us for Rogues Ones. You've won. Yeah. Oh my gosh, well done, Paul. You've got a droid to drive around now. You haven't got a droid, now you have. You've got the Fuse 89 1.7 by Lee. Fantastic prize to have there. Amazing. Well done, Paul. There you go. Going down, it's going down.
Alistair McDonald.
Alistair McDonald, all the way up in Scotland. What have you won?
Star Wars Stormtrooper Hoodie XL.
That's good, Alistair. I know you're not XL. I think you fit small. That'll be fine for you there. Don't worry about that. Excellent. Let's go for the next one. Paul SZ. Okay, don't know who you are, but Paul SZ, let's see what you've won. Is it? Wow, the girl. Oh, wow, that's an amazing prize to have. Well done. Oh, fantastic prize to have. Let's go for the next one. They're worth a lot of money.
Kelly Couch.
Kelly Couch, let's see what you've won.
Rebel
Hayes
Starfighter.
Manual, Rebel Starfighter. Good book as well. Okay, let's remove that one. Go for the next spin. I know Lee wants to win this. Okay, the winner is Lee Pearson. Let's see what you've won. Yeah! Wow! Oh, they're great. They're great. Okay, Lee stickers. Star Wars are. Lee Thompson has just been pressed through from the next one. It went through straight away. I pressed it. My mistake. Apologies about that. But Lee Thompson, you've won a prize. Let's see what you've won. Wow, another 1.7 kilo. Fantastic there. Let's go for the next one. Only a few prizes left now. We're nearly there. That's an interesting one. Lee Towersey body. Not him in person.
Paul Felsky.
Paul Felsky in Bristol. Let's see what you've won. That'll be for your wife. That'll be fantastic. Great present. Let's go.
Daniel Gregory.
Daniel Gregory. Let's see what you've won. Oh, nice little notebook with 3D cover on it. Very nice. Okay, let's go for the next one. That's an interesting one too. Ooh. Adam Eggington. Let's see what you've won. Set of promo prints from Force Awakens. Wonderful prizes here. Let's go for the next one. Still some good prizes on their left, but they're all good prizes anyway.
Gear Sire.
Gear Sire up. Oh, this is over in the Continent Gear. Let's see what you've won. R2D2 Metal Earth 1, that's a great prize, little fiddly things to do. Don't forget, all these prizes were donated by people or were donated by the companies, so fantastic prizes here.
Matt Bird.
Matt Bird, let's see what you've won.
Body model.
Yes, you've seen them today. They've been displayed. Both Sam and Lee showed those little bodies of Lee Towersey. You've won one. Fantastic. Well done. Wow. Excellent prize.
Mark N. Vass.
Mark N in brackets Vass. This is what you've won. Kindly donated by Emma. They have nice little toy things that were fantastic, but BB-8 keyrings as well. Very nice toys. Only a few ones left. We've still got Anthony Daniels left in there. Michael Badley won as well.
Mark Stafford.
Mark Stafford. Let's see what you've won.
Voucher code for 3D file print.
Fantastic.
David Nicholas.
David Nicholas, let's see what you've won.
Archives.
Wow, that's a good book. Star Wars Archive book. Fantastic one there to win on this one. Next one.
Mark Lee.
Mark Lee, you've won another prize. Oh my gosh, let's have a look and see what you've won.
Donation Solo Cinema poster.
This is the poster that was up on Solo when Solo was out at the cinemas. They are worth a lot of money. Fantastic prize to have there. Thank you, James, for the donation. So a few things left. The Metal Earth left there. Sideshow DO as well. Anthony Daniels CD. Felix, you've won another prize. Oh my goodness.
Millennium Falcon.
Now, nice prize there. That'd be going over to shipping over to Germany. Let's go for the next prize. The next name, shall we say? Patch! Oh my gosh. You put more money into it, you get more chances. Oh, a nice set of prints. You've got BB-8, Darth Vader, and C-3PO on the little paintings. They're rather nice, actually, on there. Okay, next one. Here we go. Not many left now. A little bit overrunning, so I apologise. Joe Kennedy. Fantastic, Joe Kennedy. Let's see what you've won. Wow! Amazing prize. Oh, that is a great prize. Well done. Okay, next one. Not many left now. Prizes left. 8 more winners.
Matt Cook.
Matt Cook, let's see what you've won. Wow! That's a fantastic prize. Okay, next person. So a few in here.
Marine Domarki.
Marine Domarki. Let's see what you've won.
Filamentum Turkios Blue 1.75 PLA.
Wow, that's a good one. Here we go. Next prize.
Kelly Couch.
Kelly Couch. Wow, these people have put a lot of money into this draw. Here we go. Kelly Couch, you've got another prize.
Solo cards.
Well, these are little promo cards that look like the cards that were played in the film in the Solo. They were done by Odeon Cinemas here in the UK. Fantastic little prize winner.
Not Sam Prentice.
Not Sam Prentice. So this is a colleague called Sam that worked with Sam Prentice. So here we go. Let's see what Not Sam Prentice has won.
Millennium Falcon.
Sam, unfortunately, I think he's going to be doing this at work. So, but that's a good prize for him to win. Here we go. Four left.
Mark S. Tagel.
Mark Tagel, you've won a prize. You're in Bristol going, yay! Okay, here we go. This is an unsigned version of the Rogue One's poster. So you've got a free copy. Well done. That's fantastic. Okay, 3 left. It's singing, it's singing. 3 good prizes still to go. 3D filaments. And Mr. B's signed AO, 46% size. Martin Keeler, what did you win?
Filamentum Turquoise Blue 1.75
Turquoise, turquoise. You can't speak English, can you? Okay. Here we go. 2 prizes left. What are you going to win?
Paul Smith.
Paul Smith. What have you won?
Filamentum Turquoise Blue
Paul Smith, you won
1.75
that.
PLA.
Excellent. Okay. Last winner then. I wonder what the prize is. Let's have a look.
Marine Domarki.
Marine Domarki, you've also won. What have you won? I don't know. Let's see. What have you won?
Signed A0, 46%
It's-
dome,
it's-
painted and weathered.
A0 dome, which he has painted and weathered and also signed with inside. It's kind of a small version of the real dome, the AO dome. So that's fantastic. Excellent. Thank you so much for taking part. Thank you for spending money on the raffle. We all really appreciate it. Thank you for all the people that donated prizes on there. As we said in the messages, please contact admin at droidbuilders.uk if you've got a client to claim a prize. We will check to make sure it's the right John, if it's only one John going forward on that side of it. So just ensure that. But thank you so much. I'm going to just go pass back over to the studio now. And Lee and that person called Sam.
Oh, thank you, Giles. Good man. Excellent. Good work. Thank you very much. Well, that's it. It's the end of the show.
Sad times, isn't it?
Indeed,
Sad
indeed.
times.
Well, if you just bear with me, I've got a few thank yous written down here.
Go for it, yeah.
So I'm going to go, and I've written them down so I don't forget anyone. First of all, I wouldn't have been able to do this without you, my wingman here. So I'm no good at this. I can't do this on my own. So thank you for carrying me. Thank you very much for that, Sam. Also to my 2 sons, Luke and Joel. They've been on the audio and the vision mixers and queuing us all in and running the whole show for us today. So thank you very much for that, boys. My university expense has been put to good cause already. Also to George, he's gone now sadly, but George is on his way home up to Birmingham. He drove all the way down from Birmingham just to do social media for us today. So we're grateful for that. Thank you, George. To our sponsors, of course.
Absolutely.
3D Filiprint, Maker Made CNC, Roboteq and Sideshow, and all raising money for a good cause, of course. Calm, thank you so much for donating to Calm, and even anyone that's been made aware of Calm today, just remember about them, because you never know, you may need them, someone else may need them as well. So it's not just about getting money for Calm, but it's awareness to Calm as well. So I think now we're going to go to the titles in a minute, and please watch them because there's so many other people involved. A massive production team, the UK R2 building guys that got involved, and we've spent hours on this. So thank you to all of them as well, and all the daily meetings we've been having. It's been bonkers, isn't it?
Thank you as well to my wife, because she never gets a mention. So thank you, Hannah. Thank you for doing the lead pops and putting up with all my crap.
Well, as Helen's here in the studio, I better say thank you to Helen as well for putting up with all this today. And why don't we get a total, Sam?
Let's do it. Ooh, there we go. Thank you very much. You ready?
Go on then.
Are we doing a drum roll?
Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please.
Okay, 2 seconds with the drum roll. So this amount is is a greater amount than I think we've ever done in any of our promotions. That's just staggering. So the amount is, are we going to read this together?
Yeah, go on then.
£7,485.
That's the end of the show, everybody. Thank you for watching. Roll credits, guys. We're off.
See you later. Got my mug. Oh.